But it is main event time for the Delta Center in Salt Lake City. Dirty Dom, the breakout superstar of 2024. Damian Priest, the #1 contender to the WWE Championship. The Judgment Day stands side by side against two opposing threats.
The following contest is a tag team match scheduled for one fall. On their way to the ring at a combined weight of 449 pounds, Damian Priest and Dominic Mysterio, the Judgment Day.
You don't have to like Damian Priest, but you gotta respect his body of work, especially over the last few months on Monday Night Raw, held just 4 weeks ago. All this talk about being the last man standing, this last man standing, that. Damian Priest was the last man standing in the four-corner elimination matchup to earn #1 contendership at the Royal Rumble. First it was AJ Styles, then for a brief moment it was CM Punk. Now it's Bron Breakker. But no matter the champion, Damian Priest has a stranglehold on #1 contendership, and he walks into New York City this Sunday night, hoping to bring championship gold back to the Judgment Day clubhouse. Easier said than done, just as it can be said in terms of victory for this tag team main event live on Monday Night Raw.
And their opponents, first from Black Forest, South Australia, weighing in at 330 pounds, the WWE Intercontinental Champion, Bron Breakker.
Well, the big Aussie Bronson Reed, hot off the heels, retaining that Intercontinental Championship on the Slammy Award kickoff show last week in the Open Challenge. NXT's Joe Coffey accepting that battle, and what a hell of a clash it was. Well, 2 weeks ago, Bronson Reed was nearing victory over Damian Priest in singles action, only for the former Intercontinental Champion, Dirty Dom, to take his eye off the ball and aid the punishment of the Judgment Day. And do we got any dogs barking in Salt Lake City for the new WWE Champion?
Then, from Woodstock, Georgia, weighing in at 230 pounds, the undisputed WWE Universal Champion, Bron Breakker.
Bron Breakker walking to the ring tonight, ushering in a new year with a brand new WWE Championship, a new gold plate courtesy for Bron Breakker. He held that Money in the Bank briefcase from July all the way to the final Monday Night Raw of 2024. But there is a new top dog in the yard known as Monday Night Raw, and it is the unpredictable badass Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker is certainly coming to his own over the last few years. A former two-time NXT champion now stands at the kingpin of Monday Night Raw as the WWE champion. And now aligning himself with a fellow holder of hardware in Bronson Reed for this tag team main event 6 nights before our trip to New York City. And Bronson Reed certainly going to hold no punches against the man he defeated back in November for the Intercontinental title. That is Dirty Dominic Mysterio. Bronson Reed was chasing Dominic Mysterio really like a ghost for several weeks till he finally got an opportunity at Dom. Made the most of it back in the beginning of November to become the Intercontinental Champion. He's now retained that championship on 2 occasions. First at Survivor Series against the Street Champ Solo Sikoa. And as we mentioned last week on the Slammy Award kickoff show against NXT's Joe Coffey. Incredible matchup. You can see now by becoming a No Nation Gaming channel member. Hit that join button down below. Replay available now. Bronson Reed has got a bone to pick with Dirty Dom. Just as Reed was haunting Dirty Dom for weeks on Monday Night Raw, Reed feels that ghost, that creeping up behind him. 2 weeks ago as Dom took the eye off the ball and aided Damian Priest in that singles affair. Now Bronson Reed looking to get his pound of flesh and squash the bug that is Dominic Mysterio once and for all. Looking to do so alongside the new WWE Champion Bron Breakker, a chance to build some momentum ahead of the Royal Rumble on Sunday. I'm sure both Bronson Reed and Dirty Dominic Mysterio looking to throw their names in the hat for the Royal Rumble matchup. There's Damian Priest getting tagged in. I don't think Bronson Reed realized for a moment that Dom was crawling to the corner. #1 contender for the WWE Championship here to save the day. Damian not only pinning Bronson Reed in that singles matchup 2 weeks ago, but eliminated Bronson Reed 3 weeks ago. A 4-man elimination bout to become the #1 contender. Just goes to show you what we were talking about. You don't have to like Damian Priest. You don't have to agree with his antics. As a matter of fact, that goes for the entire Judgment Day. Just like that, a cheap shot on Bron Breakker. You can not deny the results that Damian Priest has produced in recent months throughout 2024 as a whole. 3-time tag team champions with Finn Balor, the 2023 and 2024 Tag Team of the Year, the Judgment Day. Damian Priest owns singles victories. Oh man, another cheap shot by Dirty Dom. Can't stand that guy. How did he get voted Breakout Star of the Year? Nonetheless, as we were talking about, Damian Priest with singles victories over Bronson Reed, over Seth Rollins, over Sami Zayn, over Roman Reigns. Damian Priest looking for his biggest feather in the cap on Sunday if he can head into New York City, his stomping grounds, and win the WWE Championship. Bronson Reed gonna soften up the #1 contender. Priest squashed in the corner and sent out momentarily, only to pop the shoulder off the canvas. Chance tonight for Damian Priest and Bron Breakker to get an up-close and personal look, feel each other out ahead of the Rumble. It looks like we're not gonna have to wait long. Tag made to the new WWE Champion and Bron Breakker, who comes in full head of steam. Bron Breakker only knows one speed, and that's 100 miles an hour. Green means go. Bron Breakker here to fight. Damian Priest rolled to the outside. Bron Breakker gonna let Dominic Mysterio meet him out there. Hell, what did we say earlier tonight? Eye for an eye, right? Judgment Day out here, causing ruckus, cheap shots on their opponents. Bron Breakker dishing one right back. I don't know if on the outside of the ring, though, is where you want to battle. With the black and purple unit, Damian Priest hanging up Bron in the barricade there. Dominic Mysterio, who went one-on-one with Bron several weeks ago here on Raw, now crossing paths with him again. Bron Breakker making his way back inside the ring. Damian Priest gonna pull the rug out from underneath him. What a victory it would be if Damian Priest can pin the shoulders of the champ just 6 nights before the gold's on the line. You saw as Breakker is making his way to the ring. Brand new piece of hardware, brand new gold plate. Beautiful WWE Championship to usher in the new year here in WWE. That's what Bron Breakker puts on the line in the world's most famous arena this Sunday night against the man he has taken for an amusement park ride right now in Damian Priest. Priest has got no answer for the unpredictable badass. We'll talk about big-time victories. Look no further than the current champion in Bron Breakker. This is a man who is... Oh, wait a minute. Hold that thought! Damian Priest trying to bring this matchup to a screeching halt. And a wise tag by the WWE Champion. Bronson Reed, now the legal competitor, going after Damian, but Priest's adrenaline is flowing right now. As we were talking about, hold on again. Damian Priest not going to allow any points to be made, muscling up the big man. Bron Breakker to ensure the referee Rod Zapata isn't calling for the bell just yet. Bron Breakker, let's see, 3rd time's a charm, trying to make this point. Talking about singles victories, big-time feather in the caps that Damian Priest has throughout last year. Bron Breakker defeated the Rated R Superstar Edge, Hall of Famer, all the way back at WrestleMania. Owns victories over Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton, LA Knight, Karrion Kross, the list goes on. Bron Breakker certainly exploding onto the scene more than he ever has before. in 2024. There's Dominic Mysterio miscalculating a crossbody. I think he thought Bronson Reed was a little bit closer. Bron Breakker now tagged in, the WWE champion, looking for another big victory tonight. Dominic Mysterio knows Bron Breakker's intensity firsthand. Dominic was cut in half 3 weeks ago with a spear. Bron Breakker now tapping into that family lineage. Little Steiner recliner, but again, the illegal competitor not allowing a decision to be made. But Damian Priest getting caught up, and Breakker now realizes Dom's still looking up at the lights of the Delta Center, but this match isn't over yet. Yeah, what a physical tag team main event. The first main event of Monday Night Raw in 2025. Bronson Reed tagged in. Dom might have caught him slipping there. Oh no. 619 by a former champion and Dirty Dom, and he follows it up with a halo that Eddie Guerrero would be proud of. Dominic Mysterio, like him or not, and I certainly don't like him. Voted by you, the fans, the breakout superstar of last year for a reason. Bronson Reed but had his eggs scrambled off of that 619. Unfortunately, we can't take away from the talents of Dirty Dom. The reason he's a former Intercontinental champion, held it for several months. Bronson Reed, I don't think you want to take your eye off any member of the Judgment Day. Dominic using Reed's own momentum against him. Crucifix bomb into the pin, nearly had Reed. The Intercontinental champion caught up in enemy territory. Pair of boots. Bronson Reed looking worse for wear. Dom's heading to the top. Frog splash by Mysterio. Reed took his eye off the ball, and he's gonna pay for it. Victory for the Judgment Day. Well, you hate to see it for two of Monday Night Raw's top champions in Bronson Reed and Bron Breakker, but the Judgment Day righting at least some of the wrongs of last week.
Damian Priest and Dominic Mysterio, the Judgment Day.
Damian Priest wiped out Seth Rollins earlier tonight. Now him and Dom take care of tag team business. And now we look towards the Royal Rumble this Sunday as Bron Breakker defends his newly won WWE title against the punishment of the Judgment Day. We will see you live in New York City for the Royal Rumble. The undisputed WWE Champion, Bron Breakker, certainly more confident than ever before. He will defend that title on Sunday night, February the 9th, in Scotia Bank Arena in Toronto at the Elimination Chamber. But who will be his opposer? CM Punk defeated AJ Styles to win the WWE Championship just 2 weeks ago at the Slammy Awards, only for Bron Breakker to cash in Money in the Bank. Two men with a rightful place as #1 contender, but only one man can stand across from the badass in Toronto.
The following contest is a steel cage match. Making his way to the ring from Chicago, Illinois, weighing in at 218 pounds, CM Punk.
Opportunity is floating around, to say the least, on Monday Night Raw and Thursday Night SmackDown. As we found out moments ago, Ilya Dragunov, the Royal Rumble match winner, makes his WrestleMania decision this Thursday night. If Dragunov chooses to fight the WWE Champion, then at the Elimination Chamber event, we will have a chamber matchup to determine the #1 contender to the world title at WrestleMania. If Dragunov chooses the World Heavyweight Champion, then we will have an Elimination Chamber match to determine the #1 contender for the WWE title at WrestleMania. Either way you spin it, not one but two chamber matches on the 9th of February. The same night, either CM Punk or AJ Styles will challenge Bron Breakker for that piece of hardware known as the WWE title. It's any man's ball game.
And his opponent, representing the OC from Gainesville, Georgia, weighing in at 218 pounds, the phenomenal
AJ Styles as well as CM Punk, both men were on the ballot for 2024 Men's Superstar of the Year. Of course, you, the fans, voted the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes as the winner of that award. But both of these superstars coming out of last year with some great accolades on their already Hall of Fame careers. AJ Styles walked into last year's WrestleMania as the United States Champion on SmackDown. A few months later was drafted to Raw. A few months after that became the WWE Champion. And just 2 weeks ago, Styles was making this ring walk on Raw with the title around his waist. That was, of course, spoiled by his arch rival in CM Punk. These two men with loads of history, dating back to the month of September. Now their third contest, 1v1 inside of the ring, and it's contested inside the confines of a solid steel cage. The ante has been up. The bad blood is absolutely there, but only one man can leave this steel cage tonight with an opportunity to face Bron Breakker at the Elimination Chamber. The bell has sounded. We are underway. It is your main event in what has been a raucous night here in Total Mortgage Arena in Bridgeport. The road to WrestleMania beginning 24 hours ago. CM Punk and AJ Styles looking to carve their path to the grandest stage of them all. AJ Styles defeated CM Punk back in October at Bad Blood. CM Punk defeated AJ Styles just 2 weeks ago in Los Angeles at the Slammy Awards. Both times those matches contested over the WWE title. Bron Breakker inserting himself as the X Factor in this equation when he cashed in Money in the Bank on a weakened CM Punk to win the title. By hook or by crook, those are the rules of Money in the Bank. CM Punk's certainly not going to argue with it. He cashed in Money in the Bank not once but twice throughout his career. Just as we're reading the sentiments of CM Punk's got no interest in the past, only the future. And the future is tearing apart AJ Styles inside of this cage by one mean or another and getting an opportunity at the richest prize in the industry. CM Punk all over the phenomenal AJ Styles since the opening bell about a minute ago. Referee on the outside for this matchup, not looking to get in the way of the violence that I'm sure will occur inside of that cage tonight. What a night it's been here on Raw. Roman Reigns and Damian Priest kicking us off in a very unexpected manner. Roman Reigns unfortunately left looking at the lights just like he was all the way back at the season premiere in September, thanks to Finn Balor of the Judgment Day. Jade Cargill, of course, is supposed to compete in action tonight, taken out by Cora Jade thanks to the events of the Royal Rumble 24 hours ago. Rhea Ripley pointing down at Tiffany Stratton. Stratton backpedaling up the aisle. Rhea calling out Stratton or whoever may be the women's champion for WrestleMania in March. Again, we will find out the men's Royal Rumble match winner, Ilya Dragunov's WrestleMania decision in just a few nights. Thursday night, SmackDown heads to the Ball Arena in Denver. Right now, the center focus is on these two rivals, AJ Styles and CM Punk. Animosity absolutely there between these two men, and they will hold no punches, especially in the confines of this steel cage. The cage lowered tonight to ensure one true winner and one true victor. No outside interference, no Anderson, no Gallows, hell, not even Bron Breakker welcomed at ringside. It is all about these two men settling the score and one man getting their hand raised, punching their ticket to Scotiabank Arena in Toronto on the 9th of February. AJ Styles looking to ensure that that opportunity is his. Wait a minute, of course you can win this matchup by escape, and I believe Styles is calling for referee John Cone to open up the door, but CM Punk hustled up to ensure that Styles does not have anywhere to run in this steel cage matchup. Pinfall submission, or of course escaping the cage, the way to get your hand raised in your Monday Night Raw main event. CM Punk getting beaten down by AJ Styles for a few moments there, but I think that sense of urgency kicked in when he saw Styles nearly exiting the steel cage. CM Punk realizes that they're coming up short in the Royal Rumble match last night, that if he does not secure #1 contendership here, who knows when he may be next in line for the title. AJ Styles has got to feel the same pressure. Styles coming out of the corner looking for the calf crusher here on CM Punk. No rope breaks inside the steel cage. CM Punk either taps or maybe finds a way to escape. But either way, this is going to damage CM Punk if CM Punk even thought about escaping the cage. An injured leg certainly might slow him down. Punk able to create some distance off that submission hold. Now starting to unload with a combination of strikes to the phenomenal AJ Styles, who once again comes in contact with the steel. Flesh on steel, a combination that mankind never meant to be. Punk up top. Dropping the elbow into the heart of Styles. And only a 1 count that time. Just goes to show you how motivated these two men are to get back the WWE title that both of them held on the same night just 2 weeks ago in Crypto.com Arena. Both these men eliminated from the Royal Rumble matchup last night within seconds of each other by one franchise player, John Cena, who of course made it down to the final 2, only to be knocked out by a Torpedo Moscow by Ilya Dragunov. Now CM Punk and AJ Styles look to secure their spot at Elimination Chamber to go one-on-one with Bron Breakker. Now outside of that Money in the Bank cash-in, which of course CM Punk... Oh, wait a minute, hold that thought! Out of nowhere, a Styles clash! CM Punk, not very enthusiastically, kicks out of a Styles clash that AJ delivered, quite frankly, out of nowhere. And hold on here. Go to sleep by Punk. Business, pick it up. And a kick out by Styles. Oh man, no rest for the weary. These two men pick it up right where they left off 2 weeks ago on Monday Night Raw. Live rounds being thrown, no feeling out process needed. Over the last few minutes, they have beaten the hell out of each other, and they've already gone for the exclamation point. Now Styles with the crossface, hoping to tap out or maybe even pass out the Second City Saint. Only one of these men can challenge Bron Breakker on the 9th of February. Who will it be? Inside cradle by Punk. And a kick out by Styles. How many near falls just in the last few minutes? AJ Styles has never gone one-on-one with Bron Breakker. CM Punk has twice before. First at King of the Ring last June in a semifinal matchup. They met mano-a-mano, both at 100%. CM Punk was the victor. Then, of course, the Money in the Bank cash-in 2 weeks ago where CM Punk was a weakened man, just as AJ Styles is about to be off the Pepsi plunge. And another kick out by the Phenomenal One. Desperation and frustration written all over the body language of these two individuals. These two men want nothing more than to get back the WWE title, especially with the grandest stage of them all, WrestleMania in Lincoln Financial Field looming Saturday night, March the 8th, Sunday night, March the 9th. AJ Styles avoided contact with the cage that time, and now has got CM Punk in an precarious situation. Sunset flip. And another kick out that time. These two men have been battling for months on Monday Night Raw. They know each other's game books like the back of their hand, and it's shown here tonight as they are not wasting any time going for the kill. Styles outruns CM Punk that time. Could it be AJ Styles challenging the unpredictable badass Bron Breakker for the Undisputed Championship in Toronto, Ontario in just a couple of weeks' time? Styles picking up steam. CM Punk looking like a lessened version of himself. Burning hammer, offense stacking one after another. CM Punk absolutely worse for wear, but there's a fire lit underneath of him. We said it before, we'll say it again. These two men desperate to get back what they hold so near and dear to their heart. They want the material item. They want the physical gold in their hand, and that's the WWE Championship. On top, Punk, Frankensteiner, sends Styles dead center of the ring. Hold on here, Styles trying to get to his feet by means of the ropes, and it looks like CM Punk may be resorting to escaping this steel cage. Easier said than done. Good luck trying to keep your balance, a thrown off equilibrium this late in the matchup. CM Punk doing his damnedest in an unprecarious situation on top of the cage. Punk, you might want to get down from there, or Styles is gonna force you to. CM Punk comes crashing down. Cover. CM Punk somehow finds a way. Punk's gotta be hurt. Brought to his feet, not by will, but by force. Styles with one last shot to be thrown. Styles clash. AJ Styles on his way to the Elimination Chamber.
Here is your winner, the phenomenal AJ Styles.
You got a feel for CM Punk. Major losses starting to stack up, but a body nowhere near 100% after a fall from grace on top of the cage. And AJ Styles just punched his ticket to Toronto Sunday night, February the 9th, where the Phenomenal One meets the unpredictable badass for the WWE Championship. We will have all the answers we need come Sunday in Toronto, but it is main event time live from Montreal.
The following contest is a tag team match scheduled for one fall and is for the World Tag Team Championship. Introducing the challengers and a combined weight of 400 and Johnny Gargano, D.I.Y.
Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa outlasting the Viking Raiders, the Authors of Pain, and the Creed brothers just a few weeks ago to earn themselves #1 contendership. Now they walk into enemy territory right here in Montreal, a fan favorite most nights, but tonight they go 2v2 against Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. And how great it must feel to leave 2024 as the World Tag Team Champions and enter February of 2025 with the gold in your own hometown of Montreal.
And their opponents, and a combined weight of 478 pounds, the team of Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens.
A homecoming tonight in the middle of a sold-out Bell Center as Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens headline Monday Night Raw with those tag team championships on the line. They chased the Judgment Day for months. They finally captured the gold on the final Raw of 2024. Now, right here, February the 3rd of 2025, on Monday Night Raw in Montreal, they put the gold on the line. It is certainly not going to be an easy task for Owens and Zayn to retain said gold, as Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa have held those very pieces of hardware before, and they're looking to get back to the top of the tag team division. It has been a long road for Gargano and Ciampa to reclaim #1 contendership. We have seen them fall down and get back up time and time again. DIY truly living up to their mantra. But will they be able to make the most of this opportunity? We find out on the other side of the bell. The World Tag Team titles are on the line. It is main event time here on Raw. Sami Zayn, Tommaso Ciampa kicking things off. Zayn going for the early cover. Certainly going to be extra excited tonight with Montreal on his side. Well, back and forth we go here. I don't know if referee John Cone can even keep up with all this. Another pinfall. And Zayn finally going to break it. Zayn, obviously, along with Kevin Owens, very excited to be back here in Montreal tonight, but they cannot let that excitement overwhelm them. Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa not necessarily getting booed out of the building. They got their favorites, they got their fans all over the globe. It could be a huge night for DIY in enemy territory, so to speak. Tommaso Ciampa and Johnny Gargano just need to weather the storm of Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens that I'm sure is to be had. Zayn exploding on Ciampa right here. And speaking of the Such, an exploder suplex by one half of the tag team champions. DIY can weather the storm, quiet this arena, and really calm Zayn and Kevin Owens. Gargano and Ciampa may have their best opportunity more than ever tonight to win the World Tag Team titles. Just 2 years ago that Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa walked into WrestleMania as the World Tag Team Champions. It almost seems as ever since that night nearly 2 years ago, they've been trying to get back the championship gold that they once again challenged for tonight. Had a hell of a matchup with Damian Priest and Finn Balor. Look at the channel member exclusive Fall Brawl event in November, nearly winning the tag team titles on that night. Nonetheless, here we are once again as DIY as your number one contenders, tag made of the whole shebang. Johnny Gargano who takes the fight to Sami Zayn. Gotta wonder if some recent singles losses from Zayn and Kevin Owens are weighing on them tonight. Yes, they are the World Tag Team Champions. Yes, they ended last year on the highest of high, but both men eliminated, falling short in the Royal Rumble matchup last month, and of course, both of them failing to qualify for the Elimination Chamber bout in their respective qualifiers over the last few weeks. All the while, Gargano and Ciampa have been rallying all sorts of momentum. Remains to be seen if those losses will play into the result of this contest here tonight on Raw. Gargano taken down as Sami Zayn. Pair of boots right to the side of the dome. Zayn and Owens not looking to make the trip back to the Bell Center tonight, only to come up short and lose their World Tag Team titles. How soul-crushing that might be. Tag made, fresh legs for the champions. Kevin Owens going to enter this matchup for the first time and taking the fight right to Johnny Wrestling. Kevin Owens with the strength on his side in this equation against Johnny Gargano, the former WWE champion, last year's Royal Rumble match winner. Certainly not looking to let loose on those World Tag Team titles just yet, I am sure. Zayn and Owens got all the plans in the world of walking into this year's WrestleMania as the champions. Unfortunately for them, Gargano and Ciampa may be spoiling those hopes and dreams as Tommaso Ciampa gets tagged in and immediately takes Owens off his feet. Don't forget the Elimination Chamber will be live at 5 p.m. Eastern Time this Sunday night. If you want to gain a little bit early access, of course, see the channel member exclusive kickoff show featuring the women's tag team title matchup. Be sure to hit the join button down below and become a No Nation Gaming channel member. Kevin Owens brought into enemy territory there. Tommaso Ciampa with a mean hook. And Owens, I'm not sure, knows where he is right now. Maybe out on his feet, so to say. Got to shake off those cobwebs. Tommaso Ciampa and Johnny Gargano, this is the matchup they need to wrestle. Quiet down this Montreal audience and not allow hard-hitting maneuvers like that. But Owens going to give Tommaso Ciampa a fight. Kevin Owens walked into WrestleMania last year into the main event and left the WWE champion. 5 weeks out from the grandest stage, Owen and Zayn not looking to see any more unfortunate defeats. Tag made to Zayn and a little tandem offense there by the champions. Certainly it's got to be hard to watch for Johnny Gargano, seeing Tommaso Ciampa outnumbered by the champions that time. This matchup isn't over till it's over as Zayn muscling Tommaso down and buckles him up into the top, or I should say the bottom rope. Tommaso, much needed tag to Gargano. Sami Zayn right there. Not going to allow Johnny Gargano to get going, or maybe easier said than done. Gargano creating a little distance. Got a few moments of R&R as Tommaso Ciampa was the legal competitor, and now Gargano going back to the well with what works. Drop kick to the back of Sami Zayn. It worked before, and it ain't broke. Why fix it? Now Sami Zayn in enemy territory. Tag made it Tommaso Ciampa. Here's DIY with their own measure of tandem offense. Zayn getting caught up with a knee and a kick into the bridge. This is exactly what DIY need to do. Yeah, we talked about DIY weathering the storm in the early going. Maybe it's Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens who need to weather the storm if Champion Gargano really kick things into a new gear. German suplex into another bridge, this time on the pinfall. Not over yet. Tommaso Ciampa, you saw him muscle up Akam a few weeks ago and slam him right through a table to earn #1 contendership. If that doesn't show you the lengths that DIY are willing to travel to get the job done, I don't know what will. DIY keeping each other fresh. Another tag made to Gargano. And again, it looks as if Gargano is looking to wear down the back and the neck region of Sami Zayn with that pair of boots. Nothing Zayn can do. He can't have eyes in the back of his head and knowing Gargano's coming. Dare I say, a bit of a genius maneuver by the whole shebang as he continues to pick apart Montreal's own Sami Zayn. And an action-packed night, as it always is, here on Monday Night Raw, and certainly a noteworthy one at that. All ahead of the Elimination Chamber on Sunday. Who is going to sign us off here in the Bell Center, hoisting the World Tag Team titles high in the sky? Zayn fighting out of the corner. Knocking Gargano off his feet momentarily, now bringing him back to his soles. Gargano up against the ropes and certainly not where he wants to be, as Sami Zayn's wheels seem to be a-spinning. Gargano on the outside. Here comes one half of the champions over the top rope and taking down Johnny. Montreal on their feet. Zayn makes the tag to Kevin Owens. Gargano, no clue where he's at. Now it's Kevin Owens over the top rope. First Sami, then Kevin. Gargano in the crash zone. Both times in a row, the tag team champions have got their way in this matchup right now. Gargano needs to find a hope and a prayer and a window to crawl through. Saito with the prize fighter. Kevin Owens with his foot on the gas pedal. After a couple of moments of DIY controlling this contest, it is now the tag team champions who are looking for a different result. Gargano once again hoisted up in a position that I'm sure he does not want to be in. Owens in hot pursuit. On the shoulders goes Gargano. This is a signature out of the arsenal of Owens with the senton. And another near fall in your Raw main event. Kevin Owens' eyes locked on an obviously weakened Johnny Gargano. And Gargano created the distance, bare elbow, a little bit of a 6-12 on the top of Kevin Owens. Still Owens trying to fight. Gargano not going to allow it. Obviously a sense of urgency most likely dawning over Gargano after those double high-risk maneuvers by Owens and Zayn, followed up with a senton off the top. Dare I say, a much-needed tag to Tommaso Ciampa. Kevin Owens right there. Ciampa grabbing a hold before he could strike. Another float around into the German, just as we saw to Sami Zayn a few minutes ago. Tommaso Ciampa saying no way. Tonight, right here in Montreal, is DIY's night. Back into the corner we go. Owens may be in deep, deep trouble. Meet in the middle by DIY. New champions on the horizon. It's not over yet. Owens still alive. Well, Zayn got in the ring to break things up, and Gargano gonna make him pay. A massive close call there here in Montreal. Meet in the middle by Gargano and Ciampa. Owens still alive, surviving, but certainly not thriving, and tied up in the ropes. Owens now on wobbly legs. Grabs a hold of Gargano, who gave him just about a half a second to recover. Now he gets set over the top rope. Can't say DIY aren't bringing their best to this contest. And wait a minute here. They could be looking to divide and conquer. Gargano with a slingshot DDT to Sami Zayn. All the while Owens and Ciampa going at it on the opposite side of ringside. And Owens takes down Ciampa. Gargano in hot pursuit. Owens wants to bring this matchup back inside the ring. Walked right into the waiting arms. Stunner by KO. It is not over yet. And a tag made to Sami. Damage obviously done off the stunner by Kevin Owens to Johnny Gargano. And now it's Gargano looking worse for wear. Sami, blue thunderbomb. This is how they won the titles, and maybe it's how they would have retained them if it weren't for Tommaso Ciampa. Oh, now look at Sami. All bets are off after DIY tried to divide and conquer a few moments ago. Takes out Tommaso. Gargano ain't got a clue if he's in Montreal or Cleveland. Haluva kick by Sami. In the middle of the Bell Center, Sami Zayn into the cover. Homecoming of the utmost success for the tag team champions.
Here are your winners, and still the World Tag Team Champions, the team of Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn.
It was a hard-fought matchup right here in the Bell Center, but Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens coming home to... Oh, wait a minute. DIY rushing back to the ring and ambushing the tag team champions. What a couple of sore losers. DIY certainly acting a little bit differently here. This isn't the Gargano and Ciampa we've come to know. Upset at another tag team opportunity going by the wayside, ambushing Owens and Zayn in the middle of their hometown of Montreal. Despicable actions by those sore losers in Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa. But it is main event time for the Gainesbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. 19 days away from WrestleMania, and there's a lot of unfinished business here between the Judgment Day and one OTC.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring, representing the Judgment Day from Bray, County Wicklow, Ireland, weighing in at 190 pounds, Finn Balor!
You know, it was 8 nights ago with the Elimination Chamber that Roman Reigns went one-on-one with Damian Priest, looking to get some retribution, get his victory back, and pay back the Judgment Day for all the wrongdoings that they have bestowed upon the Anoa'i family. But unfortunately for Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio getting involved in that matchup, Roman Reigns was once again outnumbered by the black and purple unit, and Damian Priest once again scored victory over Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns obviously still unsatisfied and will not be satisfied until he tears apart each and every member of the Judgment Day. Last week, Roman Reigns absolutely running through Dirty Dominic Mysterio right here on Monday Night Raw. What a thrill to watch that was. But of course, the aftermath, seeing Damian Priest and Finn Balor laying out Roman Reigns. Seth Rollins making his way to the ring. He caught the L as well. The Judgment Day continue to wreak havoc. But tonight, once again, is that situation where they must face the music for their own actions. Finn Balor is no stranger to this man. Many years ago, they clashed here on Monday Night Raw, a matchup that catapulted Finn Balor to success. But it is a very different story in 2025. Payback is on the mind of the OTC.
And his opponent, representing the Bloodline from Pensacola, Florida, weighing in at 265 pounds, Roman Reigns!
It goes all the way back to last summer. Hell, it goes all the way back to last year at WrestleMania, when the Usos met the Judgment Day for the first time in their series of contests over the World Tag Team titles. That night at WrestleMania in 2024 kick-started what Who would have known would take us all the way to February the 17th of 2025, where Roman Reigns now is engulfed into a war with the Judgment Day. You go back to last summer, when the Bloodline united against the Judgment Day and Seth Rollins. A victory at SummerSlam. The Judgment Day then stabbing Rollins in the back, taking him out for over 2 months. Rollins has been looking for his ounce of flesh ever since. Roman Reigns returning at the Royal Rumble after getting beaten down and humiliated back in the month of September. And ever since then, has been headhunting the Judgment Day. And we hate to sound like a broken record, but Roman Reigns will not be satisfied until he does what he did to Dirty Dom, to Finn Balor and Damian Priest, and maybe a little bit extra on those two individuals. Victory of the utmost importance for Roman Reigns, but also teaching not just the Judgment Day, but everyone in this industry a lesson that you do not mess with the Anoa'i family. That is what Roman Reigns' mission is. That is what he looks to accomplish here tonight on Raw. And Finn Balor one-on-one with Roman Reigns. These two men locking horns here in Indianapolis tonight. Just like it was last week, it's a rare in-ring appearance for Roman Reigns here on Monday Night Raw. He has had 3 over the last less than year. All 3 of those matches have been against Judgment Day representatives. Damian Priest, Dominic Mysterio, and now Finn Balor. Speaking of the Judgment Day and Damian Priest, it was 48 hours ago. Columbus, Ohio, Road to WrestleMania live event exclusive to Nomination Gaming channel members. Damian Priest and Seth Rollins locking horns inside of a solid steel cage. Rollins risking it all on that night, diving off the top of the cage in hopes of keeping down Damian Priest, but unfortunately for him, the punishment of the Judgment Day found the utmost success just 48 hours ago inside of that cage. Sure, Rollins and even Priest for that matter are feeling the effects of the vicious cage matchup on Saturday night. But it is Monday now, and Finn Balor and Roman Reigns are center focus. I'll tell you what a feather in the cap it will be for Finn Balor if he can keep down Roman Reigns for a 3 count tonight. Damian Priest has done it twice before, and he certainly had the help of the Prince. Finn Balor coming out here alone tonight. Just like we said last week, a very strange situation to see a member of the Judgment Day walking down the aisle by themselves. You gotta believe there's a game plan here for the black and purple unit. Last week, Dominic Mysterio coming to the ring alone. Roman Reigns basically wiping the floor with him. Let's call it what it was. Balor and Priest were not too far behind, and they were the last men standing last week on Monday Night Raw. Balor looking to repeat history here tonight in Indianapolis. It has been one-way traffic for the majority of this matchup since the bell rang. Finn Balor looking to clean the clock of the Tribal Chief and send him packing once and for all. There does come a point that if the Judgment Day just continues to get those victories over Roman Reigns, continues to leave this man laying inside of the ring, how much longer is Roman going to continue to fight? You can only be so honorable. You can only put yourself through so much punishment before it's just not worth the battle anymore. Finn Balor and Damian Priest, former 3-time tag team champions and 2-time tag team of the year for a reason. Now looking to get the job done in a singles capacity. Balor muscling Roman Reigns down here, very impressive, knowing Roman Reigns has the strength on his side. There it is, paying him dividends that time as he rolls Finn Balor right off the back of the headbutt by the Samoan. Gotta feel like a ton of bricks as now Finn Balor gets set into the corner, and Roman Reigns will get out of the starting blocks in this matchup, just unloading on Finn. This is exactly what Roman Reigns wants here tonight. In the middle of the Gainsbridge Fieldhouse, the absolute public pummeling of Finn Balor. Roman Reigns wants to make each member of the Judgment Day feel the embarrassment that he feels his family had to deal with dating all the way back to last summer and into the fall. This is the Judgment Day. They are the reasons that the Usos were banished from Monday Night Raw all the way back at No Mercy last year. Solo Sikoa battled the Judgment Day on numerous occasions, found defeat every single time thanks to the numbers game. And you see that Solo has slowly slipped into madness here on Monday Night Raw. He's going down a whole different kind of path. Now you got Roman Reigns trying to do the honorable thing for his family and fight each and every member of this group. I don't know if Roman is going to continue to spread himself too thin here. The Judgment Day are going to always have the numbers. Roman Reigns, however, will continue to swing as he's got Finn Balor again up against the buckles. Just as we said, it'll be a feather in the cap of Finn Balor. If he can take down the OTC tonight, Roman Reigns is going to feel oh so much satisfactory if he can keep down Finn. Collapsed out of the corner. Balor trying to hustle up into the pinfall. Roman Reigns still alive. Gotta imagine a victory for Roman Reigns tonight, and putting Finn Balor behind him would leave only one more superstar left on his hit list, and that would be Damian Priest. Finn Balor, however, a different kind of animal inside of that ring. Code breaker right to Roman. Balor's heading up top. Balor going for the splash. Nobody home. Crash and burn on the canvas. Neck breaker by Roman. And the OTC in the corner. Locked and loaded. Superman punch by Roman. Finn Balor able to get the shoulder up just at the last second. Roman Reigns saw the misstep by Balor and looked to capitalize. Unfortunately, the Superman punch does not put this matchup away. Balor now takes the rug out from underneath Roman's feet. Roman has seen glimmers of hope, but Balor has been in control the majority of this matchup. And now, dropping Roman right on his crown. That's it. Count to 20. Into the cover. Roman's still alive. Roman Reigns getting dropped right on his head. You had to believe this matchup was over, but Finn Balor finding out the hard way that Roman Reigns came to collect. Well, if I'm Finn Balor, I'm certainly not soaking in any sort of pageantry or hatred from this audience. I put my foot on the gas pedal and getting this job done. Starting to unload on the abdominal. Roman Reigns feeling the brunt of this attack by the Prince. Balor missing wildly off that elbow. Roman Reigns now, size and strength in his corner, looking to manhandle Finn a little bit. Could be his best option here. Tangling up Finn Balor into the ropes. Anything to try to slow him down and regain some momentum. Smart by Roman. Sends Balor over the top rope. Balor hangs on. Roman in hot pursuit. Balor creates the distance. Roman with a shot. Making a dose. Unloading. Balor with no answer. There's a reversal. Roman again sent to the corner. And now it's Roman on the outskirts. Holds onto the ropes. Balor off the springboard. Drop kick. Roman takes a fall. Roman Reigns looking worse for wear against this member of the Judgment Day who has came to put the final nail in the coffin of the Tribal Chief tonight. Balor off the top, dropping the X-Hammer. Roman Reigns trying to do his damnedest to survive this battle. Sending Finn right to those diamond-plated steps. Oh, wait a minute here. I don't think Roman gives a damn that he's on the outside. Spear to Finn Balor. Roman had to strike when he could. Balor was in a prime state, and Roman Reigns cutting him in half. Well, now he's got to try to muscle Balor's dead weight up into the ring. Off the spear, Balor may be out. Referee's at a count of 6 here. I think Roman Reigns realizes he's got a little bit of time. Sending Finn inside of the ring. Reigns has got to hustle up. Get to the pinfall. And Balor able to kick out. Too much time between the spear and the pin. Balor was able to get some R&R. Well, nothing Roman can do. He saw the opportunity. He had to take it. The big-time spear to Balor, and now a boot. And I don't even know if he meant to send Finn over the top, but the damn momentum certainly took him. Oh, and hold on, wait a minute. Damian Priest from behind. Oh, we heard the bell. Roman Reigns gonna win this matchup by disqualification. Damian, south of heaven to the OTC. We've said it week in and week out, but when is enough gonna be enough between all these individuals? Damian taking out Roman, causing this matchup to go to a disqualification. And wait a minute! Looks like Roman Reigns may have some backup. Seth freaking Rollins is on the scene. And Rollins making a beeline to the man who took him out inside of the steel cage this past Saturday night. Man, the history between these two men runs oh so deep, all the way back to last summer, and Rollins will not be satisfied till he stomps Damian Priest's head 6 feet under. Well, Damian Priest might have caused this matchup to go to a disqualification. He might have laid out Roman Reigns with that south of heaven, but now he's got to deal with a fired-up visionary. Damian Priest looking a little loopy. Finn Balor nowhere to be answered. Priest getting sent to the outside. And is this oh so familiar of a sight? Seth Rollins gonna shoot himself out of this ring like a cannon and takes out Priest. Indianapolis on their feet. It is absolute bedlam here on Monday Night Raw. Seth Rollins back inside the ring and, well, wait a minute here. Roman and Rollins are face to face. All the history between these two men, and a lot of it's negative. Oh my goodness. The handshake, the nod of approval between Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns. What has the Judgment Day awoken? If these two men are on the same side, there is going to be hell to pay for Damian Priest and Finn Balor.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship.
Well, moments ago, we kicked off the road to finding Solo Sikoa's #1 contender for the Intercontinental Championship. But we already know Lyra Valkyria's #1 contender for her championship gold. And that would be one half of the Unholy Union, the White Witch, Isla Dawn. It was 2 weeks ago in Orlando, Florida, right here on Monday Night Raw. The Unholy Union went 2v2 against the WWE Women's Champion Rhea Ripley, who they had been entangled with for months here on Monday Night Raw. Rhea needed a partner. She called upon the new Women's Intercontinental Champion, the inaugural one at that, Lyra Valkyria. Unfortunately for the champions, they were upset by what we now know is Lyra Valkyria's current challenger, Isla Dawn, pinning Valkyria's shoulders to the mat on that night and solidifying herself as the rightful first contender for the Women's Intercontinental Championship. Alba Fire knows a thing or two about singles gold here in the WWE. She's a former NXT Women's United Kingdom champion, excuse us. But Isla Dawn has yet to hold something so precious. But maybe tonight is where she obtains a new piece of hardware. It is not going to come without a fight. Lyra Valkyria earned her spot as the champion, but it's tonight where it all comes crashing down. The 28-year-old Irish-born superstar has certainly made waves right here on Monday Night Raw since her debut back in September. Lyra's been in the ring with some of the best that Raw has to offer. And at WrestleMania, live from a sold-out Lincoln Financial Field, she became the inaugural Women's Intercontinental Champion. But Lyra knew that with the championship comes a massive target on her back. And already, the Unholy Union is looking to gut her down inside of that ring and take away the prize. Lyra Valkyria always marches to the ring with so much confidence and so much purpose, ready for a fight when the bell sounds. And tonight, the fight of the highest importance as her Intercontinental Championship is on the line. Not only is Lyra Valkyria the first holder of that gold, tonight marks some history, the very first championship defense of said gold. Will Lyra be able to once again thrive under the bright lights, once again thrive under the pressure? Or will Isla Dawn go 2 for 2, pitting the shoulders of Lyra and taking away the Women's Intercontinental Championship? High stakes, high reward, right here from Columbia, South Carolina on Monday Night Raw.
Introducing the challenger from Glasgow, Scotland, Isla Dawn. And her opponent from Dublin, Ireland, the WWE Women's Intercontinental Champion, Lyra Valkyria.
Both of these women starting their WWE journeys in NXT UK, eventually traveled to the States to be part of NXT proper. Both of them have found success. But tonight, on the main stage, Monday Night Raw, the Women's Intercontinental Championship is on the line. These two women know each other well, but who knows each other better, and who's gonna get that oh-so-important 3 count? Bell has sounded, we are underway. Of course, an X Factor and Alba Fire at ringside as she accompanies her tag team partner, Isla Dawn. The squared circle here is Isla Dawn immediately out of the get-go, looking for a powerful maneuver, trying to neutralize the Intercontinental Champion. The Unholy Union, we have called them sinister, wicked, dare I say unpredictable. Isla Dawn dubs herself the White Witch. Certainly knows how to cast a spell inside of that ring and bring a presence that not a lot of women can. Will it be enough to keep down Lyra Valkyria, who, as we mentioned, win, lose, or draw, rain or shine, has been inside of that ring and has been making waves here on Monday Night Raw. Made her debut, the Queen of the Ring event back in September. She's very familiar with Isla Dawn and Alba Fire as well. In the last few weeks, not the first time that Lyra's been inside of that ring with these two women. As a matter of fact, the last time that Lyra Valkyria went one-on-one with Isla Dawn, you're going all the way back to last fall, and it was a victory for Lyra Valkyria, at least on that night in singles competition. Saw Isla be a difference maker in tag team competition 2 weeks ago. Here they are again as Lyra off the moonsault, and I believe referee Daphne LaShawn, a little bit out of position that time, but she was getting that steel chair in the ring that Alba Fire tried to use as a distraction. That's what Valkyria is really up against tonight. Not only Isla Dawn, but just the overall numbers of the Unholy Union. Lyra Valkyria now, very comfortable, leaving the soles of her boots. It's what brought her so much success. Former NXT Women's Champion in her own right. Valkyria adding to her list of accolades here. Oh, well, hold on here. Again, Alba Fire already trying to assert herself into this matchup. Looked as if Lyra Valkyria is about to set sail. Unfortunately for her, take it off the ball. Here's Isla Dawn. From behind at the rushing leg sweep, Lyra Valkyria never saw it coming. Alba Fire, I'm sure, willing to do anything she's got to do to ensure her tag team partner leaves with championship gold here tonight in Columbia, South Carolina. Submission hold now, locked in, arms tied up, legs tied up. Lyra bending in ways that the human body is not meant to. Valkyria's got to try to power out of this here, find a way to separate herself from the White Witch, and there she does with a couple of boots to the jawline. But still damage done, and Valkyria getting caught. Double underhook here, right on the knees of the challenger. Isla Dawn willing to do anything she's got to do to ensure victory tonight, even if it means going high risk herself, as we saw right there. Isla Dawn was a singles competitor in NXT UK, formed her tag team partnership with Alba Fire and NXT proper here in the States. But once again, she finds herself in singles competition. She's no stranger to it. Will she be able to keep down Lyra Valkyria? Remains to be seen. Lyra trying her damnedest to rev up the engines here. And an Enziguri topples the challenger. Valkyria trying to get things going here on Monday Night Raw. Out of the corner, she comes with the monkey flip and sends Isla Dawn dead center of the ring. Isla looking up at the lights of the Colonial Life Arena as the Women's Intercontinental Champion is starting to feel it. She's kicking it into a new gear, but can she cross the finish line in this oh-so-important race first? Dropping Isla right at her crown. Could be a good time for a cover. Lyra Valkyria stacking a lot of offense, but I'm not going to question the strategy of the champion. Kept down Liv Morgan, a former WWE Women's Champion who has been sent to SmackDown in the draft. All the way on the WrestleMania Saturday kickoff show earlier this month to become the inaugural Intercontinental Champion. Now out of the corner she comes. And another near fall here. This Intercontinental title bout. You saw Daphne LaShawn fixing up that corner that Alba Fire had exposed. And now again Alba Fire distracting Lyra Valkyria from offense. And Isla Dawn going to take advantage. And oh, well, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Alba Fire getting banished from ringside. Well, good to see we got some proper officials here on Monday Night Raw who know how to take care of business. Alba Fire sticking her nose in this matchup one too many times. She has been tossed, ladies and gentlemen, but Isla Dawn on top. The damage may be done. Alba or not, Dawn may be on the verge of winning the Intercontinental Championship. Crossbody, Lyra Valkyria in trouble. Isla Dawn collapses her to the canvas again. Lyra Valkyria able to survive. That is the heart, that is the fight that has brought Lyra Valkyria to the dance. But here's Isla Dawn with a suicide dive to the outside. We got ourselves a good one here. We're live on Monday Night Raw, and the Women's Intercontinental Championship is on the line. Alba Fire getting tossed by Daphne LaShawn. Isla all on her own. Not that she's a stranger to it, but can she get it done? Lyra Valkyria may be surviving, but she certainly is not thriving, and Dawn is showing she is willing to throw caution in the wind, and she does so again. Lyra's hurt. Lyra's in trouble. We may have, a new Intercontinental Champion before we know it. Going for the Meteora again. The champion sidesteps. Lyra Valkyria now. Forearm. Takes Dawn off her feet. Isla looking to bring a new Dawn to Monday Night Raw, but not if Lyra Valkyria's got anything to say about it. Discus like lariat. You gotta believe that would knock almost anybody out, but obviously tonight with the championship on the line, Isla Dawn gonna push herself that much further. Lyra now off the middle, buckle and a crossbody of her own. The Women's Intercontinental Champion is looking sharp, surviving some of the best that Isla had to offer and some more. But can Valkyria catch up in this matchup? Does she have enough left in the tank? That is the question that is at hand. Isla rolling to the outside, that chair that Alba Fire introduced earlier. Tossed at ringside as well. Here's Lyra Valkyria with a forearm. Off the apron. Little extra emphasis on it. One half of the Unholy Union sent back inside the ring. Here's the champion. Off the top with a leg drop right to the jugular. Lyra could be setting up for a Nightwing here. The mover that brought her the Intercontinental Championship at WrestleMania. But here's Isla Dawn. Trying to put cement in her feet. Trying to ensure that she does not leave the souls of them by hands of Lyra Valkyria. Looking for the suplex that time. Valkyria with the counter. Inside cradle. Pinfall. Lyra catches Isla and retains the Intercontinental Championship.
here is your winner, and still the WWE Women's Intercontinental Champion, Lyra Valkyria.
A resilient effort by the Women's Intercontinental Champion Lyra Valkyria. Odds stacked to get her. Isla Dawn bringing her best, and wait a minute! Alba Fire back down to the ring. Kendo stick to the Intercontinental Champion. Might have been tossed, but the unholy union's getting the last laugh.
It's a new day, yes it is!
And 6 nights away from Backlash. I can't think of a better way to kick things off. Live on Monday Night Raw, with the World Tag Team titles on the line. It was last month that Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods of the New Day were drafted back over here to Monday Night Raw, courtesy of the SmackDown brand. Night 1, they accepted a non-title open challenge from DIY, upset the champions. 2 weeks later, took on Brutus and Julius of the Creed Brothers. Another exhilarating contest that Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods were on the receiving end of victory. In just a matter of weeks, it has become undeniable who the #1 contenders for the World Tag Team Championships are. It's one of the most decorated tag teams in WWE history. Superstars that have held tag team championships across all brands here in the WWE. And tonight, live from the Lone Star State, Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods could be looking to add to that long list of accolades by taking down Gargano and Ciampa and leaving Dallas World Tag Team Champions. They may have kept down DIY last month here on Raw, but when the championships are on the line, that is where DIY has proven they can thrive. A change of heart, a change of attitude. It brought them success last month at WrestleMania, taking down Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn to become World Tag Team Champions. It is their very first defense since that night in Philadelphia. Gargano and Ciampa may have been upset by the surprise of Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods a few weeks ago, but now they come in fully prepared for the challenge at hand. Gargano and Ciampa know what it's like to be in high stakes, high reward, championship matches, to enter those deep waters, to fight in championship rounds. These two men, cardio machines, they are built for war. Will DIY be able to turn away the New Day here tonight on Raw? We are 6 nights away from Backlash, live this Sunday from Lyon, France, 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday night. But the road to Backlash makes a pit stop in the American Airlines Center in Dallas. A monstrous night of action here on Raw, and it all begins with the World Tag Team Championship on the line. Let us send things down to Alicia Taylor to get things started on Raw.
The following contest is a tag team match scheduled for one fall and is for the World Tag Team Championship. Introducing the challengers at a combined weight of 417 pounds, Xavier Woods and Kofi Kingston, the New Day. And their opponents at a combined weight of 400 pounds, the World Tag Team Champions, Tommaso Ciampa and Johnny Gargano, DIY.
Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods, 2-0 since returning to Monday Night Raw. Will their third outing be one of the highest honor? Can they once again keep down Johnny Gargano as well as Tommaso Ciampa and become World Tag Team Champions? That is what we are here to find out. A huge way to kick things off on Monday Night Raw. Of course, later tonight, Gunther, Randy Orton, one-on-one in your main event, but we are underway here in Dallas. The tag team titles are on the line. Xavier Woods hot out of the gate, pushing pedal to the metal against Tommaso Ciampa. We have seen in recent months, Ciampa and Gargano willing to do anything they got to do to gain success. Becoming World Tag Team Champions at WrestleMania, it was a war on the way to doing it. Will they bring that same fire, that same energy to try to keep down the New Day tonight, or do Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods just have the number of DIY? Tag made to Kofi Kingston here as Kofi Kingston awaits and already dazed Tommaso Ciampa to get back to the soles of his boots. Ciampa now heading to the outside by courtesy of a future Hall of Famer and Kofi Kingston, who looks to be measuring his man, scouting his next move. Suicide dive to the outside. We are just about a minute into this contest and already Dallas is on their feet. Kofi sending Ciampa back inside the squared circle here as the New Day looks to become World Tag Team Champions. Into the pinfall, referee Adrian Butler a little bit out of position, but I don't think it would have been a 3 count either way. Kofi Kingston, I think, realizes that as well, but just trying to get into the psyche of DIY, calls them to make a mistake and calls them to lose their grasp on the championship gold. Tag made to Johnny Gargano. Tandem offense by DIY right off the get-go. And now Gargano looks to flip the script for the reigning defending tag team champions in this title bout. Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa fell short just a couple of months ago to Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn in the main event here on Raw, but it was a change of heart, a change in attitude that eventually got them another match with then tag team champions and eventually brought them to the promised land where they sit now at the helm of the tag team division. DIY trying to keep their momentum strong, but Tommaso Ciampa gets sent over the top rope by Kofi Kingston again. DIY may have found success in recent months, but the New Day showed last month live on Raw from Miami that they may just have the best of Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa. And if they do it again tonight, it's going to be disaster for DIY. Leaving the soles of his boots. He's got springs inside of those things. Massive crossbody by Kofi Kingston. Tommaso Ciampa once again sent to enemy territory here as a tag made to Xavier Woods. The New Day doing what they do best, working like a well-oiled machine here in Dallas. Xavier Woods immediately out of the get-go. Wait a minute, hold that thought. Tommaso Ciampa using his agility to try to muscle Xavier Woods down, go for the pinfall. I think same thing can be said that time. Ciampa knew he probably wasn't going to get the victory right there. But saw an opportunity to get momentum back on his side. Shatter Machine by DIY. Tag made to Johnny Gargano, and immediately Xavier Woods figuratively up against the ropes. Shatter Machine, Discus Lariat, Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa proving that they are bringing their best to this defense of the tag team gold. We were about to say moments ago that Xavier Woods immediately out of the get-go charged Tommaso Ciampa, got that initial maneuver. DIY seem to be proving that they can withstand that early storm. And it's in this closing moments here, the offense by Johnny Gargano, that DIY may just have the New Day beat. Oh no, Gargano into the corner, wanted the super kick. Xavier Woods a little bit out of position, however. Gargano realizing that and hustles up to send Woods into enemy territory before things are getting too late. May have hesitated too long, gave Xavier Woods way too much time to recoup with a discus forearm. Xavier Woods now with Gargano looking up at the lights of the American Airlines Center. Just when you think the New Day are down and out. Well, there's a reversal by Gargano. Both these teams jockeying for position here. Xavier Woods gonna split the difference and face plants Gargano just as he did to Ciampa after the opening bell. Woods climbing the ropes here, delivers a powerful axe hammer on Gargano. And Johnny Gargano realizing that a tag needed to be made. Ciampa comes in only to get dropped by Xavier Woods. DIY, the New Day, the World Tag Team Championships are on the line. It was just a few weeks ago, Kofi and Woods knocked off Ciampa and Gargano, but this time is where it matters most. Pushing the pedal here. Woods off the apron, I should say off the middle rope. Both men with elbow drops to the heart of Tommaso Ciampa. And now over the top rope goes the Blackheart again. Kofi Kingston once more finds himself in a position, measuring his man. Over the top rope he goes! Tommaso Ciampa in the drop zone. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Aerial offense by Kofi. Added a little salt to that wound with a leg drop from the heavens. And that may have been all she wrote if Johnny Gargano wasn't still alive. Oh, look at Kofi here. Right into position for the boom drop. Another cover by Kofi. And a kick out by Ciampa. Kofi Kingston bringing his best. Tommaso Ciampa, no answer at the given moment. Tag made to Woods. Oh, look at the power of Xavier as he measures Tommaso Ciampa right onto those knees. Taking the wind out of Ciampa's sails and probably out of his lungs as well, but Ciampa again able to survive. And the New Day putting their best foot forward here, but will it be enough? Will they be able to take down Ciampa and Gargano to win the World Tag Team titles here tonight on Raw? Tommaso Ciampa, last-ditch effort, sense of urgency, felt it off that knee, tag made of the fresh. Johnny Gargano as he delivers a kick right on the jaw. Maybe some tandem offense once again by the World Tag Team Champions. Anything they got to do to get some sustained momentum in this tag team title bout. Ciampa off the running knee. Wait a minute here. Boots on the ropes by Ciampa. DIY getting desperate, but Xavier Woods able to kick out. Death Valley driver position. Xavier Woods delivers a couple of elbows. Kick by Woods. He's got some steam and he delivers a enziguri to the back of the neck. Just when you think DIY are about to regain control, nothing seemingly can stop the New Day here tonight. Tommaso Ciampa on spaghetti legs once more. Xavier Woods has got him trapped into the corner. Tag made to Kofi Kingston. This is the maneuver that brought them victory last month in Miami. Kofi Kingston off the top. Boots right to the neck. Cover. Once again, Gargano breaking things up, and you gotta believe this one would have been over. Oof. On the verge of new tag team champions that time. Gargano ensuring it wouldn't be the case. Now Ciampa, Project Ciampa to Kofi. And Kofi Kingston able to survive. Dallas on their feet for this incredible tag team title matchup live on Monday Night Raw. Tag made to Johnny Gargano, who was momentarily knocked off the apron by Kofi Kingston. Kofi obviously fed up with the outside interference. Kofi trying to create some distance. Gargano looking to close the gap. However, Kofi might have just goaded him in that time. Kofi Kingston delivered a kick of his own. Gargano but had his eggs scrambled off the delivery. Johnny wrestling the whole shebang, sent back inside the ring. Here's Kofi Kingston in hot pursuit. Gargano gonna jump first. Tag made to Ciampa. Kofi In the opposite corner of where he so desires, getting trapped in the tandem offense by DIY. Float over into the bridge. Just when you think Kofi was about to turn the tables, and now Ciampa pulls the rug out from underneath Kofi into the pinfall. Kofi gonna reverse it into a pinfall of his own. This one's not over yet. Trouble in paradise! Trouble in paradise by Kofi! But Johnny Gargano continuing to be an X Factor. Kofi's had enough. There's multiple times in this matchup where this thing might have been over, where the tag team titles might have changed hands if it weren't for Johnny Gargano. Kofi had his back turned one too many seconds long, and Tommaso Ciampa gonna make him pay for it. And what a contest here tonight. Live on Monday Night Raw, 6 nights before we head to Lyon, France for the 2025 Backlash, the first PLE of the season. Oh, now Ciampa looks to be a cloverleaf of sorts. Kofi Kingston not in it too long. Xavier Woods gonna give DIY a taste of their own medicine. Kofi Kingston looking worse for wear. Obvious fatigue starting to set in this contest. Xavier Woods even dazed. He's not even the legal competitor at the given moment. Tommaso Ciampa continuing to focus on Kofi. Sending Kingston into the corner. Wait a minute. But it turns his attention to Xavier Woods. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Xavier Woods is not the legal competitor, but DIY with a meet in the middle to Xavier Woods. However, Gargano's legal. Kofi, stack it up. And Tommaso Ciampa's right there. DIY trying to eliminate Xavier Woods from this matchup. He's out cold in the middle of the ring. Johnny Gargano, Kofi Kingston, your current legal competitors. Xavier Woods again being attacked by DIY, now set over the top rope. Kofi nearly stole the victory that time as Gargano and Ciampa were focusing on Woods. Unfortunately, 3 count nowhere to be found. And Kofi Kingston, hold on here, Gargano going for the springboard. Nobody home. Kofi made the tag to Woods. But as Xavier Woods got his medal at the given moment, he was just met with that meet in the middle a few moments ago. Cross spotted to the outside. A misstep by Gargano may end up costing DIY the tag team titles. Woods now on top. Delivers a leg drop of his own directly into the pinfall. Another near fall here in Dallas. We have got a barn burner kicking things off here on Monday Night Raw for the World Tag Team Championship. Gargano shoving Xavier Woods off. Woods once again sent enemy territory. Was already met with the meet in the middle a few moments ago. Hold on here. It could be a dose. Xavier Woods collapsed off the DIY. And this one's over. Gargano and Ciampa gonna retain the titles.
Here are your winners, and still the World Tag Team Champions, Tommaso Ciampa and Johnny Gargano.
But it is main event time from Paris, France. It is sold out Adidas Arena. A man who knows Bron Breakker and the WWE Championship very well, the Second City Saint, CM Punk, is live and in living color. CM Punk's issue with Imperium has continued to develop. Tonight, he's one-on-one with Ludwig Kaiser.
The following contest is scheduled for 1 fall. Making his way to the ring from Chicago, Illinois. Weighing in at 218 pounds. CM Punk.
On the final Raw before WrestleMania, CM Punk saved John Cena from an attack from Gunther. Gunther felt embarrassed on that night as he was knocked out of the ring by CM Punk. He confronted the Second City Saint a few weeks later after Imperium was drafted to Monday Night Raw. Punk once again knocking Gunther out of the squared circle, only to be ambushed by Ludwig Kaiser. CM Punk, alongside Randy Orton, who has his own bone to pick with Gunther, took on Imperium in a tag team matchup the following week. It was a huge victory as Orton pinned Kaiser's shoulder to the canvas off the RKO. But the issues only continue to develop. Gunther attacking CM Punk in the parking lot. CM Punk costing Ludwig Kaiser an opportunity at the Intercontinental Championship. The brawl breaking out following the matchup. Of course, last week we saw Gunther and Randy Orton go to a no contest, the double count out at ringside. Gunther leaving Randy Orton laid out off the powerbomb. A lot of unfinished business between all these superstars. Ludwig Kaiser, European elegance himself. We're gonna put this CM Punk issue to bed once and for all and get a little retribution after Punk cost him that opportunity at the Intercontinental Championship.
Imperium from Hamburg, Germany, weighing in at 220 pounds, Ludwig Kaiser.
Ludwig Kaiser continuously finds himself in main event matches against top-level superstars. Already throughout 2025, whether it's been on Raw or SmackDown, he's been in the ring with the Apex Predator Randy Orton, the franchise John Cena, the prize fighter Kevin Owens just a few weeks ago, and now tonight, one-on-one with the best in the world, CM Punk. What Ludwig Kaiser's got to do is he's got to start getting the victories where it matters most. Had a huge victory in that triple threat against The Miz and Sami Zayn, which punched his ticket to meet Kevin Owens several weeks ago. But again, an Intercontinental Championship opportunity going by the wayside thanks to one man and one man only. That's CM Punk. Well, Ludwig Kaiser now set to go one-on-one with Punk here tonight. I'm sure Punk has not forgotten about being ambushed by Kaiser and certainly is looking at Kaiser as a stepping stone to get to the ring general Gunther. Seems as if Punk wants to get his hands on Gunther. Gunther wants to get his hands on Punk. And meanwhile, Randy Orton's an X-Factor who's been wanting to get his hands on Gunther. And especially after last week, a score is to be settled there. And nevertheless, we are live. It is your main event here at Adidas Arena in Paris, France. 24 hours removed from Backlash. CM Punk one-on-one with Kaiser right here on Monday Night Raw. Punk gonna let Kaiser have it off the opening bell, coming out guns a-blazing, sending the European elegance over the outside. Punk, eyes locked, measuring his man. Suicide dive to the outside by Punk. No waste in motion, no hesitation. CM Punk has made the trip to France tonight to settle the score. Kaiser sent back inside the ring, not by will, but by force of the best in the world. CM Punk, however, gets caught with the kick that time. Ludwig Kaiser can be rough and tough inside of that ring, and an upset over CM Punk tonight can certainly do wonders for his career here on Monday Night Raw. Taking CM Punk off his feet with that kick, and now unloading with the close fist is Kaiser himself. I'm sure the ring general Gunther in the backstage area somewhere watching this contest, hoping Kaiser finishes CM Punk once and for all tonight. Gunther's won nothing more, whether it's over on SmackDown or ever since being drafted to Monday Night Raw. Gunther has won nothing more than to get back to the main event and start challenging for then the World Championship, I'm sure now the WWE Championship. Gunther continuously finding himself engulfed in battle with other top stars, whether it was John Cena in the lead up to WrestleMania, now CM Punk, Randy Orton, they're both gunning for the ring general. Gunther, I'm sure, just looks at both men as distractions. Ludwig Kaiser looking to eliminate at least one of those distractions here tonight. Defeat for CM Punk tonight can certainly move him down a pedestal here on Monday Night Raw and only be a catalyst for success for Kaiser as he continues to bring the fight to the outside. Kaiser has shown a ton of promise. A couple of times last year, nearly won the United States Championship over on SmackDown. Has failed to win singles championship gold. And again, not to sound like a broken record, that victory over CM Punk could do wonders for Kaiser and maybe even allow him to be rewarded championship opportunities here in the Red Brand. CM Punk not looking to allow it, sends Kaiser off, comes back into the neck breaker. Punk going for the cover here, and I think CM Punk knew he wasn't going to get the victory off that neck breaker. Trying to slow down Kaiser and really use that pinfall as a moment to regroup. Into the corner with the knee. Levels him with the clothesline. CM Punk bringing some of his signature offense to the squared circle here tonight on Monday Night Raw. CM Punk once again dictating where Kaiser's positioning will be in this ring, whether it's into the ropes or into the corner. Punk looking to wrestle his style of matchup here in Paris, France. An action-packed night as it always is. A lot of action on hand. Come next week on Monday Night Raw. CM Punk now into the float over into the bridge. Only 2 count that time. Next week on Monday Night Raw, we're heading back to the States, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Tag team title #1 contenders tournament going to kick off. Waller, Oba, Femi, no disqualifications. Bron Breakker returns to the Red Brand, and so much more as CM Punk comes sailing into the ring. Don't think he got all of it, but got enough to knock Kaiser off his feet, and that is what's most important. Kaiser looking up at the lights of the Adidas Arena. CM Punk looking to do so emphatically here tonight, get the 3 count and move one step closer to getting his hands on the ring general. Punk now into the cover off another neck breaker to Kaiser, but again only a 2 count. Ludwig Kaiser continuing to survive here into a main event clash. Kaiser creating a little bit of separation, closed fist right to the abdominal. Not the maneuver that's going to knock Punk out, but enough to knock the wind out of him momentarily and now allow Kaiser to hit that rolling Death Valley driver maneuver. Enough to get Kaiser back into the driver's seat, that is for sure. Couple of elbows right to the back of CM Punk as Kaiser once again has got CM Punk exactly where he wants him, starting to let loose with those kicks and a forearm right to the jawline. It's been a solid wrestling performance on both sides of the bell thus far. Who is going to cross the finish line first? Oh no, Punk could be going for a ride off the air raid crash. Dead center of the ring. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. CM Punk pops the shoulder off the canvas. Kaiser might have thought he had it, and you see some frustration in the body language. He just looks like he's choking CM Punk. Referee better watch that. Kaiser wants the elbow, nobody home on the delivery. Punk gave a sidestep, float over, utilizing that neck breaker again. Kaiser now crawling away into the corner. Punk able to take him down, floats over again. CM Punk heading up top, somewhere he's extremely comfortable to a grounded Ludwig Kaiser. Kaiser starting to get to his feet, realizes Punk's on top. Kaiser with the snatch out of midair. And muscles Punk down. What a reversal by the European elegance that is Ludwig Kaiser. CM Punk starting to mount some offense. Kaiser saying, "Nuh-uh, not today." A German suplex folds CM Punk up. CM Punk thought he was about to have this matchup exactly where he wanted it, but Ludwig Kaiser is bringing his A-game here, and CM Punk, dare I say, has no answer. This is a man who has befriended the ring general Gunther for years upon years. Those two men work together, they train together. What Gunther brings to the squared circle, Ludwig Kaiser's not far behind. Kaiser just needs to start finding the success to have something to show for it. And tonight could be the start of it all. A victory over CM Punk could absolutely do wonders for this young man, as CM Punk taken to the outside, Kaiser in hot pursuit. Drop the hammer, and CM Punk with a well-timed reversal. And sending Kaiser right to the barrier. It's been a great wrestling match, but if CM Punk has got to break things down into a brawl, best believe he'll do it. Ludwig Kaiser rushing leg sweep right into the barrier. And now it's CM Punk who gets the axe hammer. Punk got all of that shot that time. Kaiser going down to the floor of Adidas Arena again. Punk sending him back into the fold. CM Punk scaling on top. This did not work out for him a few minutes ago. Punk gonna roll the dice and he got exactly what he wanted. Axe hammer right to the dome. And now Punk going to the opposite corner. Wheels are a-spinning. Punk's on top. Macho Man elbow right to the heart. And this matchup gonna progress. Ludwig Kaiser hanging in there with one of the best in the world. And Punk thought he had it after two high-risk, high-reward maneuvers that paid him dividends, but Ludwig Kaiser still in this matchup. Another reversal by Kaiser. Now, dropping CM Punk down, maybe for good. Kaiser gonna upset the Second City Saint, not just yet. What a matchup here on Monday Night Raw. There's capacity crowd here in Paris, France, on their feet for Kaiser and Punk, tearing the house down of Adidas Arenas. CM Punk looking like he's been put through the ringer of Imperium. Kaiser remembers getting RKO'd in that tag team matchup a couple of weeks ago. He certainly isn't looking to be put to sleep by Punk as well as he knocks Punk off his feet with the uppercut. Kaiser starting to roll. Oh, there's a kick by Punk. As soon as you call it out, there's the reversal by the Second City Saint. Ludwig Kaiser now crawling to the corner, trying to get his bearings back. CM Punk, who's made a career built off grit and glory, scratching and clawing for every opportunity. He's scratching and crawling, trying to get a victory here tonight. Frankensteiner off the top. And Kaiser, the prime target, on the shoulders. Punk going for a little GTS. Go to sleep to Kaiser. Victory for the best in the world.
Here is your winner,
CM Punk, after a grueling, back-and-forth, exhilarating battle with European elegance himself, Ludwig Kaiser. Punk able to overcome a tough challenge, put to sleep Kaiser tonight, and I am sure Punk's got his eyes on the ring general Gunther. Well, what a night it has been here on Monday Night Raw. What a weekend it's been here in France as CM Punk keeps down Ludwig Kaiser to cap it all off. And, oh, wait a minute. Speaking of the devil, Gunther's in the ring behind CM Punk. Punk's got no idea as he gets ragdolled right to the buckles. Well, Gunther dropped CM Punk in the parking lot a couple of weeks ago, and now is looking to do the same in between the ropes. Punk's already been through the ringer thanks to Imperium's Kaiser, and now Gunther looking to pick the bones of the Second City Saint. And just ragdoll CM Punk over the top. And Gunther's certainly proud of his efforts. And hold on here, an equalizer. Randy Orton to the ring. RKO to Gunther. And I don't think the Viper's done. A second RKO for those two power bombs that Gunther delivered to Orton last week. Punk's got an issue with Gunther. Orton's got an issue with Gunther. Gunther wants to eliminate both of these men. The situation continues to develop. It has been an incredible weekend here in France. Next week, we're back in the States for Monday Night Raw. But the story here is Randy Orton leaving the ring general laying with not one, but two of the most dangerous letters in all of sports entertainment. The RKO. Now you gotta to sleep in it. You might have just pissed off Obafemi, and now there's no rules or restrictions holding him back from tearing you apart.
The following contest is a Count Anywhere match. Making his way to the ring from Sydney, Australia, weighing in at 206 pounds, Grayson Waller.
Well, Grayson Waller had some great success over on SmackDown for about the 2 years that he spent on that brand. Former WWE Tag Team Champion with Austin Theory, his ex-tag team partner, Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic winners as well. Was drafted on Monday Night Raw 2 months ago and has really yet to find some success, but he certainly has found an enemy. Grayson Waller has only painted a target on his back, and this man, the ruler, Obafemi, is looking to hit that bullseye in no disqualifications.
And his opponent from Lagos, Nigeria, weighing in at 273 pounds,
Obafemi 3-0 since his Monday Night Raw debut. One of those victories coming over his opponent tonight, the Aussie icon Grayson Waller. Obafemi now approaches the squared circle, hoping to go 2 for 2, and Grayson Waller again. Well, Grayson Waller repeating history, ambushing Obafemi before the bell. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, there you hear the bell. This is no disqualifications. This is legal for the Aussie icon. Waller trying to get the jump on the ruler, just as he has a couple of times now. Well, Grayson Waller heard the hype about Obafemi, and he found out firsthand just what the ruler's all about. So what is Waller trying to do? Trying to take away that spotlight from the newcomer. He might have just pissed off Obafemi, as Femi now with a big-time Uranagi right into the barricade. And they just don't build guys like Obafemi every day. Built like a tank, agile, strong, destructive. This man is going to be a force to be reckoned with on Monday Night Raw. And that's all the reason why Grayson Waller is trying to take him out before he can even get going. Certainly a victory tonight for Waller, returned some heads, just as Obafemi has in recent months. Obafemi all over Grayson Waller, turning the tables at ringside. Waller might have got the jump, but I don't really think it's working out for him at the given moment. I don't think Obafemi really needs the no count out, no disqualification factor to cause destruction inside of that ring, as he is tearing through Grayson Waller in between the ropes at the given moment. Obafemi arriving on the scene back in March. Grayson Waller just one of the casualties so far. Although Obafemi, the ruler, has his way, he's going to go 2 for 2. Grayson Waller knew what he was doing, getting the attention of Obafemi. Although he said he's got to be careful with his actions, you got to believe Waller has a foolproof plan. They're trying to put Obafemi through the canvas tonight and ensure that the spotlight is only on the Grayson, or I should say on the Aussie icon. Obafemi set over the top rope by Grayson Waller. And now set to the barricade again. Now Waller looking underneath the ring. Got that trash can lid and just chucks it right at Femi. We said Oba may not need to rely on the no count out, no disqualification stipulation in this matchup, but it certainly may benefit Grayson Waller if he's going to have his best chance at defeating Femi here in Albuquerque tonight. Femi just forcefully taking that lid out of the hands of Waller, and Grayson eats the steal. On spaghetti legs, and I think Waller just got out of dodge. And out from behind, oh my goodness, it was like an elevated stomp. Obafemi down on the canvas. This one nearly over. The matchup going to progress, however. Hell of a counter. Striking while the iron's hot by the Aussie icon here, who once again takes Obafemi over the top rope. Waller trying to use his surroundings, trying to use weapons to his advantage in this matchup to keep down the big man. Waller once again looking underneath the ring, trying to find what he brought. He's got a trash can now. Obafemi dodges it. Waller right into the LED post. As if Obafemi needs a weapon. Oh my God! Grayson Waller may be seeing stars, and now Obafemi's got a table. I wonder which one of these men stopped off at Home Depot on their way to the pit tonight. Obafemi slided that table in the ring for later use. And now he's got his eyes on the Aussie icon, Grayson Waller, once again. Waller wants to try to find some success here on Monday Night Raw. He's got to get going here. Wait a minute, Obafemi, trash can. Oh my goodness, again. Face first goes Waller. Trash can's looking mangled. Obafemi now back underneath the ring. He's got a kendo stick. Remember, it was Waller 2 weeks ago over in Paris, France, laid out Obafemi with that kendo stick. Obviously, the ruler has not forgotten Grayson Waller. Trying to avoid disaster here. Already has to feel, we should say. He's gotten hit like a ton of bricks. Obafemi smashed that trash can off his head, not once but twice. And now Waller with that kendo stick all over Obafemi inside of the ring. A repeat of last time out here on Monday Night Raw. Oh! Nothing fancy about it. Waller trying to rely on the tactics of this matchup to try to score the victory over the upstart Obafemi. Shattering that kendo stick right on the abdominal and right on the flesh. Out of the corner. Grayson Waller's looking sharp. Blockbuster, unprettier, maybe on the verge of an upset here. Oh man, how close was that? How close was that? Grayson Waller nearly keeping Obafemi down. Oba still alive. Wait a minute, able to snatch that trash can lid once again out of the grasp of Waller. Obafemi just surviving that broken kendo stick over his flesh. The blockbuster. Unprettier now delivers a backbreaker to Waller. Femi is fired up here in Albuquerque. Obafemi's wheels are a-spinning. Grayson Waller looking up at the lights of the pit arena, at least for a moment. Oba's got his eyes on that table he slid in the ring a few moments ago. If Femi has his way, disaster may be afoot for Grayson Waller. Waller now being ragdolled by the ruler up against the table. Fall from Grace through the table. Thanks for coming, Waller. The ruler wins again.
Here is your winner, Obafemi.
I think Grayson Waller's gonna stop picking a fight with Obafemi after that. A brutal fall from Grace right through the wood. Waller's gonna be picking splinters out of his back all night.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the WWE Intercontinental Championship.
But it is main event time here on Monday Night Raw. The Intercontinental Championship up for grabs in the middle of Slammy Arena in Fresno, California. Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens have had a bloodline problem over the last few months, but what better way to stick it to that unit than taking away the Intercontinental Championship here tonight? Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa taking Sami and Kevin's spot in that #1 contenders tournament for the World Tag Team Championship several weeks ago. Kevin Owens outnumbered by Solo and Jacob Fatu at Backlash in April in his attempt to win the Intercontinental title. Jacob Fatu has left both of these men laying, but Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens finally giving the Bloodline a crack in their armor when they met in that massive tag team matchup a couple of weeks ago, and Sami Zayn pinned the shoulders of the Bloodline's enforcer, the Samoan werewolf Jacob Fatu. Undeniable, after those events, who was going to be next in line for Solo Sikoa's gold, and you're looking at him, the #1 contender and a former Intercontinental Champion in his own right, Sami Zayn. A tall task, but nothing Sami Zayn is unfamiliar with. And I'll tell you what, Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, very used to dealing with numbers games, but that doesn't mean they necessarily welcome it. Solo Sikoa walks down the ring tonight as a leader with his army behind him. Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, Jacob Fatu, all in support of the Street Champ, the reigning, defending Intercontinental Champion, and dare I say, the most dangerous version of Solo Sikoa we have ever seen. Solo winning that championship in a Philadelphia street fight against Big Bronson Reed back in WrestleMania. He has since retained the gold in a rematch against Reed. He defeated Kevin Owens at Backlash, and now he puts the gold on the line once more. Sami Zayn pinning Jacob Fatu in that tag team matchup, yes, one that Solo Sikoa was involved in. But when that title's on the line, when the numbers are in the Bloodline's corner, and when Solo Sikoa is the one you are dealing with, Sami Zayn is in for war tonight in the middle of Fresno. That is a scary looking four-man unit. Solo Sikoa wears that championship proudly. He was in search, in hunt of that championship gold for months here on Monday Night Raw. And you best believe he is not gonna let it go without a fight. Sami Zayn may have Kevin Owens in his corner, but the number's still in the Bloodline's favor. But it is one-on-one. Sami Zayn, Solo Sikoa, the Intercontinental Championship is on the line. Let us send things down to Alicia Taylor.
Introducing the challenger from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, weighing in at 212 pounds, Sami Zayn! And his opponent from Las Vegas, Nevada, weighing in at 250 pounds. The WWE Intercontinental Champion, Solo Sikoa!
Almost a death-like stare out of Solo Sikoa over to Sami Zayn as he hands over the Intercontinental Championship to referee Rod Zapata, and Sami Zayn takes a gaze into the gold. He has held that very championship before. This time last year, he was the Intercontinental Champion here on Raw. But how much has changed in the last 12 months for these two men alone? It is main event time here in Fresno. The bell has sounded and the Intercontinental Championship is on the line. Sami Zayn's gonna have to do his best to keep an eye on the Tongans and Jacob Fatu at ringside. Kevin Owens backing Sami Zayn tonight. But still, the numbers in the Bloodline's favor. Sami Zayn throwing some strikes with Solo in the early going. I don't know if that's wise when you're up against the Street Champ, but Sami Zayn, the underdog from the underground, has made a career of being in situations like this. Solo just knocking him down to size with one uppercut. I am sure Solo Sikoa would love to meticulously pick apart Sami Zayn right in front of his best friend Kevin Owens and make a loud and proud statement on his way to victory. Solo Sikoa has really reshaped the image, reshaped the foundation of the bloodline in recent months. One bloodline that was torn apart by the Judgment Day last summer and into the fall. Usos, of course, reside over on Thursday Night SmackDown. Solo Sikoa, the other brother, all alone here on Monday Night Raw for a couple of months. That wasn't until he started calling upon some other wild Samoans, some of the most dangerous we've ever met, in Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, and of course the Samoan werewolf Jacob Fatu. Sami Zayn does not give a damn, however, who opposes him. He wants the Intercontinental Championship just as bad as he wants to continue to put cracks in the Bloodline's armor. Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens have been stepping stones for this unit in recent months. Well, they have had about enough of it, we should say. Sami with Solo in the corner, just starting to unload here in your Monday Night Raw main event with fists, with strikes, and now a running boot right to the jawline of Solo. Sami now, middle rope. Solo Sikoa may be dazed and confused in the early moments. Springboard and a crossbody. Sami now trying to win the Intercontinental Championship in the early moments. Gonna take a lot more to keep Solo Sikoa down. And I think Sami Zayn knows that. Just trying to mess with the psyche of the Street Champ. Solo gets desperate. He may just make a mistake. And if Solo makes a mistake, Sami Zayn might be leaving Fresno the new Intercontinental Champion. Sami Zayn may need to wrestle the match of his life tonight against, again, what we believe is the most dangerous version of Solo Sikoa this industry has ever seen. Sami Zayn has just got to wrestle his style of matchup and not allow Solo to dictate the pace, or this is exactly what's going to happen. Pop up, Samoan drop Sami Zayn. Still in this matchup with Solo Sikoa firmly in the driver's seat. Solo's best case scenario is to slow down Sami Zayn, take this audience out of it, take the wind out of the sails of the challenger, and wrestle his style of matchup, which may be grounding and pounding the challenger. Slow down Sami Zayn, not allow him to rev up the engines, fly around this ring. That's going to be Solo's best case scenario to retaining his Intercontinental Championship tonight. Of course, if that doesn't work, he's got 3 insurance policies looming at ringside. Solo seems pretty confident at the moment, taking his time with the offense. One maneuver after another, not rushing into anything as he now whips Sami Zayn off into the ropes. A powerful elbow just takes Zayn off his feet. Saw Solo Sikoa slowly just become unglued, really frustrated with how the Judgment Day dominated the Bloodline last summer and into the fall. A couple of failed attempts at winning the Intercontinental Championship last year really led to Solo Sikoa just snapping, becoming so dangerous and dominant. Remember the attack on Bronson Reed at the top of this year when he dove off the top rope and sent the big man through the announce table. Really was the beginning of Solo's route to winning the Intercontinental Championship at WrestleMania. Solo's only continued to get more aggressive ever since. But Sami Zayn does not give a damn how much we want to tout the accolades or the aggression of Solo Sikoa. He came to Fresno tonight to leave with very familiar gold. Off the exploder, now has Solo on the top rope and a shot that sends Solo to the outside right in front of his Bloodline brethren. The champion on the outside. Sami gonna meet him there with a suicide dive to the outside. So Sami better watch his back. He's in Bloodline territory, and Jacob Fatu now. Obviously not gonna put his hands on Solo. Doesn't want to risk getting thrown out of here, but gonna distract Sami Zayn and allow Solo to send him right into the post. Just when you think Sami Zayn, the challenger, had this matchup in the palm of his hands, there's Jacob Fatu giving a little bit of an assist to Solo Sikoa. just as he did at Backlash in April in Lyon, France, helping Solo defeat Kevin Owens and retain the Intercontinental Championship on that night. Sami Zayn now muscled down the sides once more. Solo, spinning Solo on Sami. But Sami Zayn's still alive, ever enthusiastic. Kick out that time. Solo Sikoa thought he had this matchup put away. And some great action tonight here on Monday Night Raw. In the midst of the King and Queen of the Ring tournaments, championship opportunities, and now the title, the Intercontinental title at that, headlining tonight's affairs. Sami Zayn might have survived that time, but he's far from thriving. Solo Sikoa continuing to mount the offense and pick Sami Zayn apart. It was a long and grueling tag team matchup that Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens were able to find a way to come out on top when they met Solo and Jacob Fatu a number of weeks ago. Whole different story here as it is one-on-one and the Intercontinental Championship is on the line. Now again, Solo just forcefully sending Zayn into the buckles and allowing the body to collapse. Solo's just enjoying this right now. Well, there's Sami Zayn. Emphatic shot right to the abdominal. The clothesline takes Solo down, and now Zayn stomping away. Sami Zayn might have a last-ditch effort here. Maybe the spinning Solo and all the offense since is not going to be enough. Solo, once again, hoisted on top. Zayn's got something else in mind, however. Gonna forcefully bring Solo down with a superplex. Fresno on their feet. Sami Zayn, however, unfortunately unable to capitalize because once again the bloodline waving and screaming like a bunch of children trying to distract Sami Zayn. Solo trying to come from behind. Zayn expected it. Blue Thunder Bomb. Not over yet. Not over yet. Dead center of the ring, goes for the pinfall off the exclamation point, but unfortunately Solo Sikoa able to survive the Blue Thunder. Zayn one step closer to winning the Intercontinental Championship here tonight, a title he has held in years past. Solo Sikoa sent to the outside. Zayn in hot pursuit. Down he goes off the high-risk maneuver. You know, it was last July that the numbers game of the Judgment Day outnumbered Sami Zayn and cost him the Intercontinental Championship. Well, Sami Zayn's not trying to repeat history, this time with the bloodline. Swanton bomb, but Solo got out of the way. Just when you think that the tables had turned in this match, Solo says otherwise. Now Solo perched on top. Headbutt right to the heart. And Solo Sikoa is just growing to be a different kind of beast. Sami Zayn stops Solo dead in his tracks. He's got some gas left in that tank. Series of strikes takes the Intercontinental Champion off his feet again. And speaking of the word again, the bloodline once again trying to distract Sami Zayn. Meanwhile, Solo's in the corner right now, or at least he was, prime target for a haluva kick. But Sami Zayn gets chopped down the sides. This is ridiculous. Referee Rod Zapata's got to step in and get the bloodline the hell away from ringside. They shouldn't even been welcomed in the first place. Sami Zayn continuing to find windows, and the bloodline's just slamming them shut. Solo now whips Sami Zayn off into the corner once more. Getting into some deep water, some championship rounds here in Fresno. Solo now set to the corner off the reversal. Sami Zayn could be wheeling up for a haluva kick. Zayn, you can't allow Tonga Loa or whoever the hell is the one waving and screaming at ringside to distract you. You had Solo in the spot, in the target. You just had to hit it. Oh, Sami Zayn again. going after Sikoa, sends him into the corner. Haluva kick to Solo Sikoa to win the Intercontinental title in the face of the Bloodline. No! Solo Sikoa within inches of losing his grasp on the gold. 2.9, you can't get any closer than that. Solo Sikoa now sent to the outside, and Sami Zayn with a crossbody. Oh, and Zayn taking a shot at Jacob Fatu as well. Zayn, you don't want to fight this battle right here and now. Just focus on Solo. And while the Bloodline try to go after Sami Zayn surveying the scene. Sami, you gotta focus on Solo right now. Tonga Loa to get the hell out of the ring. Jacob Fatu's trying to swipe at Zayn. Zayn's had enough of crossbody on Tama Tonga. Fatu trying to go after Zayn. Zayn fighting the Samoan werewolf. Zayn's fighting 4 different battles at the damn moment. Referee Ron Zapata should be doing something about this instead of letting Sami Zayn walk right into disaster. Nothing Kevin Owens can do. He gets involved. He's risking Sami Zayn getting disqualified and losing his shot at the Intercontinental Championship. It's as simple as that. Zayn set over the top rope, and at this point, Solo may be satisfied with a count-out victory. Zayn back inside the ring, however, goes right at Solo Sikoa again. He's got Solo looking up at the lights. Zayn on top. Swanton bomb to the Intercontinental Champion. He's not done. He's going to the top again. Making a dose. And I think Zayn is going for the hat trick. Third Swanton, no. Solo Sikoa moved out of the way. And now Solo, Samoan spike. Into the cover, academic from here. Solo Sikoa retains the championship.
Here is your winner, still the WWE Intercontinental Champion, Solo Sikoa.
Sami Zayn fighting an undeniable uphill battle that no man can survive. Throwing haymakers with Jacob Fatu, trying to turn away the Tongans, all to walk right into the waiting arms of Solo Sikoa, who one way or another is leaving Fresno still your Intercontinental Champion. Well, we like it or not, Solo Sikoa has carved out a new piece of history for the Bloodline in recent months. He has reshaped the image of this group, rebuilt the foundation, and he sits at the helm. Solo Sikoa more dominant than ever. Another successful championship retention tonight. Live on Monday Night Raw from Fresno, Solo is leaving still the Intercontinental Champion. Her eyes now shift to the Queen of the Ring semi-final as she looks to contest this woman, the former and inaugural Women's Intercontinental Champion, Lyra Valkyria, defeating Tiffany Stratton last week here on Raw. Can she punch her ticket to Seattle?
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making her way to the ring from Dublin, Ireland, Lyra Valkyria.
Well, Lyra Valkyria joined Monday Night Raw last September. She's a former NXT Women's Champion as she has taken the red brand by storm, winning the Intercontinental Championship, becoming its inaugural holder back at WrestleMania. And although the championship no longer around her waist, opportunity is on the mind of Lyra. A victory tonight punches her ticket to Seattle on Sunday. The Queen of the Ring hangs in the balance. A World Championship match at SummerSlam hangs in the balance. Opportunity at the highest here for both Lyra Valkyria and her opposer. La Primera, Stephanie Vaquer, debuted only 2 weeks ago and is already making noise here on Monday Night Raw.
And her opponent from San Fernando, Chile, Stephanie Vaquer.
Let us take a closer look at the Queen of the Ring tournament thus far. Stephanie Vaquer 2 weeks ago debuting and was victorious against a former women's champion in Cora Jade. Lyra Valkyria contesting Tiffany Stratton last week on Raw. This Thursday night on SmackDown, former women's champion and Judgment Day representative Liv Morgan will take on one of SmackDown's newest comers in the Beautiful Madness, Julia. That is the semifinal contest on the SmackDown side of the bracket. The winner of that match will meet the winner of this contest live this Sunday in the middle of T-Mobile Park. An exciting King of the Ring semifinal matchup moments ago. Damian Priest gonna move on to the King of the Ring finals on Sunday. Now we shift our focus to the women. Who's heading to the Queen of the Ring finals in Seattle? Bell has sounded. We are underway. Lyra Valkyria one-on-one with Stephanie Vaquer. Two incredible talents here on Monday Night Raw. Who is going to outdo the other? Vaquer looking for the early victory. Wait a minute here. Lyra Valkyria looking to give it right back to La Primera. Another one count this time. Both these women are going to mess with the other's psyche in the early moments here. Lyra now just trying to light up La Primera in the early moments. The former Intercontinental Champion hell-bent on getting back on track after losing that gold in Glasgow, Scotland at Clash at the Castle. Stephanie Vaquer, although turning away the former women's champion in Cora Jade 2 weeks ago, has already started to make some enemies here on Monday Night Raw. And although I would not call Lyra Valkyria an enemy in the grand scheme here on Monday nights, tonight, Lyra Valkyria opposes Stephanie Vaquer, and I'm sure is hell-bent on doing anything she's got to do to punch her ticket to the finals on Sunday. There's Vaquer with a couple of boot scrapes in the corner. Stephanie Vaquer was met with an ambush by Roxanne Perez after her first-round victory in the Queen of the Ring tournament. Rhea Ripley came to her aid moments prior. Vaquer returning the favor last week on Monday Night Raw, but Stephanie Vaquer has got to focus on her own matters here. So it's not going to be an easy task trying to contest Lyra Valkyria. A woman all the way from Chile, former CMLL champion. Stephanie Vaquer, the first and only double women's champion in NXT history, was on that brand for less than a year before getting the call to join Monday Night Raw. And boy, has she ever asserted herself over the last couple of weeks. Just imagine if Vaquer could already move to the finals of the Queen of the Ring tournament and make her PLE debut on Sunday in just a matter of weeks. Off the drop kick out of the corner, Lyra Valkyria is still alive. But a great effort by Vaquer nonetheless. Enziguri by Valkyria. It's been back and forth over the last 2-3 minutes or so since the bell has sounded. Two incredible talents looking to leave everything in that ring tonight. Moonsault by Lyra. Another near fall. They are starting to stack up early on here in Los Angeles. Lyra Valkyria now DDT on Vaquer and back into the pinfall. Valkyria hell-bent on victory, but Stephanie's still alive here on Monday Night Raw. I'm sure after Lyra tasted defeat in Glasgow, Scotland last month and lost the Women's Intercontinental Championship, albeit the numbers game was not in her favor. Unholy Union did everything they could to strip Lyra away of that gold. Valkyria's coming into this tournament hell-bent on getting back on track. Able to turn away the inaugural Queen of the Ring tournament winner and former women's champion Tiffany Stratton last week. That is a huge feather in the cap of Lyra on her way to this semifinal round tonight. But Stephanie Vaquer does not give a damn what Lyra's done or where she's been, only interested in her own pursuit of glory. Lyra Valkyria with that crossbody off the middle rope moments ago, continuing to rally here, but Vaquer now starting to get in the driver's seat herself. Maybe feel a little bit of a sense of urgency, trying to play catch up there after some high offense. Impactful maneuver by Lyra Valkyria. Now look at Stephanie out of the corner, using the ropes as leverage here to tie up Valkyria. Stephanie Valkyria. And now goes back at it again, this time a little bit away from the corner. Just got the head trapped as well. Submission holds there. Obviously can't hold on to him for too long. And now off the top comes Valkyria with a body splash of her own. But Lyra Valkyria is still alive. Stephanie Valkyria using the ropes as leverage. Obviously can't go too long with those submissions or she's risking disqualification, but it was enough to take Lyra down momentarily. Came off the top with a frog splash, but it wasn't enough, and now Valkyria with the head scissors takedown. Winner of this matchup will meet the winner of SmackDown semifinal, whether it be Liv Morgan or Julia. Tornado DDT. And Lyra is bringing her best in her arsenal, and now she's the one scaling the ropes, heading to top. Leg drop by Lyra, soaring through the skies like the raven she believes she is. And only a 1 count that time. La Primera ever emphatic. I think Lyra a little bit shaken up after the 1 count. Thought she had Stephanie Valkyria in the bag right there. Coming off the top with the leg drop. Wasn't enough to keep down Stephanie. Now the float over into a DDT of her own. And these two women with some hard-fought battles in the first round of this tournament. The ante now getting up in the semis. Lyra Valkyria taken down as Stephanie Valkyria looks to put the exclamation point on this matchup and punch her ticket to Seattle on Sunday night. Scooping a slam by Stephanie. Valkyria not rushing in, picking her spots, awaiting her next move. Oh, wait a minute here. Stephanie looking for a little devil's kiss on Lyra Valkyria. A beautiful maneuver, but also could be a knockout blow. Into the cover. Goes Valkyria. It's not over yet. Lyra's still in it. Stephanie Valkyria just bouncing Lyra's head right off the canvas. Giving the WWE Universe a show, but I don't think Lyra Valkyria appreciated it as much. Lyra getting her feet up, and it wasn't enough. Dragon screw out of the corner. You see the confidence rising within Stephanie Valkyria. She may not have Lyra down just yet, but she's got to be feeling that she's close to the finish line. Lyra Valkyria being kept down by La Primera right now. There's Lyra, a couple of boots shoved, and now throwing her whole body at Stephanie. Anything she's got to do to get back in the driver's seat here in the Queen of the Ring semi-final. There's a double axe hammer. Lyra Valkyria starting to rally in a blink of an eye. There's that leg lariat that she's used to perfection before. Hustles right into the pinfall. Stephanie Valkyria able to kick out again. Man, you need more than 2 hands to count how many near falls there have been in this Queen of the Ring contest. Our vantage point looks like Lyra Valkyria's got a bit of a knot on her forehead. That may be for the Devil's Kiss a few moments ago, and her head just bouncing off the canvas of the ring. Stephanie Valkyria able to survive that leg lariat, and now has got Lyra in the corner. Oh man, and a boot scrape. Just showing Lyra Valkyria that there is no room for friends in the midst of this tournament. It's all about the glory. It's all about wearing the crown and going to SummerSlam. Another slam down to the mat by Valkyria. Maybe trying to get Lyra Valkyria in position for an exclamation blow. Stephanie now on the middle rope again, coming off with a leg drop of her own, but Lyra able to get the hell out of dodge. And an exploder suplex by Valkyria. Just when she needed it most, Lyra Valkyria able to sidestep Stephanie's maneuver from the middle rope. Oh, and a suplex. Variation at that, keeping the arms hooked, however, making a dose. Could be going for the hat trick here. Down goes Stephanie the Care. Lyra's got something left in her. Trying to shift into a different gear. Monkey flip out of the corner, takes down Stephanie the Care. Oh, and another reversal. There has not been times in this matchup where you see longevity with the momentum. A lot of back and forth. A lot of these two women are reversing each other's holds. There's another one as Lyra catches the boot, turns the Care around. Leg trapped into the German. Stephanie the Care taken down once more as Lyra Valkyria plotting her next move. Measuring her opponent, the Care now sent. Lyra pulls her right back. Eyes locked once more. The Care in trouble. Nightwing by Valkyria. Lyra Valkyria is going to Seattle. Oh, wait a minute. Well, Lyra Valkyria victorious here, but the celebration, oh, maybe about to be cut short by Tiffany Stratton. An ambush from behind as Stratton obviously frustrated after getting bounced in the first round of this tournament last week. But it is main event time in the Apex Predators' hometown of St. Louis, Missouri. And the Viper is coming with receipts.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from St. Louis, Missouri, weighing in at 295 pounds, the Viper, Randy Orton.
An incredible ovation here for Randy Orton as he walks down the aisle in his hometown of St. Louis. But you gotta wonder, what voices are Randy Orton hearing in his head tonight? The bloodline of a destructive night last Monday night on Raw. The highlights that you saw moments ago, Jacob Fatu driving Seth Rollins through the announce table. Later that night, Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa outnumbering Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, and the bloodline picking up a victory in the main event. We have seen some bumps in the road, sure. But over the last few months, one constant has been the same, where anywhere the bloodline goes, they're leaving a path of bodies in their wake. Randy Orton coming in, a soul fighter tonight. No backup, nobody to watch his rear. He's here to take on Jacob Fatu, get some payback for Fatu's backstage ambush a couple of weeks ago, and he'll do it all by himself with one emphatic RKO. But this man has sent shockwaves through Monday Night Raw alongside the Intercontinental Champion Solo Sikoa, as well as Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa, the Enforcer of the Bloodline, the Samoan Werewolf, the dangerous and intimidating Jacob Fatu.
And his opponent from Sacramento, California, weighing in at 285 pounds, the Samoan Werewolf, Jacob Fatu.
Well, we hate to sound like a broken record, but although Randy Orton has beaten Jacob Fatu before, not too long ago, just a month ago in the King of the Ring tournament, what is going through Orton's head after witnessing what the Bloodline did to Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, and most importantly, Seth Rollins last week? Randy Orton here to fight. Nonetheless, the bell has sounded and Orton's going right at the Samoan Werewolf in his hometown of St. Louis. Orton pissed off, fed up, and frustrated, and is here to take a crack at the Bloodline by himself. The bell has sounded, ladies and gentlemen. Your Monday Night Raw main event is underway. And Randy Orton's coming to get him some. He has got a receipt with Jacob Fatu's name on it. He's looking to deliver it firsthand here tonight. Jacob Fatu has quickly made an impact on Monday Night Raw alongside the rest of the bloodline. But Randy Orton's a veteran of this game. He's seen a lot of superstars come and go. He's seen a lot of superstars trying to make their names off the behalf of the superstars of yesterday. Randy Orton ain't done just yet. Peak physical condition, best shape of his career, more hungry than ever. Jacob Fatu seemingly just a stepping stone for the Apex Predator. Orton looking to take down Fatu with yet another RKO tonight and sail on to his next venture here on Monday Night Raw. Jacob Fatu, worse for wear, since the bell sounded as Randy Orton is giving Fatu a taste of his own medicine with this kind of aggression. Randy Orton not going to let that attack a couple of weeks ago go unanswered. Fatu may be regretting it at the given moment. It has been all Randy Orton since the bell sounded about a minute ago. One-way traffic in the middle of St. Louis, Missouri. Oh, there's a counter by Fatu as Orton was just letting Fatu have it in the corner. Now he just runs him over like a Mack truck. And ask Seth Rollins how it feels for that werewolf in the night to come colliding with you, flesh to flesh, bone to bone. Jacob Fatu is a scary individual, no doubt about it. It's why Solo Sikoa brought him to Monday Night Raw to watch his back. Solo has reshaped the foundation, rebuilt the bloodline from the ground up. He sits at the helm as the Intercontinental Champion, and the group, the family, only continues to become more destructive week in and week out. You're seeing that firsthand as Jacob Fatu is taking control over the Viper. There are some screws loose in the mind of Fatu, no doubt about it. So is Randy Orton. He's made a career off being a little bit unhinged as he sends Jacob Fatu his own momentum over the top rope and to the outside. Well, I don't know if fighting Fatu with the outskirts of the squared circle here in St. Louis is wise for Randy Orton after last week and what we saw Fatu do at ringside to Seth Rollins. But Orton not backing down, Orton not scared, Orton here to fight nonetheless. In front of his people, St. Louis, Missouri. And now the backdrop right to the top of the barricade. I don't care how tough you are, that one's gonna sting. Referee Rod Zapata at a count of 5. Orton, however, taking his good old time, using his surroundings to beat down the enforcer. Now Fatu finally sent back inside of the squared circle here on Monday Night Raw. Randy Orton, gets caught with a shot right to the rib cage, and Jacob Fatu never want to headbutt a Samoan. Hardest heads in the industry. Jacob Fatu knows that. Utilizes it to get the momentum back now. Sends Orton into the corner and just pounces on him again. Fatu is not afraid to throw his own body in harm's way. That's just one of the reasons why this man is so dangerous. Saw him soaring off the top rope last week with that Uso splash, driving Seth Rollins, who was already not 100% after his battle with Bron Breakker just 24 hours prior. Off the powerbomb, Orton still into it. Jacob Fatu hanging in there with a man who has done it all, seen it all, yet continues to be as hungry as he is. And Randy Orton, Death Valley driver by Fatu. And that man is just scary. Ask Kevin Owens, ask Seth Rollins, ask Sami Zayn just what it's like to be in the ring with Fatu. Orton might have survived Fatu in the first round of the King of the Ring tournament. Had enough in the tank to catch him with an RKO. 3 most dangerous letters in this industry. But I don't know if he's going to be able to do it tonight. Fatu looks a hell of a lot more prepared this time around. Now you notice Jacob Fatu out here on his own. No Tama Tonga, no Tonga Loa, no Intercontinental Champion in Solo Sikoa. Goes to show you how confident Solo is in his enforcer. Pop-up, Samoan drop. But Randy Orton still showing signs of life. Able to kick out there off one hell of a maneuver. A pop-up Samoan drop, yet Jacob Fatu unable to put Randy Orton away. Fatu just throwing some heavy shots. And now Orton the one being ragdolled over the top rope. Orton sent to the outside. As we've come to find out, no place is safe from the werewolf in the night. Here's Jacob Fatu over the top rope. Ever confident is Fatu as he momentarily stood over Randy Orton's body, making Orton's hometown people at St. Louis watch. And now back inside the ring, Fatu on top. Might be taking a little bit too long here. Orton back on the soles of his boots. Incredible strength to catch Fatu. Oh man, Orton starting to get fired up. Orton starting to go to that place. He's got Fatu dangling on the middle rope. Vintage Randy Orton with the DDT. Orton leaving Fatu, looking up at the lights. Oh, but he's still into it. Randy Orton drops him with the DDT, but unfortunately no conclusion to be found just yet. Fatu taken down once more by a Randy Orton hell-bent on payback tonight. Orton the last man who's going to stand idly by and let you walk all over him. Orton just letting Fatu have it, my goodness! And still fired up as all hell, even this late in the matchup, after everything Orton's withstood. Jacob Fatu down for the moment. Randy Orton, wheels are a-spinning, could be in search of an RK. No, Jacob Fatu, reversal. Orton wanted the RKO that put Fatu away weeks ago. Unfortunately for him, the werewolf's still alive. And now once again sends Randy Orton to the outside. Jacob Fatu not allowing Randy Orton to deliver the three most dangerous letters that this industry has ever witnessed. Got Orton up on the announce table and just cracks his dome right off the top of it. That might have just woke Randy Orton up. Sadistic as all hell is the Apex Predator. And now Fatu gets a taste of his own medicine. Orton now with Fatu on his shoulders. Great strength again. What a neck breaker. The hunter has become the hunted. Jacob Fatu sought out Randy Orton weeks ago, and now he's in the line of fire of the Apex Predator, who comes crashing down again at ringside. You notice Randy Orton broke the count moments ago. This fight going to continue on the outskirts of the squared circle, at least for the given moment. Randy Orton down. Momentum shifting back and forth, and oh, wait a minute here. Well, Fatu, he's got a steel chair, and he just cracks Orton right in the ribcage with it. Well, Fatu just cost himself this matchup. Orton's going to win it by disqualification, but I got a feeling that victory may have been the last thing on Fatu's mind. I think Jacob Fatu just wants to eliminate Randy Orton once and for all. But Orton now fighting back after he eats that chair to the ribs. And now the fight gonna continue after the disqualification. Orton cleared off the announce table. Fatu came here with intentions of taking out Randy Orton by win, lose, or draw by any means necessary. Orton, however, fighting back and dropping Fatu. Fatu right on the announce table. It doesn't even budge. We got to regain some order here in St. Louis before things go from bad to worse. I would hate to see Orton end up in the same predicament as Seth Rollins did last week. Back inside the ring, RKO! Orton wins by disqualification, and he drops Jacob Fatu with an RKO in the middle of his hometown in St. Louis. And take it out the trash. I don't know if that's what Randy Orton envisioned here for this contest, but this is the result he gets handed. Oh, wait a minute. Orton, watch your back. Solo Sikoa in the ring with another chair. Solo now, attacking Orton from behind. Well, again, I'm not sure victory was of the utmost importance for Fatu. It may just be sending a message and eliminating Randy Orton from in-ring competition. Oh, Fatu getting dropped with an RKO, but now Solo's on the scene. Orton's in trouble. Samoan spike to the Viper. Every man is a target. If you stand in the Bloodline's way, you better get the hell out of it or they're gonna run you over. Let us try to catch our breath, ladies and gentlemen. It has been an off-the-charts night already here on Monday Night Raw, and it's only about to get better. Legado del Fantasma's Angel, set for a one-on-one action against the debuting Penta. There are superstars who strike first, strike hard, and then there's a man who does both of those things with zero fear. He's the man without fear, masked in mystery, built on brutality. Penta has arrived to WWE Monday Night Raw.
And his opponent from Ecatepec, Mexico, weighing in at 87 kilos, Penta!
Penta is a man who was trained in the sacred art of lucha libre. He was forged in violence. This man has carved a path of success throughout promotions across the globe with one philosophy, Zero Miedo. Penta's got no fear inside of that ring. He may not open his mouth to talk. He may use his actions louder than words. But every snap of a limb, every Penta driver speaks louder than any words could. He is ruthless. He is focused. And when Penta locks eyes with an opponent, sometimes the outcome is inevitable. Well, here we go. You hear Toronto behind Penta here. Toronto, a great wrestling city and familiar with a man filled with mystery, and that is Penta. This man's debut has been hyped up for weeks here on Monday Night Raw. Now he goes one-on-one with a fellow luchador in Angel. A Legado del Fantasma. Santos Escobar, former three-time Cruiserweight champion, former tag team champion, along with another former tag team champion, Humberto. At ringside, Penta's gonna have to keep his eyes on those two men. Incredible springboard crossbody that time, knocking Angel off his feet. Penta cannot come in here and underestimate one half of Los Garza and 1/3 of Legado del Fantasma tonight. So around this time last year, Angel and Humberto were set on to becoming WWE Tag Team Champions over on SmackDown. Had a couple of month reign with that gold. Legado del Fantasma has torn apart the D'Angelo family in recent time here on SmackDown. Both of those men currently nursing some nagging injuries thanks to attacks and thanks to ambushes from LDF. Looks as if now the Legado del Fantasma is taking care of their D'Angelo family problem. They're looking to take the spotlight away from Penta here. What a destroyer into the ring by Angel. Dropping Penta right on his crown. You want to make some headlines. Talk about doing so by knocking Penta off in his debut night. A lot of hype A lot of pomp and circumstance, a lot of spotlight around the man with zero fear. Angel looking to bring that spotlight to look at El Fantasma, but Penta's still alive here on Monday Night Raw. A lot of hype surrounding Penta. Legado del Fantasma's been trying to carve their path ever since being drafted over here to Monday Night Raw a couple of months ago. Had success against the D'Angelo family in recent times. Now they're looking to bring that success into tonight, one-on-one with the Luchador. Penta kick it off. Those handsome devilish looks of Angel. I don't know what he's got in mind here. Oh, turning it around to the back, the sling blade. Face first goes Angel. Penta, such creative offense inside of that ring. Not only does he know how to fly around this ring, he talked about being trained in the sacred art of Lucha Libre. Certainly knows it like the back of his hand. But Penta, a great striker inside of that ring as well, and very violent inside of that ring at times. Angel just trying to hang in there as Penta starts to get the ball rolling here on Monday Night Raw. Penta promising to bring fireworks to the red brand. And if he has his way, Angel may be the first casualty. Out of the ring goes 1/3 of Legado del Fantasma. Here comes Penta with the boots right to the face. Angel may need a new set of teeth after Penta's done with him. That's about 3 attacks straight, right to the face, right to the jawline of his opponent. Penta has won championships around the globe. He has been a success around the globe with his brother Ray Phoenix. And as a solo act here in the WWE, he's looking to climb the mountain, running Mexican Destroyer. Oh, but Angel's still alive here. We saw the Destroyer by Angel a couple of minutes ago. Well, Penta just upped the ante, a running Destroyer. I'd be rolling to the outside and waving to the white flag at this point if I was Angel. All or nothing, the mindset of Penta inside of that ring. Nothing stands in his way to victory. Oh, hold on here. Well, maybe something will stand in his way tonight, and that's the outside interference of Berto and Santos Escobar, who are trying their damnedest to distract Penta at the current moment, and that's going to allow Angel to take back the momentum off the backstabber. Talk about taking the life out of this crowd here in Toronto, who want to see Penta soar. The LDF not here for the satisfactory of the fans here in the 6. Only here to get their own spotlight, get their own glory and success. Angel now just trying to outrun the Luchador, and he does so successfully. Will pop up Frankensteiner. Angel ever impressed and ever confident surrounding his own work. Well, Penta dipping a dodge there. Couple of strikes, talked about it earlier. Great striker inside of that ring is the Luchador. Angel now hoisted on top. What's Penta got in mind? Could be looking for a little Frankensteiner. Oh, Angel able to put on the brakes. Angel giving Penta a fight tonight, no doubt about it. Penta might have his bell rung. Oh, but there's Angel crashing and burning. One of the missile drop kick, nobody home. I think Penta got momentarily distracted by Berto at ringside. Angel now Frankensteiner stacked up pinfall. Penta able to survive. Some great action here on Monday Night Raw. Penta now, again, just trying to find himself into the driver's seat, a backstabber of his own. No fear has Penta as he just tries to rally here in Toronto. Angel down, looking up at the lights of Scotia Bank, a swanton bomb by Penta. Toronto on their feet for Raw's hottest newcomer. Angel may be in trouble. Penta driver just got sent back to factory settings. Penta with a victory in his Monday Night Raw debut.
Here is your winner, Penta.
Penta is gonna be a force here on Monday Night Raw. Tonight might be his first appearance, but mark my words, it won't be long before the entire Raw roster fears the man who fears nothing. The Luchador has arrived with a spotlight on him, and he made the most of it tonight. What a win for Penta!
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the undisputed WWE Championship.
But it is main event time here on Monday Night Raw. The undisputed WWE Championship is on the line, and there is only one rightful #1 contender. The Second City Saint, the best in the world. They're saying it loud, they're saying it proud here in Grand Rapids. CM Punk walks down the aisle with purpose tonight. Looking to reunite an age-old rivalry against the man who defeated him just a few months ago at Money in the Bank to earn a WWE Championship match at SummerSlam. Speaking of the biggest party of the summer, CM Punk putting to bed a bitter rivalry against the Ring General Gunther inside what was a absolutely, dare I say, disgusting to watch steel cage match. It got vicious, it got violent. Those two men tore each other apart. CM Punk threw caution in the wind on more than one occasion. But it all pays out for CM Punk. He was victorious at SummerSlam, and it is that very victory that gets him into the Monday Night Raw main event here tonight. CM Punk looking to take away that 17th WWE title from John Cena. The franchise is in the house, and he's got the gold with him, conquering the unpredictable badass Bron Breakker in a hellacious fight in the main event of SummerSlam to become the record-breaking, never-seen 17-time champion. And John Cena back here on Monday Night Raw with the gold in hand and ready to put it on the line. John Cena announced back in June that next year at WrestleMania in Las Vegas, he would retire. He said he had one piece of business to accomplish first, and that was becoming a 17-time champion. Cena crushing that gold at SummerSlam. But now the work begins. The championship reign begins. That 17th world title is up for grabs. CM Punk, John Cena, lock horns once again.
Introducing the challenger from Chicago, Illinois, weighing in at 218 pounds, CM Punk. And his opponent from West Newbury, Massachusetts, weighing in at 251 pounds, the undisputed WWE Champion, the greatest of all time, John Cena.
These two men have had many battles over the years. It has become a legendary rivalry in this great sport. Their most recent encounter came back in July at Money in the Bank in Montreal, where John Cena defeated CM Punk to become the #1 contender for the WWE title at SummerSlam. Now they lock horns once more. A deserving challenger, the rightful champion. The WWE title is on the line. Punk and Cena locking horns. Loud chants for CM Punk here in Grand Rapids. Punk up for the inside cradle early. I think even CM Punk knew he wasn't going to get the victory right there, but anything to try to throw a man who knows his game, maybe better than anybody, off his game. And there's John Cena now pulling the rug out from underneath Punk. Punk counters into a pinfall. Early action here in this WWE Championship main event. Man, what a night it has been here in the Van Andel Arena. It is our third championship matchup of the night. We've seen the returns of not only the D'Angelo family, but maybe even more importantly, the great one, The Rock. A noteworthy night, to say the least, here on Monday Night Raw, and the action going to continue right back here on Raw next week when we come to you live from Indianapolis. CM Punk getting a little cocky early on. I don't think that's the right thing to do when you're in the ring with the franchise player of this industry. John Cena, without a doubt, in my personal opinion, wait a minute, hold that thought. Schoolboy by Punk once again. John Cena able to kick out. Cena, in my personal opinion, without a shadow of a doubt, the absolute greatest of all time. He proved it yet again when he conquered that uphill battle known as Bron Breakker at SummerSlam. An incredible reign as champion for Breakker from December to August, but John Cena now sits at the helm of this industry, and CM Punk is hot on his tail. CM Punk with John Cena in the corner, trying to be the dictator of the pace here in this Monday Night Raw main event, but John Cena, even if that were to be the case, doesn't mean he is down and out. I saw John Cena be pushed around, be bullied damn near in that main event at SummerSlam against Bron Breakker, and he was able to overcome. John Cena defeating CM Punk in recent memory like we talked about, and I'm sure that loss all the way back in Money in the Bank in July is in the back of the challenger's head tonight. Not looking to see history repeat itself so soon after. This fight getting taken to the outside. Great respect between these two men at this stage in their careers, for when that bell sounds and the gold's on the line, they're not going to hold anything back. Referee had a count of 4, but rest assured, I don't think these two men are looking to go to a count out tonight. John Cena certainly has never retained championships that way, and CM Punk can't win the title that way, as Cena now with a couple of close fists once again, knocking the best in the world off his feet. CM Punk, I'm sure, is still feeling lingering effects from the steel cage match at SummerSlam. That was the kind of bout that takes years off of your career. But Punk here to battle, nonetheless. Fisherman Buster into the bridge. John Cena nearly getting caught again in this matchup. CM Punk sees an opportunity for a pinfall. He has taken it, has not hesitated since the opening bell here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Oh, there's a knee in the corner. Signature out of the arsenal into the clothesline. CM Punk looking sharp here as he's got John Cena up against the buckles. And I still can't believe the return of the great one, The Rock, just moments ago here on Monday Night Raw. The news we found out, The Rock going to be the special guest referee for the matchup he has made for Bash in Berlin on October 19th. Solo Sikoa, one-on-one with Roman Reigns. The winner will truly be the tribal chief of their family. So much riding on the line on October 19th, but so much riding on the line here tonight as John Cena catches CM Punk into the powerbomb. What a reversal by the champion. And up follows up with a hip toss. Cena may be feeling a little sense of urgency, maybe feeling like he's got to play catch up here. Wearing those Grand Rapids colors, he's looking to do this city proud as he muscles CM Punk down to the canvas once more. Looking for retention of his gold, not just yet. John Cena and CM Punk, two men who are chasing the WWE Championship for quite some time here on Monday Night Raw. Cena once again becoming the man of this industry at SummerSlam. Now the record-breaking, never-seen 17-time champion. CM Punk looking for that to be an extremely short-lived reign. Looking to bring the championship back to Chicago tonight. Punk now unloading. Those lariatos in the corner, into the belly to the back. Just when you think John Cena was about to get back in control of this matchup, there is CM Punk showing you why he has earned the name of the best in the world. And now off the middle rope again, risky business, but this time it works out. Hits the Hurricane Rana. You gotta assume that's what he wanted a few moments ago before John Cena countered up into the powerbomb. And now another Frankensteiner. CM Punk is looking good tonight. And now on top, John Cena may be in the drop zone. Macho Man elbow to the heart. And another near fall, but John Cena is able to survive. CM Punk doing all he can to make sure John Cena is looking up at the lights of the Van Andel Arena. That elbow drop from the heavens. Enough to put away a lot of superstars in that locker room, but not enough to put away who, in my personal opinion, is the absolute greatest superstar to grace that squared circle. But CM Punk gonna persist nonetheless. John Cena may be the greatest of all time, but that doesn't mean he's indestructible. CM Punk has beaten John Cena in years past, and who's to say he can't do it again? There's Cena now, off the reversals, got Punk a little bit dazed. He's gonna look to capitalize, springboard, stunner. And now in a position. Looking for a little 5-knuckle shuffle. To retain the title here in Grand Rapids. Not a hit, CM Punk able to pop the shoulder. Great kick out by CM Punk. John Cena needed a hope and a prayer, and he threw one of his best shots that he had. But CM Punk may be feeling the effects of it, especially after that collision with the turnbuckle. John Cena may have CM Punk exactly where he wants him here, or maybe not. Cena now set over the top rope, able to hold on and avoid disaster. It could be a forearm shot right to the challenger, and a hip toss over the top rope sends CM Punk down to the floor of this arena. Brutal landing by CM Punk. That is enough to defeat anyone on any given night. John Cena now back in control. Off the hip toss that takes CM Punk down, and the challenger is looking weary. Punk now sent back inside the ring. John Cena looking to get the job done the right way. On the top rope he goes. Leg drop to the back of the neck. Cena in hot pursuit of victory. CM Punk once again. So he put everything he had behind that kick out. Ever emphatic is the challenger. We have got a good one here in your Monday Night Raw main event between two of the greatest to ever do it. John Cena, CM Punk, an age-old rivalry being reignited live here on Monday Night Raw for the WWE Championship. There's a reversal by Punk. Precision kick right to the dome, and down goes Cena again. John Cena now may have shown his best hands in this matchup. Starting to look, dare I say, a little bit exhausted. John Cena hoisted on top with CM Punk. Got in mind, Frankensteiner from the heavens. A rough landing for the franchise. But disaster is afoot. On the shoulders. Go to sleep by the challenger. But yet another kick out for the champion. Grand Rapids on their feet. What a matchup between CM Punk and John Cena. The GTS not enough to keep down the franchise. What will be? Oh, and another knee. John Cena just collapsing right to the canvas. I don't know how much these two men have left, but I think CM Punk's At least for the sight of it, he's got a little bit more left in his tank. Punk on top, awaiting Cena to get back to his feet and an elbow to a standing opponent. CM Punk hit that elbow from a little bit different of a trajectory, and that's going to take a hell of a lot out of the champion. Punk could be looking for one more go to sleep. Cena able to counter to a powerful clothesline. Ow! Attitude adjustment by Cena. And that is not all she wrote. CM Punk kicks out. Oh, man. Punk hit the GTS, it wasn't enough. Cena's delivered the AA, it wasn't enough. This is what the WWE Championship means to these two all-time greats. John Cena currently the man standing on the soles of his boots, but rest assured CM Punk's not too far behind. They're going to fight till they hear a bell. They're going to fight till their tanks are completely empty. John Cena once again up against the ropes. CM Punk now clotheslining him out of the ring. Punk may be looking to do what he did at SummerSlam. Throw caution into the wind. Suicide dive to the outside. Once again, Grand Rapids on their feet. CM Punk looking to empty the tank, even if it means putting his own body in harm's way. Springboard, crossbody to the outside, takes out Cena. Oh, man, wait a minute. Hold on here. Punk and Cena didn't realize, but Gunther's on the other side of the ring, and he just hopped the barrier. He's at ringside. Meanwhile, Cena, attitude adjustment to CM Punk at ringside. Cena's getting back into the ring. I didn't even think he's realized Gunther's now in the ring, and Gunther ambushing Cena. Referee Adrian Butler just called for the bell. Cena's gonna retain the championship via disqualification. The hell's this guy doing here? Gunther, who lost to CM Punk at SummerSlam, now spoiling what has been a phenomenal main event. Well, Gunther's had issues with these two men all year long. These three superstars have been intertwined all year long, and now Gunther with the damn chokehold on the WWE Champion. CM Punk's out at ringside. There's nobody to help. There's nobody to get Gunther out of this stranglehold off the franchise. This is ridiculous. A hell of a main event. One of the best all year. Ruined by the arrival of the Ring General. This is now twice tonight that an Imperium representative has laid waste to a champion here on Monday Night Raw. John Cena and CM Punk's incredible main event going haywire. Gunther doing what he wants, when he wants, and sending a message to both champion and challenger that he is next in line. But it is main event time from Kansas City.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Boston, Massachusetts, weighing in at 210 pounds, Carmelo Hayes!
You know, Carmelo Hayes resides here on Monday Night Raw nowadays after being booted off SmackDown in the early part of the summer by his ex-best friend, Trick Williams. But really, things have kind of worked out for Carmelo ever since arriving on Monday Night Raw. He joined Money in the Bank Night 1. He has owned pinfall victories over Damian Priest and Randy Orton. Carmelo Hayes is slowly but surely on the up and up here on the Red brand. You gotta wonder if Melo's momentum will be enough to carry him through this matchup with what you gotta believe is gonna be a very focused and frustrated former WWE champion in Bron Breakker. He ain't a good guy. He ain't a bad guy. He's just the badass.
And his opponent from Woodstock, Georgia, weighing in at 230 pounds, Bron Breakker!
Well, a lot of the WWE Universe may feel indifferent about this man after he really showed his true colors, if you will, throughout the summer. Bron Breakker proclaims he absolutely respects no one in that locker room. And like him or not, that's the attitude that made him such a successful WWE champion. Bron Breakker falling short in the main event of SummerSlam against the franchise John Cena, who captured his 17th record-breaking WWE title. Breakker returns for the first time since that night, right here tonight in Kansas City, one-on-one with Carmelo Hayes. And you gotta believe the only thing on the mind of Bron Breakker is making his way back to challenging for the gold he held for 8 months here on Monday Night Raw. Well, a path back to the top could start here tonight. Bron Breakker, however, must not overlook Carmelo Hayes because Lady Luck has been on the side of Melo since he arrived on Raw earlier in the summer. Well, this should be a hell of a battle between two young athletes here on Monday Night Raw. Breakker already a main eventer. Carmelo Hayes looking to become one. Locking horns here in the middle of the T-Mobile Center on Monday Night Raw. Carmelo Hayes just looking for another feather in the cap, another huge victory that can keep him climbing up the ranks, gaining him opportunities here on Monday nights. As for Bron Breakker, it's about turning away Melo and making SummerSlam look like nothing short of a footnote. But Carmelo Hayes here may be the more focused of the two. Breakker's had time to sit and think about what happened at SummerSlam, yes, but Breakker can be a bit of a hothead at times. We've seen it in the past. That no-respect attitude, although it can be spearheaded him to success, sometimes cause him to, we'll see a little red inside of that ring. It may cause him to make a mistake, and Carmelo Hayes is here to do one thing, and that's capitalize. Melo's so agile inside of that ring. Former decorated NXT superstar, former United States champion over on SmackDown, although it had a rough 2025 on the blue brand. Ever since being shifted over here to Monday Night Raw, has found nothing but success. Now has got the former WWE champion off his feet and looking up at the lights of the T-Mobile Center here. I'll tell you, this could be a huge win for Carmelo Hayes tonight in terms of, as we mentioned, gaining some more opportunities. Maybe that's championship shots here on the red brand. Same thing that Bron Breakker's got to have in mind. I'm sure Breakker is going to have a keen interest on what is to come on Sunday night in that triple threat matchup between John Cena, Gunther, and CM Punk for the WWE Championship. 3 men he has been in the ring with throughout 2025. Melo wanted the sunset flip. Breakker able to put the brakes on. Bron Breakker, just a freak athlete inside of that ring. He's got speed, he's got agility, he's got power, and he's got absolutely no remorse. Cashed in the Money in the Bank contract last December on the final Raw of 2024 to win the WWE title. Held it all the way till August 24th of this year at SummerSlam. Turning Melo inside out with the clothesline and nearly had this matchup done and put away pretty early on. Bron Breakker looking to steamroll over the competition here and move one step closer to getting another championship opportunity. This reversal by Melo takes Breakker off his feet and a slingshot elbow drop right to the heart. Never short of confidence is Carmelo Hayes. Said that Bron Breakker better not underestimate Carmelo Hayes. Melo better not take his eye off Breakker because at any given second, this hothead could explode and it could be of disaster for Melo, who's on the middle ropes. Springboard gets one of the crossbody, but he gets caught in a scoop slam by the badass. That's what we're talking about. Melo taking his time, trying to pick his spots. They gave Bron Breakker too much time to capitalize. And now another scoop slam. Carmelo Hayes just getting ragdolled around this ring by the former WWE champion. Melo now set into the corner as Bron Breakker looks to be the one to control the pace in your Monday Night Raw main event. There's the Bulldog. Maneuver certainly made famous by his own flesh and blood. The badass now back in control here on Monday Night Raw. Certainly become one of the faces of this show. Bron Breakker looking for, as we mentioned, SummerSlam to be nothing short of a footnote in his career. A victory tonight can move him one step closer back to the main event where he so desires to be. But there's Carmelo Hayes getting out of what looked to be the jackhammer attempt by Breakker. And now the float over DDT. Spiking Bron right on his crown. Carmelo Hayes looking to pick his spots wisely here. Breakker sent to the corner. Melo full head of steam. Combination strikes. And down goes Breakker again. Carmelo Hayes now measuring his man. Bron may be in trouble. First 48. Into the cover by Melo, nearly upsetting the former WWE champion, but Bron Breakker still alive. And honestly, maybe we shouldn't use that terminology of upsetting Bron Breakker, because again, one way or another, Melo has pinned the shoulders of Damian Priest, as well as a bona fide future Hall of Famer in Randy Orton, since arriving here on Monday Night Raw back in July. Carmelo Hayes wants a shot at championships, wants to continue to be in the main events. Tonight's the night to prove your worth. Like Bron Breakker's attitude or not, he has certainly proved his worth throughout 2025. A WWE Championship reign that will not be soon forgotten. Breakker off the reversal, sending Melo into the corner, full head of steam into the shoulder block. And a belly-to-belly by the badass. Man, just when you think Carmelo Hayes was in full control of this matchup, Bron saying, no, not today. Military press position. Melo's going for a ride. Nearly got sent through the canvas. And another close call. Carmelo Hayes able to kick out. But Bron Breakker, multiple times throughout this matchup, just throwing Melo's body around the ring with absolutely no precaution for his well-being. The only reason I think Melo's on his feet right now is because, Bron brought him there and leaning up against the ropes. At least he was. And now Breakker again turning Melo inside out. This is where Bron Breakker starts to hit a groove. This kind of dominance, this kind of pace, this is what helped him retain the WWE Championship month in and month out over his eight-month WWE title reign. Back inside the ring goes Melo. Just gets dropped right on the knee. That'll take the wind out of you for a couple of minutes there. Into the cover again, and another kick out by Carmelo Hayes. Got to give credit where credit's due. Melo hanging in there. The former WWE champion looks to be racking his brain at the given moment. Melo now sent to the ropes, and Breakker just going to run him over again with one oh-so-powerful clothesline. Again, you got to believe Bron's going to have an interest on that WWE Championship match come Sunday night in Germany between John Cena, CM Punk, and Gunther. Bron's defeated two of those men, but of course fell short to John Cena at SummerSlam. And he may be on the verge of falling short to Melo. Well-timed reversal. Moonsault off the middle. Now on top. Frog splash by Carmelo Hayes. And it's another close call in your Kansas City headline attraction, but Bron Breakker still alive. Melo, springboard, moonsault lands again. On the lower back, that is, as well. Bron Breakker tried to get the hell of a dodge, but Melo had him to reach. Some great hang time by a former United States champion. And these two young athletes putting on a barn burner in your Monday Night Raw main event. Bron sent to the outside. Here comes Melo over the top rope and down to the floor. Like Melo or not, he's got T-Mobile Center on their feet right now, and he's got Bron Breakker figuratively up against the ropes. Back inside the ring goes the former WWE champion, as Carmelo Hayes may be on the verge of the biggest victory since arriving on Monday Night Raw. Bron's on a wobbly foundation right now, and Melo is looking to bring this matchup to a close. That suplex into the cutter, an oh so effective maneuver out of Melo's arsenal, but it's another kick out by Breakker. Carmelo Hayes thought he had this done and over with. Match in the bag. Bron getting to his feet, and now I think Melo's the one wondering, what the hell do I gotta do to keep this guy down? Saw how much it took for John Cena to get the victory at SummerSlam. Little, what, 3, 4, 5 attitude adjustments? There's Bron Breakker off the middle rope, go for the bulldog again, but Carmelo Hayes had it scouted. Shot right to the abdominal, and now Melo's back on top. Bron a bit away, Melo going for the crossbody, and it lands this time. Wanted it earlier, and Bron snatched him out of the air. High risk, high reward, and that time it pays Melo dividends. One to the pump kick, Breakker able to backpedal, and a powerful uppercut takes Melo off his feet. Carmelo Hayes coming off the top, might have did a number on Bron Breakker, but Bron continuing to fight nonetheless. Melo now back on top, but this time out of the desire of his opponent. Bron gonna meet him up there. Melo in deep trouble. Belly to belly suplex by Bron Breakker. Into the corner now. Breakker gonna explode with a spear on Carmelo Hayes. Might need a shovel to get Melo off the canvas. Well, something tells me Bron Breakker's not done. He's not going for the pinfall just yet. A second spear by Breakker. Breakker out to make a statement, and he did just that.
Here is your winner, Bron Breakker.
Like his no respect attitude or not, the badass returns to action and gets the job done with 2 emphatic spears in the closing moments. Bron Breakker with a victory tonight, as all eyes look towards the Bash in Berlin, live at 5 p.m. this Sunday night from Berlin, Germany. Who will leave WWE Champion?
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the WWE Intercontinental Championship.
Well, I'm sure next week on Raw there will be much more to discuss regarding the WWE Championship matchup that was just signed on for Bad Blood between John Cena and Roman Reigns. But that is then, this is now, and it is your main event for the Barclays Arena in Hamburg, Germany. It was 24 hours ago that the Apex Predator Randy Orton was upset by Germany's own Ludwig Kaiser, as Imperium's Kaiser defeated Orton to obtain his very first singles championship here in the WWE. Randy Orton not wasting any time, believes Kaiser struck last night when the lights were on bright, but he doesn't have it in him to do it 2 times in the midst of 24 hours. Randy Orton wanted his rematch, and he's getting it live and in living color right here on Monday Night Raw. Ludwig Kaiser, you heard the mixed reaction for him last night in Berlin. Tonight he is truly in his hometown of Hamburg, but I got a feeling the reaction's not going to be much more different. The WWE Universe behind a bona fide future Hall of Famer and the Viper, Randy Orton, who's out to strike with the maneuver that eluded him last night at the Bash in Berlin, that being the RKO. Randy Orton wants back the Intercontinental Championship, and at a moment's notice, he could do just that. The lights are on bright. Can Kaiser perform under pressure yet again? We're gonna find out right here, right now. And you know, in my personal opinion, the mixed reactions here on Imperium's home soil the last 24 hours really come to no surprise. You're talking about Kaiser, you're talking about the ring general Gunther, two of the most dastardly men in all of WWE. They don't care who they piss off, who they step on, who they run over to get what they want. But you gotta give the devil his due. Last night at Bash in Berlin, Ludwig Kaiser accomplished what we've been talking about for quite some time he needs to do. Finally put the pieces together and find a way to defeat a top star that he's sharing the squared circle with. Kaiser had been in the ring with Orton before. He'd been in the ring with the likes of John Cena and CM Punk, among others, but was not able to defeat those top stars here on Monday Night Raw. Well, last week the opportunity presented itself, or I should say last night the opportunity presented itself, and boy did Randy Orton and Ludwig Kaiser have a war of attrition. But at the end of the day, it was Kaiser leaving the Uber Arena with the gold that now resides around his waist, the Intercontinental Championship. Well, now it's put up or shut up. Already the very first defense for Ludwig Kaiser in the midst of his Intercontinental Championship reign. He was able to defeat Randy Orton 24 hours ago. Can he do it again live here on Monday Night Raw? As we mentioned, Kaiser avoiding the RKO last night at the Bash in Berlin. He must avoid it again tonight, or the three most dangerous letters in sports entertainment will spell his end.
Introducing the challenger from St. Louis, Missouri, weighing in at 295 pounds, the Viper, Randy Orton! And his opponent from Hamburg, Germany, weighing in at 220 pounds, the WWE Intercontinental Champion, Ludwig Kaiser!
Well, of course, last night wasn't a perfect night for Imperium, as the ring general Gunther, although he wasn't pinned or made to submit, still coming up short in the midst of that WWE Championship triple threat main event. John Cena pinning CM Punk to retain the title. Well, again, a whole nother situation that just started to brew moments ago with that WWE title regarding bad blood in a couple of weeks' time. More on that next week on Raw, but right now, the eyes of the world are on Orton and Kaiser as your main event is underway. Again, we gave the devil his due. A huge win for Ludwig Kaiser last night in Berlin. Now can he do it back-to-back evenings as Randy Orton hot out of the gate just as he was last night. Orton was looking for payback after Kaiser had ambushed him in the aisleway a couple of weeks ago with a steel chair. Week after that, Imperium with the tag team victory over Orton and Cena. Orton was hoping to drop Kaiser with an RKO last night, retain his Intercontinental Championship, and put this situation with Imperium behind him once and for all. Unfortunately for Orton, that was not the case, and now he's in search of it once more here tonight on Raw. And Orton giving Kaiser some deja vu from last night. Randy Orton originally winning that Intercontinental Championship back in the early part of August, defeating Solo Sikoa at Saturday night's main event. Had retained it via disqualification over Oba Femi thanks to an interference from Jacob Fatu, and really Kaiser had been on the tail of Orton ever since then. Kaiser making the most of the opportunity. Giving Randy Orton a fight last night, no doubt about it, and just caught Randy Orton with a combination of finishing maneuvers in the final moments of their contest. Now it's up to Kaiser. The pressure on his shoulders to do it again as he's got Orton down in the corner on these international soils. Ludwig Kaiser, I'm sure, was hoping for a more warm reception from these home crowds the last 24 hours. Kaiser should also look in the mirror and look at the man that himself and Gunther have become, the actions that they have had here on Monday Night Raw and even over on SmackDown over the last few years. Kaiser should also recognize who the hell he's in the ring with, a fan favorite, a bona fide future Hall of Famer. Ludwig Kaiser needs to cancel out the noise, whether the crowd's behind him here in his hometown or not. And right now, he's doing just that, knocking Randy Orton out of the ring. Kaiser's got in his back pocket what he didn't have last night, and that's the champion's advantage. Kaiser could technically retain the championship via countout or disqualification tonight, and I wouldn't put it past Kaiser to rely on that. Well, Randy Orton looking to get the job done between the ropes. Looking to hit the RKO that he wasn't able to find last night. Well, right now, he's just got to focus on getting back into this matchup as Ludwig Kaiser's looking up at the lights of the Barclays Arena. A lot of action already signed. Next week on Raw, Cody Rhodes one-on-one with Jacob Fatu. You gotta imagine John Cena's gonna have something to say about the matchup against Roman Reigns on November the 9th. But right now, it is all about Randy Orton and Ludwig Kaiser, who's gonna be making their way to Atlanta, Georgia next Monday night on Raw as the Intercontinental Champion. Very well could be a short-lived championship reign for Kaiser as Orton and Ludwig run another chapter in what is starting to become a storied rivalry between these two individuals. Kaiser countering Orton. Orton now backed up into the corner once more. This is the dastardly tactics of Kaiser that we talk about, just raking the eyes of the Viper. Getting under the skin of Orton and getting under the skin of 13,000 strong here in the Barclays Arena. Orton down, maybe in the drop zone. Maybe Kaiser does have what it takes to defeat Randy Orton for the second time in 24 hours. Off the blockbuster, down goes the Viper to retain the gold. Not just yet, Randy Orton still alive. A hell of a wrestling match thus far between champion and challenger, just as it was last night in Berlin. Beautifully executed counter by Orton. Uh-oh, Kaiser's found himself with disaster afoot. And vintage DDT by Orton. The reversal, right to a signature maneuver. Randy Orton now to win back the title. Not just yet, Kaiser's still alive. Randy Orton countering whatever Ludwig Kaiser had in mind. Immediately threw Kaiser out and dropped him with that DDT. Sure, Kaiser's got his eggs scrambled, but it wasn't enough to award Randy Orton back the Intercontinental Championship that left his presence just 24 hours ago. Nonetheless, Kaiser perched on top by the Viper. Randy Orton's got plans. He's looking to institute them. Will he retain the championship? Go for a superplex that he nailed last night. Oh, look at the balance by Kaiser. Look at the reversal. Down goes Orton. These two men starting to know each other very well. Incredibly timed counter by the champion. And now there's that sucker-like punt kick by Kaiser. Kaiser striking as he saw an opportunity, but the Viper's still alive. Randy Orton still alive in this Intercontinental Championship matchup. Gotta give credit to Ludwig Kaiser, able to weasel his way out of that superplex attempt by Orton. Striking with one of his hardest shots. But Randy Orton still in this matchup. Kaiser's gonna have to find another way, just as he did last night. Maybe lightning does not strike twice in the same place. Maybe Kaiser does not keep down Randy Orton tonight. Maybe this newly won Intercontinental Championship reign is about to go up in smoke. All remains to be seen as the fight gets taken to the outside. Remember that champion's advantage that Ludwig Kaiser possesses. On the tail of Randy Orton, Orton getting sent back inside of the ring. Orton rolled out there, I think, to get some R&R. Kaiser just using the surroundings to his advantage. Orton now looking wobbly. This is again what we're talking about with Kaiser. Just scraping the face across the ropes, but Randy Orton having none of the disrespect. Close fist right to the head of the Intercontinental Champion. Kaiser set to the ropes, scoop and a slam, another signature out of the arsenal of the Apex Predator. Randy Orton starting to feel it. Wait a minute, Holler. Gave Kaiser a minute of opportunity. Crucifix pinfall and nearly caught Randy Orton. Thought Orton was starting to hear voices and Kaiser was trying to hustle up to avoid. Orton created some distance here, and there's a clothesline. In a moment's notice, in 24 hours, Randy Orton went from champion to challenger. Will he go back to champion? Will he be making the flight back to the States with the championship that he came across the pond with to begin with? Nice belly to back there. Ludwig Kaiser's going to be feeling the effects of that, as well as the battles really that him and Orton have had over the last 2 nights. Oh, wait a minute, Kaiser reversal, there's that DDT that defeated Randy Orton last night. But Randy Orton able to kick out. Randy Orton's been there before. He realizes now more than ever is the time to push past the pain. We have got ourselves a hell of a wrestling battle for the Intercontinental Championship in your Raw main event. Kaiser used that DDT last night as the final nail in the coffin to defeat Randy Orton. And now that Randy Orton is kicked out, Kaiser's got to be thinking the hell I got to do to keep down the Apex Predator. I don't know what other tricks Kaiser's got in his arsenal, but he better think fast as Randy Orton just gets sent over the top rope. Well, Kaiser, as we mentioned, does have the champion's advantage. Maybe that's exactly what he's going to look to rely on. Randy Orton back on the apron. Kaiser trying to cut him off. Orton looking to fight back, however. Uh-oh! Hip toss out of the ring, and down goes Kaiser at ringside. Randy Orton still has got some life left, and the Apex Predator is not looking to leave Hamburg, Germany tonight empty-handed. Pair of clotheslines on the outside. Kaiser might have shown his best hand in this matchup. Randy Orton now sending Kaiser back inside of the ring where he hopes to get the job done and win the Intercontinental Championship. Kaiser, however, inside cradle, trying to once again upset Orton. Orton with a kick out. Orton kicking out as Kaiser tried to surprise him that time. Randy Orton now gets the boot up. Kaiser looking dazed. Wait a minute! RKO! Orton strikes with the RKO! Oh, but Ludwig Kaiser able to kick out. Kaiser avoided the RKO not once, but twice last night at the Bash in Berlin. Randy Orton struck out of nowhere, but you gotta give the devil his due. The guts and resilience of Kaiser on full display, and now things breaking down into a slugfest. Both of these men have delivered their best shots. Now what do they got left? Who wants it more? Who's leaving Hamburg, Germany? As the Intercontinental Champion, and down goes Orton. Orton went out to the apron, could have been looking to try to goat Kaiser in, maybe for another hip toss or something else in his arsenal. Kaiser, able to meet that battle head on and take out Orton at ringside. Well, I'll tell you, these two men starting to know each other extremely well. Second battle in the midst of 24 hours. And Ludwig Kaiser and Randy Orton has become a great rivalry here on Monday Night Raw. A fun one to watch. And now Ludwig Kaiser, once again, tries to find a way to defeat Randy Orton. One thing to survive the RKO, but can you capitalize? Back inside the ring we go. And Kaiser looked like he was going for an RKO. Randy Orton shoved him the hell off. And then the Viper takes him down. I don't know if Kaiser was trying to beat Orton at his own game or what. But the Viper is coiled and ready to strike. Look for an RKO. Uh-oh. Kaiser with a counter. Just as we saw last night in Berlin. Extremely well-timed and well-executed counter by Kaiser. But Orton ain't staying down. Orton's fighting back. Man, what a contest over the Intercontinental Championship as now Kaiser's once again been back backed up, and there's a reversal to shove Orton off. And these two men just breaking things down to a Pier 6 brawl in the middle of the Barclays Arena. The champion just gets sent over to the outside. I think his own momentum just took him out that time as Orton sent... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. The hell's Gunther doing out here? Gunther in the ring. And attacking Randy Orton. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Randy Orton gonna win this matchup via disqualification, but Ludwig Kaiser gonna retain the Intercontinental title. The hell's Gunther doing out here? Why here? Why now? He's got no business in this Randy Orton Intercontinental Championship chase. Oh no, I think Randy Orton's been busted wide open, folks, by the bare hands of what you gotta believe is a pissed off and frustrated Gunther. Gunther, of course, as we mentioned, not being pinned to lose that WWE Championship effort last night at the Bash in Berlin. And I think he's taking out that aggression on Randy Orton. You know, these two men have had some looming unfinished business for months here on Monday Night Raw. And with Orton in pursuit of Kaiser's Intercontinental title, Gunther decides it's time to strike. Well, just a terrible ending, folks, to a great main event here on Raw. And Gunther's just continuing this assault. The steel chair over the skull of Randy Orton. Orton's already been busted wide open. Orton came to Hamburg tonight to try to win back his Intercontinental title. Not have his championship chase get thwarted by a pissed off Gunther who is attacking Randy Orton. The beatdown just continues at ringside for one reason or another. Randy Orton's down. There's nobody coming out here to make the save. Nobody wants to get into the line of fire against Gunther right now. Ludwig Kaiser, of course, has retained his Intercontinental title via disqualification, and Gunther is just picking apart a bloody Viper. The announce table's been cleared off. A steel chair has been used. Orton's skull has been cracked open. And you know, this is starting to become eerily similar to the night that Gunther took out a lot of frustration on CM Punk back in the month of July. Oh, I don't like this. Randy Orton didn't come here to be assaulted by the ring general, but Gunther's now got him on the announce table. Orton, you gotta wake up. You gotta fight back. There he goes. With anything he's got left. Orton trying to fight, but it may be too late. Last Symphony through the announce table. Gunther laying waste to Randy Orton. Orton hoped to win back the Intercontinental title from Imperium's Kaiser that he lost last night at the Bash in Berlin. And after an incredible main event that seemed to be anybody's ball game, Gunther comes out here, helps Kaiser retain the Intercontinental Championship via disqualification, and has left Randy Orton in a pool of his own blood. Gunther pissed off after not winning the WWE Championship last night, and Randy Orton just took the brunt of it. We need some help out here for the Viper. But tonight, Lyra and Rhea in a very familiar position. Even in the lead up to SummerSlam, they found themselves as tag team partners. Tonight, it is no different in this massive 6-woman tag team bout.
From Adelaide, South Australia,
Rhea Ripley has had a hell of a 2025 when you look at it. Winning the Royal Rumble matchup, conquering Tiffany Stratton back in WrestleMania to win the Women's Championship, retaining that title over the likes of Tiffany Stratton, Roxanne Perez, one of her opponents tonight, Stephanie Vaquer, one of her tag team partners tonight. But of course, Rhea Ripley falling short to Lyra Valkyria back in August at SummerSlam. Many believe that Lyra had the edge in that matchup thanks to Rhea's injury going into the contest. Rhea was obviously not 100% after going through a table by Nia Jax a couple of weeks prior to SummerSlam. I'll bite. Lyra had been put through the ringer by Stratton and Nia as well, so she very well may not have been 100% either. There's that little asterisk on that contest that I think Lyra has been thinking about since SummerSlam, and that may be partially the reason why she wants to give Rhea Ripley this return matchup come Bad Blood. Well, Lyra and Rhea are one story, but their tag team partner tonight in La Primera has got a score to settle with the entirety of the opposing team.
And from San Fernando, Chile, Stephanie Vaquer.
You know, Stephanie Vaquer was assisting Alexa Bliss and really even in the numbers in Alexa's hunt for Alba Fire's Intercontinental Championship for a number of time here on Monday Night Raw. And we saw a couple of weeks ago Stephanie Vaquer one-on-one against Roxanne Perez, and obviously Alba Fire had not taken too kindly to Vaquer's friendship with Alexa Bliss in recent memory, distracted Vaquer, and really assisted Roxanne Perez in that victory a couple of weeks ago. Well, Stephanie obviously has got her eyes on the Intercontinental Championship that's currently housed in the Unholy Union. I'm sure would love to get her victory back over Miss Money in the Bank Roxanne Perez. Tonight she's got a chance to do just that. Lyra Valkyria drew the line in the sand 7 nights ago. A week from Sunday in Miami, she runs it back against Rhea Ripley for the Women's Championship. But tonight, their respect for one another and their friendship is at the forefront as they stand side by side here on Raw.
And from Dublin, Ireland, the WWE Women's Champion, Lyra
Lyra Valkyria marches down the aisle tonight, still your WWE Women's Champion after a successful defense against Tiffany Stratton 8 nights ago at the Bash in Berlin. But here on the pre-ultimate Raw before Bad Blood, Lyra teams up with two women she has been in the ring with before, both as partners and as opponents. Lyra Vaquer and Ripley sure make a hell of a cohesive team as they're up against Miss Money in the Bank Roxanne Perez, Unholy Union's Island On, of course the Intercontinental Champion Alba Fire as well. A stacked field in this 6-woman tag team matchup with a lot of underlining and intertwining stories here as we keep the ball rolling, we shall say, here on Monday Night Raw. Rhea Ripley's got a lot of history with all three women as well. And where Rhea Ripley, I should say Unholy Union, really a thorn in the side of Rhea Ripley during Rhea's lead-up to her matchup with Tiffany Stratton at WrestleMania earlier this year. Rhea shared a ring with both Fire and Dawn earlier this year here on Monday Night Raw, familiar with those two superstars. And of course, Rhea been in the ring with Roxanne Perez as well, going back to Clash at the Castle in May. There's a tag made to Stephanie Vaquer. Stephanie gotta be itching to get her hands on the Intercontinental Champion, who cost her that matchup against the Prodigy 2 weeks ago. Stephanie Vaquer has made a lot of noise since arriving here on Monday Night Raw back in June, looking for the quick victory over Alba Fire. Not just yet. Stephanie Vaquer went up against Lyra in the Queen of the Ring tournament months ago. Went on to challenge Rhea Ripley for the WWE Women's Championship back at Money in the Bank in July. Although Stephanie has suffered some losses against her tag team partners this evening, they're all coming in with the same end goal tonight, and vanquishing their opposers. I think Stephanie has got a score to settle with all three of these women, and she is hoping to get the job done. The White Witch of Monday Night Raw, Isla Dawn, all over the Dark Angel at the given moment with a series of boots and a pair of knees. Isla Dawn had some history with Lyra Valkyria, challenged Lyra for the Intercontinental Championship during her title reign, and of course Alba Fire, her Intercontinental title reign kicked off by defeating the inaugural champion Lyra Valkyria back at Clash at the Castle in May as well. All those underlining stories here in the midst of this 6-woman tag team matchup, and there's the tag to the WWE Women's Champion, the woman who sits at the helm of the Raw Women's Division. She's coming in a house of fire. against the White Witch, Isla Dawn, and down she goes. Lyra, the 2025 Queen of the Ring winner, the inaugural Intercontinental Champion, now, of course, at the cups of this division as the Women's Champion. And she is not looking for her momentum to slow down anytime soon. I don't think she would have challenged Rhea Ripley to that return matchup at Bad Blood if she wasn't confident she can get the job done. Oh, and then she got shot right to the abdominal by Isla Dawn that time. A bump in the road in the midst of this 6-woman tag team matchup, and make no mistake about it, Lyra Valkyria built tough. The Meteora from the top by Isla. Taking Valkyria off her feet, into the cover, goes one half of the Unholy Union. Not enough to keep the champion down, and there's the tag made to miss Money in the Bank, Roxanne Perez. Roxanne Perez, a former Women's World Champion over on SmackDown, Women's Tag Team Champion earlier this year. Of course, has held the Money in the Bank contract since the month of July. Has done her best to really remain in the shadows and try to make everyone forget that she's holding that contract, I'm sure, so she can strike when people least expect it. Roxanne Perez in action tonight, and both Lyra Valkyria and, of course, the future challenger and Rhea Ripley got an eye on the Prodigy front and center here in Atlanta, Georgia. Stephanie McCare, I'm sure, wants to get her hands on the Prodigy, trying to prove that she can beat Roxanne Perez. And right now, it's Roxanne all over. Looks to be a wounded WWE Women's Champion in Lyra Valkyria at the given moment. Both Lyra and Rhea just about 8 and 7 nights removed from some physical bouts over in Germany, but that ain't gonna stop them from fighting tonight. Tag made to Rhea and a big boot right to the face of the Prodigy. Rhea Ripley with another shot. Roxanne Perez may be seeing stars at the given moment. Roxanne, obviously, coming up short in the size and strength field compared to Rhea. There's a close call. I apologize for the pause, but I think things are breaking down off screen right now between Alba and Lyra and Stephanie. A little bit of a chaotic scene on the opposite side of ringside as Roxanne Perez and Rhea Ripley are going at it inside. We talked about all the underlining stories between all these women throughout the year here on Monday Night Raw. As down goes Stephanie McCare, and Rhea Ripley going to take Miss Money in the Bank off her feet. Rhea Ripley with that huge victory over Nia Jax last week in Hamburg, Germany. Looking for another one here tonight in this 6-woman tag. Ahead of her contest against one of her partners in Lyra Valkyria at Bad Blood. Off the backbreaker, Roxanne trying to crawl away to the corner. Get some fresh legs in this matchup. I think what is definitely needed at the given moment. Oh! I don't think either of them got what they wanted off those strikes. The kick nor the headbutt. The Prodigy and the Nightmare jockeying for position, and I think Rhea got all of that knee and got all of that neck breaker as well. Things are getting physical in this 6-woman tag as the tag has been made to the Intercontinental Champion in Alba Fire. Alba Fire really starting to break out in 2025. We knew this woman held tons of talent. Former NXT Women's United Kingdom Champion herself and Isla Dawn have been a problem on Monday Night Raw since last year, bringing a championship gold to the group a couple of months ago as well. Now Alba Fire, down goes Rhea, great strength being shown, and now a leg drop right across the throat. Well, no one can say that the Intercontinental Champion lacks any kind of confidence. On the middle rope now, Rhea Ripley in the danger zone, but there's a reversal, shot right to the abdominal. And a boot for Alba's troubles. Tag made to Lyra. Tag made to Isla. Familiar foes clash yet again on each side of the squared circle. Isla Dawn going to try to bring the fight to the WWE Women's Champion. Easier said than done. Discus leg lariat. Oh, but both Alba and Roxanne right there to ensure a 3 count wouldn't be made. And down goes Roxanne Perez. Lyra Valkyria with a bone to pick. And down goes Isla Dawn into the corner. Oh, cutting her in half that time. Isla Dawn would have been regretting taking that tag as Lyra Valkyria comes off the top with a pair of boots. And Alba Fire again gonna break things up. Absolute chaos in the midst of this 6-woman tag team bout. I think referee Daphne LaShawn got a little bit of Alba Fire's interference that time. Shaking off the cobwebs, tag has been made. La Primera, Stephanie Vaquer now in the ring with the White Witch herself. Chaotic 6-woman tag team matchup here in State Farm Arena. Down goes the Dark Angel. And a tag made to Alba Fire. Unholy Union looking to take care of their Stephanie Vaquer problem once and for all here. Alba going behind. Down goes Vaquer off the gory special. That's it. Or maybe not. Women's champion Lyra Valkyria breaking up the pinfall of her old adversary who just knocked her off the apron. Stephanie Vaquer, with the help of Lyra Valkyria, might have survived that series of strikes by the Unholy Union, but she is obviously not in a good place right now. Fire looking to pick the bones and make sure Stephanie Vaquer will not be challenging for her Intercontinental Championship in the near future. Uh-oh. Fire, but I got caught and just ate a boot. And now back into the cover. And again, Isla Dawn gonna break things up. There's a couple of times throughout this contest that this thing might have been over with if it weren't for the outside interference. Down goes Isla. Alba now from behind, stacking up Vaquer. And there's a kick out. Alba Fire nearly catching the Dark Angel. Stephanie Vaquer gonna look to fight back. Shot right to the abdominal. Mean Saito suplex. I don't think Vaquer's done. Wants a little payback for Alba, costing her that matchup 2 weeks ago. Down goes Isla Dawn. Vaquer showing she's not afraid to get her hands dirty. Down goes Miss Money in the Bank Roxanne Perez as well. Alba Fire caught between a rock and a hard place in the corner as Vaquer's all over the Intercontinental Champion. No partners to tag. Alba Fire in trouble. SVB on Alba. Into the cover goes the Dark Angel. This one's over. Huge victory for Vaquer and company.
Here are your winners. The team of Rhea Ripley, Stephanie Vaquer, and Lyra Valkyria.
An exciting, physical 6-woman tag team matchup as Lyra, Rhea, and Vaquer stand on top. Well, we are not going to have to wait long to find out. The extraordinary luchador, Penta, is in the house. Hot off the heels of that victory over Santos Escobar in the Bash in Berlin kickoff show, Penta's back, and he's looking to move on in this #1 Contenders Tournament.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Ecatepec, Mexico, weighing in at 87 kilos, Penta!
Well, Penta has been on a roll since arriving on Monday Night Raw back in July. He has taken the red brand by storm, and now he could be about to take his first step closer to championship gold here in the WWE. Penta set for a first-time ever collision in the midst of this #1 Contenders Tournament for the Intercontinental Championship currently held by Imperium's Ludwig Kaiser. But Penta better be careful, because this man is looking to start down a new path in his career after his recent actions. There's no telling the lengths that Kevin Owens is willing to travel.
And his opponent from Marseille, Quebec, Canada, weighing in at 210 and 66 pounds, Kevin Owens.
It was last month on Raw after a disappointing loss to DIY that Kevin Owens turned his back on his lifelong best friend Sami Zayn. A week later, Kevin Owens would tell the world that he needed to cut ties with Sami Zayn, that Sami had become a cancer in Kevin Owens' career. Owens powerbombed Zayn on the outside of the ring, right on the ring apron. We haven't seen Sami Zayn since, and now Kevin Owens looks to do what he said he was going to do, and that's get his career back on track without the help of his best friend. Kevin Owens turned over a new leaf, and I couldn't like it one bit. But I don't think Kevin Owens gives a damn about anybody's opinions, and certainly doesn't give a damn about Penta's well-being. Well, Penta better be careful, because Kevin Owens is out for blood tonight and is hoping to advance in this #1 Contenders tournament. This is a first-round matchup, ladies and gentlemen, and after we saw Andrade arrive on Monday Night Raw after a SmackDown contract expired and defeated Santos Escobar last week, the winner of this matchup will meet Andrade in the semifinals of this tournament next week on Monday Night Raw live from Tampa. It is all Kevin Owens since the bell sounded here. Kevin Owens not wasting any time, going right on the attack against the exhilarating luchador who has been perfect since arriving on Monday Night Raw back in July. Kevin Owens looking to hand Penta his very first loss here, and Kevin Owens, after the actions that we saw a couple of weeks ago when he powerbombed Sami Zayn on the ring apron, as we said before, there's no length, there's no way to tell the lengths that Kevin Owens is willing to travel to keep down Penta tonight on Raw. Much to the chagrin of this Jacksonville audience, Kevin Owens into the early cover. Penta's still alive here. Penta is going to have to dig down deep tonight. This is absolutely the biggest match of his Monday Night Raw career thus far against a former world champion here on the red brand. Kevin Owens, former WWE champion, Royal Rumble match winner, world tag team champion with Sami Zayn. It's that ever since him and Sami Zayn lost the world tag team titles earlier this year at WrestleMania, they had been on a downward spiral. It was time for Kevin Owens to turn his luck around. Mowing over Penta ringside. Full head of steam with that clothesline. Oh, there's Penta getting the boot up. Much needed. It's been all Kevin Owens since the bell sounded here. Kevin now set to the barricade. Penta realizing he's going to have to break things down into a fight. Referees at a count of 7. Kevin Owens better get back inside of the ring. Remember Penta with that falls count anywhere victory against Santos Escobar on the Bash in Berlin kickoff show. He knows how to go to extreme lengths as well. Owens making it back inside. Penta catching the boot. Penta trying to fight back in a big-time super kick. But it turned Kevin Owens' lights off here in Jacksonville. And now is where we see what Penta's made of. Surviving the early storm of Kevin Owens, but can he turn this match around in his favor? Kevin Owens bringing some of his best, but so is Penta. All in hopes of taking on Andrade next week on Raw. As this #1 Contenders tournament for the Intercontinental Championship will progress. What a maneuver by Penta! Code Red off the middle rope, nearly defeated Kevin Owens here. That is why we call this man extraordinary. Penta hitting Kevin Owens where he didn't see it coming. Owens might have kicked out, but obviously something taken out of the prize fighter. Owens set into the corner now. Penta's wheels are a-spinning. Opposite corner, Penta full head of steam with the running knee. Not done just yet. Pair of boots right to the chest cavity. Owens is down here in the middle of the ViStar Veterans Memorial. Penta now scaling the ropes. Swanton bomb off the top. Into the cover he goes. And Kevin Owens able to pop the shoulder. Incredible sequence of maneuvers by Penta, but unfortunately not enough to put Kevin Owens away in this first round matchup in the #1 Contenders tournament for the Intercontinental Championship. Oh, Kevin Owens hanging Penta up in the top rope. Nothing pretty about it, but certainly will take something out of Penta's sails. Now it's Owens on top of the cannonball, knocking Penta off his feet, and now continuing to stomp a mud hole in him. Owens just putting his own body in harm's way, showing that he's willing to do anything he's got to do to get this victory tonight. Pop-up powerbomb, call it a night. Oh, or maybe not. Penta's still alive here off the pop-up powerbomb by KO. Kevin Owens saw an opportunity and he took it. You gotta give credit where credit's due. Penta kicking out of one of Kevin Owens' best maneuvers just goes to show you the heart, the resilience, and the guts on display of the extraordinary luchador. Penta, however, is hurt, crawling away to the corner. And that was Kevin Owens with a full head of steam and another cannonball this time, crushing Penta between flesh and the turnbuckle. Penta might have kicked out of that pop-up powerbomb. Or dare I say surviving but far from thriving. Kevin Owens has once again taken over this matchup, and it's exactly what Kevin Owens wanted. A win tonight would solidify Owens' actions in his mind, turning his back on Sami Zayn and looking to start down a new path. What a maneuver off the middle rope! Penta just getting crushed, and Owens into another lateral press here, and it leads to another near fall. Jacksonville loving the action to kick things off tonight on Monday Night Raw. Penta still in this fight, and Kevin Owens with another senton. Kevin Owens better keep his foot on the gas and better not give Penta any room to breathe. No R&R can be awarded here. There's the shoulder block takedown. Kevin Owens looking to meticulously pick apart Penta at this point. You gotta believe. Just to try to find a way to win. Back on the middle rope. Penta now nearly got dropped with the axe handle. Penta with Owens on his shoulders. Death Valley driver. What did we say? Kevin Owens gave Penta too much time for R&R, and now Penta's back on top. Huge maneuver by the luchador. What's he got in mind here? Crossbody takes Owens off his feet. Penta moving like a smooth criminal inside of that ring. Starting to get his mojo back. Sling blade. Owens down, but is Kevin Owens out? Penta's turning this matchup into a new gear. Uh-oh, Mexican Destroyer, full head of steam. And now it's Kevin Owens at the last-ditch second, getting that shoulder up. What a matchup to kick things off tonight on Monday Night Raw. First time ever collision between Penta and Kevin Owens. The winner meets Andrade next week in Tampa in the semifinals of this #1 contenders tournament, countered by KO. Penta starting to regain control, but Kevin Owens realizing this matchup just flashed before his very eyes. Off that Mexican Destroyer. He's lucky he was able to survive. Owens just getting physical now. I don't think Kevin Owens is going to make the same mistake twice and give Penta a moment for R&R again. And now it's Owens with a swanton of his own. Into the cover goes the prize fighter, but again Penta is able to kick out. Kevin Owens got to be racking his brain thinking, what the hell do I got to do to keep this guy down? Owens finding out firsthand why Penta has seen a perfect record here on Monday Night Raw since arriving back in July. Penta down, maybe surviving, but far from thriving, as we mentioned earlier on in this contest. And Kevin Owens like a shark that smells blood in the water. Oh, wait a minute here. Uh-oh! Sami Zayn is in Jacksonville! Well, Sami Zayn, who got dropped with that powerbomb on the ring apron over a month ago here on Monday Night Raw, distracting Kevin Owens, and now Penta looking to take advantage. Double stomp right to the abdominal. Sami Zayn back here in Jacksonville. And the slight hesitation from Kevin Owens might have just cost him. Penta now has got Kevin Owens locked. Penta dragger. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Penta's moving on to Tampa next week.
Here is your winner, Penta!
Kevin Owens looked to be in firm control for a moment there, until Sami Zayn resurfaced, distracting Kevin Owens, his ex-best friend, and allowing Penta to take advantage. Well, you can't say Kevin Owens didn't have that coming. And Penta gonna reap the rewards here.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the WWE Women's Intercontinental Championship.
But as advertised, we are kicking things off tonight with Championship Gold on the line. The Dark Angel, La Primera, in search of her first gold since joining Monday Night Raw.
Introducing the challenger from San Fernando, Chile,
Stephanie Vaquer arrived on Monday Night Raw back in June, a part of the Queen of the Ring tournament, and she has made her presence felt in the women's division ever since. She has gone to war with Rhea Ripley over the WWE Women's Championship back in July. She has stood toe-to-toe with some of Monday Night Raw's best, and a couple of weeks ago scored a pinfall victory over the Women's Intercontinental Champion Alba Fire in the midst of a 6-woman tag team matchup. Well, Stephanie Vaquer stood on the sidelines and Alexa Bliss tried to turn away Alba Fire back in the summer, but now it's the Dark Angel's turn to try to crack fire and get that championship gold around her waist. The Unholy Union has housed the Intercontinental title since the 31st of May in Glasgow at Clash at the Castle. Alba Fire looks to continue her lengthy reign here tonight in Tampa.
And her opponent from Glasgow, Scotland, the WWE Women's Intercontinental Champion, Alba Fire.
Well, Alba Fire, an incredible talent. We've always known that since back in her days in NXT when she was the NXT United Kingdom Women's Champion for over 800 days on that brand. But Alba Fire has held down the women's division as the Intercontinental Champion in recent months, and don't want to take anything away from Fire's talents, but we have to obviously look at the X factor in this situation, and that is the White Witch Isla Dawn, who was pivotal in helping Alba Fire win that Intercontinental Championship all the way back in May. Well, the Unholy Union have certainly made their presence felt in 2025 on Monday Night Raw, and it feels like it was a long time coming. Well, Fire and Dawn, right here tonight on Raw, look to make sure the Women's Intercontinental Championship is not leaving the Unholy Union. But standing in their way, La Primera, the Dark Angel, Stephanie Vaquer, who looks to win her first main roster championship gold right here tonight in the Yingling Arena. 24 hours removed from Bad Blood, 10,762 have descended upon Tampa, and we are kicking things off tonight on what is going to be a rockin' Monday Night Raw with the Women's Intercontinental Championship on the line. Stephanie Vaquer looks to once again pin the shoulders of Alba Fire to the canvas. Will she be able to do so? Different circumstances tonight. Not a 6-woman tag, it's one-on-one, and Isla Dawn is lurking at ringside. Oof. Alba Fire trying to set the precedent, obviously. But it's going to be a busy night here on Monday Night Raw. As you saw moments ago, the WWE Champion John Cena, the Great One, The Rock, will come face-to-face after the events of Bad Blood last night. They are both here in the arena in Tampa. We'll be inside of that squared circle later tonight here on Raw. Also signed, sealed, and set to be delivered this evening. #1 contenders tournament for Ludwig Kaiser's Men's Intercontinental Championship will continue Your semifinal matches, Carmelo Hayes one-on-one with Obafemi Andrade to take on Penta right here tonight on Monday Night Raw as well. All that action, so much more. 24 hours removed from what was a shocking night at Bad Blood in Miami, Florida. But now we've made the trip north to Tampa, and it is Alba Fire who is out to retain her Intercontinental title over the Dark Angel. Easier said than done as Stephanie McCare has came to fight. And caught fire, flush with that knee, and then right to the German suplex, sending Alba Fire from coast to coast. Stephanie McCare, the challenger tonight, but she is looking to leave as champion. McCare nearly, as we mentioned, knocked off Rhea Ripley all the way back in July at Money in the Bank. Hell of a matchup that was. Dare I say, one of the best of 2025. Stephanie McCare looking for that first piece of championship gold since joining Raw in the summer. Off the leg drop to Alba Fire. It could have been it there, but Alba Fire showing her guts. They're going to pop the shoulder off the canvas. Alba Fire, along with Isla Dawn, really starting to make their names known on Monday Night Raw 2025. Always seem to be on the cusp of something great. And this year has been the year they have put the pieces together, and Alba Fire has been leading the charge as the Intercontinental Champion. Couple of bumps in the road here and there, but nobody can deny the success of the Unholy Union. Turning away Lyra Valkyria, the now former WWE Women's Champion, all the way back in May when Fire won the gold at Clash at the Castle, and it would be on the verge of retaining it here. Stephanie McCare still alive. Also here tonight, speaking of the Intercontinental Champion, Ludwig Kaiser back in action. She goes one-on-one with Sami Zayn, who resurfaced on Monday Night Raw last week, costing Kevin Owens a spot in the #1 contenders tournament to Penta. Busy night of action ahead in front of 10,000 plus here in Tampa. We are kicking things off strong as Alba Fires come to Tampa with one goal and one goal only. And that's to leave with the Intercontinental Championship she has held month after month here on Monday Night Raw. Second ever Intercontinental Champion for the women is Alba Fire. Going to continue to make history here with another successful defense as she takes down McCare. Stephanie McCare first got in the line of fire with Alba Fire when she was teaming up with Alexa Bliss during Bliss's pursuit of the Intercontinental Championship. After Alba Fire kind of vanquished Alexa Bliss from contention, she was the one who turned her attention to Stephanie McCare, trying to eliminate the competition. But Stephanie McCare has come hunting for the gold. Alba Fire off the neck breaker, trying to have this matchup put away. Trying to have this matchup put away, but Stephanie McCare still alive. It's been one-way traffic the last couple of minutes. La Premier's got to get the going here if she wants to leave Tampa tonight as the Intercontinental Champion, but Fire not giving her any room to breathe. Already saw the WWE Women's Championship of Monday Night Raw changed hands not once but twice last night at Bad Blood. We are going to cover that later tonight in this program, but we could be on the verge of another championship changing hands before our very eyes. And Stephanie McCare now looking to rally into the float over. Look at this, into the DDT. Incredible offense by McCare, into the cover. And a kick out by Fire. Stephanie McCare all the way from Chile, CMLL superstar at one point in time, world traveled, is La Primera. Found a lot of success in just a short period of time in NXT. Herself along with the beautiful Madness Julia, both set up to the main roster back in June. Julia over on SmackDown, Stephanie McCare here on Raw. Parallel pass, they have traveled, and Stephanie McCare, who's looking to win championship gold here on the red brand. Step up, cross body. Gotta keep your eye on Isla Dawn, who's looking to expose that turnbuckle, it seems. As we mentioned earlier, Isla Dawn pivotal in helping Alba Fire win the gold all the way back on May 31st, and of course retain it ever since. Uh-oh, wait a minute, look at Alba Fire here at the Gory Special on McCare. And that could do it. Referee Daphne LaShawn turning around just in time for the vertical here, but Stephanie McCare still alive, and this Intercontinental Championship match going to progress. Stephanie McCare's survival instincts are kicking in tonight on Raw, but how much longer can she prolong this contest? Fire has brought some heavy-duty maneuvers to this fight in hopes of retaining her Intercontinental gold. Stephanie Vaquer knocked down to the canvas once more, looking up at the lights of the Yingling Arena here. Dead center of the ring, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, surrounded by the unholy union who are looking to step all over Vaquer's dreams tonight. Vaquer precariously getting to her feet. You notice Alba Fire allowing it. That's Alba Fire picking her spots wisely. Alba going to the rope. Stephanie Vaquer trying to get the hell out of Dodge. Obviously, the challenger feels a sense of urgency on this matchup, able to create a little bit of distance here. And a big-time headbutt to get the Intercontinental Champion off her tail. But now is where you got to strike. Fast and hard, and hopefully, effectively. Oh, man! The boot right to the jawline. Gonna scramble the eggs of Alba Fire into the cover, and Fire still alive. Stephanie Vaquer nearly catching the champion just as she did in the 6-woman tag team matchup a couple of weeks ago on Raw. Stephanie Vaquer looking for championship gold, and oh, wait a minute here. The White Witch, Isla Dawn at ringside, waving and screaming and trying to get the attention of Vaquer, allowing Alba Fire to now come from behind, stacking up the challenger. Only a 1 count. Only got the 1, but it did allow Alba Fire to at least regain composure for a moment. But Stephanie Vaquer realizing she cannot allow a rally from the champion. Into the snap suplex by La Primera. Stephanie Vaquer has got to stack that offense one after another. Alba Fire obviously knocked a little silly after that boot right to the face a couple of moments ago. And now the backbreaker right on the knee. Alba in the corner, and Stephanie paintbrush in her face, and Stephanie Vaquer all of a sudden starting a rally in the middle of Tampa, Florida. Oh, hold on here. I believe again, Stephanie cannot allow herself to continue to get distracted by Isla Dawn, who is right off your screen at ringside, and Alba Fire with a headbutt to the challenger. A competitive Women's Intercontinental Championship matchup tonight. Stephanie Vaquer has had championship opportunities already in her short time on Monday Night Raw that have not gone her way. Not looking to see the same result here as Alba Fire. What a maneuver! The code breaker, Stephanie may be in the drop zone. And a swanton bomb by the champion. It's what's won her the gold. It's what's retained her the gold. But not tonight. Not yet. Stephanie Vaquer able to kick out. Well, Tampa loving this action that is kicking things off tonight on Monday Night Raw. Stephanie Vaquer able to pop the shoulder, but at what cost? Surviving, but far from thriving. And Alba Fire like a shark in infested waters. And she's looking to destroy Stephanie Vaquer en route to retaining her Intercontinental Championship. Stephanie Vaquer getting to her feet, obviously wobbly. Here's Alba Fire, look to be going for that signature arm drag. Off the middle rope, and Stephanie able to fight back. A quick dip and a dodge. And it's La Primera who's got Alba Fire off her feet. And now, Alba Fire's the one who may be in the drop zone. Vaquer going up. Oh man, corkscrew moonsault. Into the cover by Vaquer. We got a new Intercontinental Champion.
Here is your winner, and the new WWE Women's Intercontinental Champion, Stephanie Vaquer.
A costly misstep by Alba Fire as she came diving off that middle rope. Stephanie Vaquer able to dodge, knock Fire down the sides, and then high in the sky delivering that corkscrew moonsault. And Stephanie Vaquer has taken away the Women's Intercontinental Championship for the Unholy Union. La Primera finally holds championship gold. And we are not going to have to wait long to determine said #1 contender. The finals of the tournament are right here. And right now, the road to the Fall Classic, one of the biggest nights in the WWE calendar Survivor Series, is ramping up right here tonight on Raw.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Ecatepec, Mexico, weighing in at 87 kilos, Penta!
The extraordinary luchador, Penta. He has been undefeated since his WWE debut back in July. And of course, throughout this tournament thus far, he has turned away Kevin Owens in the first round and Alidolo Andrade in the semis. But can he get through the ruler Obafemi? That is the question we await an answer to. In the first round, the ruler Obafemi turned away American mage Chad Gable. And last week on Raw, in the semifinals of the tournament, defeating the man they call him, Carmelo Hayes. Now the only thing standing between Femi and the Intercontinental title is an extraordinary luchador.
And his opponent from Lagos, Nigeria, weighing in at 273 pounds.
Obafemi, another man who joined Monday Night Raw in this calendar year on the Raw after WrestleMania, and he has continued to climb the ladder, continued to make waves, and continued to turn away the competition. But now Obafemi steps into the line of fire, one step closer to a potential Intercontinental Championship matchup in the world's most famous arena at Survivor Series. Both Obafemi and Penta have made their names worldwide in 2025. But who is going to move one step closer to glory? We find out right here and now in Greensboro on Monday Night Raw. It has been a hell of a tournament thus far, and I got a feeling the finals are only going to get better. This is a first-time ever matchup between Penta and Obafemi. The winner becomes #1 contender for the Intercontinental Championship. We are on our way here on Monday Night Raw. Huge news moments ago as John Cena revealed his team for Survivor Series. And of course, we'll feature the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes, who will be in tonight's main event against the Bloodline Solo Sikoa. Right now, the eyes of the world are on Obafemi and Penta. It is the speed and agility of the luchador against the power and strength of the ruler. Saw Obafemi snatch Carmelo Hayes out of mid-air last week with a powerbomb and then delivered a fall from grace on top of that. Penta's got to be careful with any high-flying maneuvers he looks to implore tonight, that Obafemi isn't going to do the same to him. All remains to be seen. There's Penta taking Obafemi off his feet. Not necessarily a rare occurrence. It's one thing to knock Obafemi off his feet. It's a whole other thing to keep him there. Wait a minute. Penta's sending the ruler to the outside. And a pair of boots right to the mush. Penta going for the knockout blow. And now, crossbody to the outside. And he's still not done. Penta stacking the offense against the powerful frame of Obafemi with the Hurricane Rana off the Frankensteiner. Hurricane Rana off the barricade. Excuse me, the excitement's getting the best of me here. Penta all over Obafemi as he starts to rally early here in the Coliseum. First time ever, as we mentioned, we knew we were going to be in for a good one. Oh, Obafemi sidestepping, Penta able to skin the cap, but he gets clobbered with that clothesline to the back of the neck. And just when you think Penta's about to gain control, there's Obafemi grounding the luchador. Looking to wrestle his style about. Contrasting styles here between Femi and Penta. as both men look to progress forward and challenge Ludwig Kaiser for the Intercontinental Championship a week from Sunday in New York City. Obafemi dropping the elbows on the heart of Penta, who again has been undefeated since his Monday Night Raw debut back in July. Obafemi hasn't seen, oh my goodness! Big time slam, nearly sending Penta right through the ring, and Penta's still alive. Make no mistake about it, Obafemi hasn't seen very many blemishes either. Go back to the King of the Ring tournament, he fell short to Damian Priest there. Obafemi's seen a couple of bumps in the road, but overall, Obafemi has been fairly dominant here on Monday Night Raw. He has certainly been dominant throughout this tournament thus far. He hopes to continue that success right here in the finals against Penta, who he's got grounded in the corner at the given moment. This is what Obafemi wants. Ground Penta, make sure he's not flying around this ring, wrestling the style of matchup he wants to implore. Obafemi's got to dictate the pace. Oh my goodness! You see the speed of Obafemi as he just pounced right through Penta that time. And now Penta set to the ropes again, another spine buster by Femi, and now into the cover. And a kick out by Penta. See Penta putting all he had behind that kick out, very enthusiastic. Trying to make sure Obafemi knows that this thing is far from over. Penta, a veteran of the game, maybe new to WWE this year, but he has been a world-traveled veteran and has won championships, both singles and tag team titles, around the world. Looking for his first title here in the WWE, and it could come at Survivor Series if he can get through Obafemi tonight and meet Kaiser, but Obafemi looking to ensure that that won't be the case. Oh, but it's another kick out by Penta. Obafemi has picked Penta off his feet and drove him into the canvas time and time again already in this contest. We are seeing the resilience of Penta on full display as he continues to survive. Scooping him off his feet once more, and there he goes. Dead center of the ring, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The ruler in the driver's seat right now. Oh, there's a boot by Penta. Obafemi might have took a second too long to embrace this audience here in the Coliseum, and it gave Penta the R&R that he needed. Trying to shake off the cobwebs and knock the tree trunk-sized legs of Penta down the sides. Oh! Obafemi eating a couple of boots by the luchador. Takes the rug out from underneath him, and then a double stomp right to the chest. Penta showing signs of life as he's got Obafemi rocked. Look at this, code red by Penta off the middle rope. Ever impressive is the luchador. Obafemi looking dazed as Penta delivers the running Mexican destroyer of the big man. And Obafemi able to kick out. Penta can't believe it. He thought after the code red plus the Mexican destroyer that Femi would have been done and over with. Obafemi now up against the ropes, and Penta just using his own body as a weapon to take anything and everything out of the ruler. And we got a good one here to kick things off tonight in Greensboro, North Carolina on Monday Night Raw as Penta gets sent right to the barricade by the ruler. Now Obafemi dropping Penta on the barrier once more. We talked about it in recent weeks. Obafemi knows what it's like to survive a tournament. NXT Breakout Tournament winner a couple of years ago, former North American champion in that brand. He is looking to repeat history in a sense by winning another tournament, this time on Raw, and going after the Intercontinental title that is currently held by Ludwig Kaiser. There's Penta on the apron, and Femi just ragdolls him back inside of the ring. Penta might have shown his best hand as you see Obafemi start to take over once again. That flurry by Penta, all the strikes, the code red, the destroyer, may have been all the luchador had left. Penta has been fighting a defensive battle forced by Obafemi. There's a reversal that time, and once again, Penta, tries to rally. Obafemi set in the corner, full head of steam. There's a boot. Takes him down the sides once more. Penta hitting a groove. Obafemi, from my estimation, looks to be in the drop zone. Swanton bomb by Penta. And we see another near fall in the middle of the Coliseum. Obafemi still alive after Penta again with a flurry of strikes in the corner, followed up with the high risk, high reward Swanton bomb. Obafemi able to brush him off, however. There's a sidestep. Kick right to the abdominal of the luchador. And now Obafemi, face first, goes Penta right into the knee. Obafemi looks to be confident, dare I say, as Penta now with a reversal and a head scissors takedown. Neither of these men should be too confident opposed to the other. A hell of a battle. Look at Penta. Oh my goodness. Step up on the ropes. A little whisper in the wind. Down goes the ruler. Penta may be seeing the finish line on the horizon. Oh, the boot got caught by Obafemi. Obafemi now, once again, a ever-powerful maneuver to the luchador. How do you keep the ruler down for good? Chad Gable couldn't figure it out. Carmelo Hayes couldn't figure it out. Does Penta have a way to figure out this puzzle? Well, it may be too late as Penta's been hoisted on top. And an avalanche choke slam by the big man. Penta in trouble. And a fall from Grace. Oh, but Femi's not going for the cover just yet. Femi recognizing that Penta is one hell of a talent. A second fall from Grace. And there is no getting up from that. A hell of a battle to kick things off tonight on Monday Night Raw as we witness the finals of this #1 Contenders Tournament. Penta doing all he could to go high risk, high reward, high flying, leaning on his strengths and attributes against the big man. But unfortunately for Penta, Obafemi's power and strength was just too much to handle. Obafemi inadvertently showing Penta a sign of respect from my estimation as he didn't go for the cover off the first fall from Grace, recognizing the talent and resilience of the luchador, went for another, drove Penta through the canvas, and we have a #1 contender for Ludwig Kaiser's Intercontinental Championship.
Here is your winner,
Well, Obafemi has been itching for championship gold here on the main roster, and he is finally going to get his opportunity a week from Sunday as Obafemi enters the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden, and contests Imperium's Kaiser for said championship gold. Oh, wait a minute here. We ain't done just yet. Ludwig Kaiser out here to rain on the parade of Obafemi. Well, if there's one thing that Ludwig Kaiser does not lack, it is certainly confidence. No matter how big they are, no matter how tough they are, Kaiser believes he's got what it takes to chop them down to size. And there you see the confrontation. But in the mind of the Samoan werewolf, there is still unfinished business. Locked inside a steel cage. No Tama, no Loa, no Solo. Just the werewolf and the visionary set to go to battle.
The following contest is a steel cage match. making his way to the ring from Sacramento, California, weighing in at 285 pounds, the Samoan Werewolf, Jacob Fatu!
Well, you know, we've already had this question in recent times, but especially after last night, it's more relevant than ever. We don't know who's calling the shots within the bloodline. Is it the tribal chief? Is it the high chief? Who really knows? But what we do know is that this matchup was the challenge of the man on your screen right now. The man who debuted it here on Monday Night Raw, on the first Raw after WrestleMania, aligning with his bloodline, Solo Sikoa, and has run roughshod on the red brand ever since. Jacob Fatu was the first casualty of that traditional Survivor Series elimination matchup last night, but he is looking to make a casualty out of Seth Rollins inside of the confines of that steel cage here in Bridgeport. Eliminating Fatu last night had to be oh so satisfying. But Seth Rollins knows there is still a bit of unfinished business. Traditional Survivor Series elimination battle was one thing. Rollins was a casualty moments later by the hands of the OTC Roman Reigns. But tonight, it's mano a mano. Seth Rollins remembers that eerie night in July when he was put on the shelf by Fatu. He's gonna let it fuel him inside of the cage.
And his opponent from Davenport, Iowa, weighing in at 217 pounds, Seth Rollins!
You know, last week on Raw, Seth Rollins tried to get through to Roman Reigns ahead of Survivor Series. Roman wasn't having none of it. Seth Rollins said right to the face of Roman Reigns that he believes The Rock is nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. That The Rock has got some underlying story here, that The Rock is going to stick it to Roman Reigns. Roman didn't want to hear any of it, and we saw Roman and Rollins come to blows last night in Madison Square Garden. Well, Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns and their tumultuous relationship is one thing. But Seth Rollins, even before Roman decided to stand with his bloodline, has had a problem with Jacob Fatu. That we know for sure. Well, unfortunately, we are going to have to wait to the final Raw of 2025 to hear from the High Chief. But we don't got to wait any longer for this matchup inside of the steel cage. Jacob Fatu, already dangerous as is. Now lock him inside of a cage. It's like getting trapped in there with a werewolf itself. Rollins and Fatu trying to throw some heavy hitters as this matchup is underway. Rollins not going to back down from a challenge here tonight. I am sure Jacob Fatu going out on his own, making this challenge to Rollins has a hell of a lot to do with not only being the first elimination last night at the hands of Seth Rollins, but also the bloodline losing overall in that matchup in Madison Square Garden. Fatu may be taking it upon himself to get some momentum back on the side of the Anoa'i family, or may just be looking for some retribution at the man who sent him to the showers last night in the Garden. Either way you spin it, Fatu wanted Rollins inside of the cage. Seth Rollins saying, you got it. I'll meet you down there tonight, and I will finish what we started back in July. You know, the bloodline attacking Seth Rollins is what brought Roman Reigns back. It's what started the civil war amongst the bloodline. Seth Rollins so pivotal in the history of that family without even having the blood in him. And now Seth Rollins continuing to write more history with the bloodline tonight. One-on-one with Jacob Fatu, and I gotta believe that Seth Rollins is seeing visions of July in his mind right now. Rollins here on top, scaling the side of the cage with help of the top rope. Seth Rollins ain't going to be afraid to throw caution in the wind here tonight as he drops the ultimate hammer on Fatu. And now gets the knee that he wanted earlier. Pinfall, submission, or of course escaping the cage, the way we are going to hear a bell. And one of these two men are going to be getting their hand raised tonight. Seth Rollins with Jacob Fatu inside of a steel cage, a dangerous position that he has put himself in. But Seth Rollins believes in his abilities, believes in the fact that he's a former multiple-time over world heavyweight champion, and he ain't gonna be pushed around by anybody, including the dangerous enforcer of the bloodline. You know, you saw the highlights of all the way back in July when Fatu put Rollins on the shelf. What about what happened about 5 weeks later at SummerSlam? And Fatu and Solo defeated Seth and Roman in that war of a tag team matchup. Seth Rollins, of course, you also saw the highlights losing to Jacob Fatu with help of the numbers of the bloodline. Back in October here on Raw, as Rollins eats the steel cage, all the bad blood, all the bad memories with Fatu gotta be rushing to the front of his mind. And Rollins set into the cage again. Well, Fatu wanted this cage match for a reason. You had to believe he was going to be the first to implore it. Fatu might have been the first casualty in this traditional Survivor Series elimination matchup last night. And he is looking to send Seth Rollins not only as a casualty out of this cage tonight, but back on the shelf where he set him in the summer. Seth Rollins down and out by the bare hands of that unhinged Samoan. Jacob Fatu has been a force to be reckoned with for a reason. There's a reason Solo Sikoa brought this man in when he reimagined the bloodline and positioned Fatu as his backup, as his enforcer. We've seen Fatu in the ring with some of the best that Monday Night Raw has to offer. Main event player in the future, absolutely. And tonight, one of those nights that could be a banner in the career of Jacob Fatu, but Seth Rollins looking to say otherwise. Fatu with the Samoan splash off the top rope, out of the corner. But Seth Rollins has been there before. He's felt worse. Oh, and that includes being thrown into the steel cage. Man, human flesh not meant to come in contact with the cage like that. It'll rip you apart in a moment's notice. Seth Rollins lucky he hasn't drawn first blood yet. Steel cage matches, very dangerous, very intimidating, very feared in that locker room for a reason because of the destruction that they can bring. Remember the CM Punk Gunther steel cage matchup back at SummerSlam, the toll it took on both of those men. Rollins now hoisted on top. And it certainly wasn't by his own will, but by the force of his opponent. Jacob Fatu has got nothing but dangerous intentions. That's why he made the challenge in the first place. Uh-oh. Rollins on the shoulders. Samoan drop! Avalanche style. That's it. Oh, and Rollins able to kick out again. Jacob Fatu going for the solidified, no questions asked, pinfall victory thus far inside of the cage. But Seth Rollins ever emphatically continues to kick out, continues to fight. And a cannonball in the corner. You know, we're seeing what Jacob Fatu is capable of all on his own. No Tama Tonga, no Tonga Loa, no Solo Sikoa. We don't know who's calling the shots, but we know Fatu made this challenge, and maybe Jacob Fatu's better off doing things on his own, because look at the image right now. Seth Rollins is down and out. And it looks like Fatu may be electing to climb over top the steel cage, do things his way, escape this thing, and be the victor. Oh, well, Rollins back on his feet, slamming Fatu's knee into the cage. And now with the assist to the cage and the top rope, power bomb to Fatu. Seth Rollins not done just yet. Tonight a chance to defeat Jacob Fatu once and for all. Eliminated him, last night was one thing. A victory inside of the cage is a whole nother. Rollins has been engulfed in a war with the bloodline for the better half of 2025. Tonight he looks to bring it to a conclusion. Fatu now is the one hoisted on top by the force of his opponent. And Seth Rollins with eyes locked on the werewolf. Full head of steam. Look at Rollins go. Superplex. Cut Fatu down piece by piece. And Jacob Fatu gonna survive. Gonna pop the shoulder, but Seth Rollins bringing his best to Bridgeport. We are live from a capacity total mortgage arena, feeling the aftermath of Survivor Series, which quite frankly I think we're gonna be feeling for weeks to come. Rollins down, keeping his foot on the gas pedal like only he knows how. Creative suplex out of the corner, trying to throw Fatu off his game, and Rollins still is not done. Uh-oh! Go, looking for the pedigree, Jacob Fatu putting the brakes on, and down goes Seth. Incredibly well-timed counter by Jacob Fatu. Seth Rollins caught between a rock and a hard place, that being Fatu, and the cage behind him that he just met once more. Dangerous intentions. We said it before, we'll say it again. Fatu knew exactly what he was doing, issuing a challenge for a specific steel cage match tonight. Rollins doing his damnedest trying to avoid the cage, cannot allow it anymore. Fatu put the brakes on as well. These two men jockeying for position. Jacob Fatu looking to level Seth. And there he does. Rollins trying to fight back, but his biggest rally in this matchup might have just been halted for good. The Samoan werewolf is back in control. We don't know the whereabouts of Solo Sikoa or Roman Reigns. I assume The Rock certainly isn't here in Bridgeport. What we do know is Jacob Fatu is fighting his own battle against Seth Rollins inside of the cage right now, and he's doing a damn good job, whether we want to admit it or not. But there's Rollins, once again, trying to come back. Jacob Fatu off his feet for the given moment. Seth Rollins not done using the cage as an assistance as he drops the elbow to the heart. Jacob Fatu needing the ropes just to get to the soles of his boots. Sent off by Seth. Rollins gonna take him down. Kick right to the chest cavity again. The man can't breathe, he can't fight, and Rollins may be looking to rely on that. Well, Seth Rollins, who tried for the pedigree a few moments ago, one of his best maneuvers, it did not work out. Rollins now may be looking to escape over top. To walk through the door as well, but both of these men looking to take the scenic route here in Bridgeport. Jacob Fatu with a shot right to the lower back of Seth Rollins, trying to decapitate the visionary. Uh-oh, now both these men on the top rope, at least for the moment, and Rollins just went face first off the top rope, and now it's Fatu looking to win the race to the finish line here on Monday Night Raw. We knew this was going to be brutal and nothing fancy at times. Steel cage matches, you just got to be built different to survive them. Oof. Rollins trying to get Fatu away from the cage again, but Fatu just gave him a boot right to the face. Fatu continuing. It's so hard to get your balance on that cage, especially when the fatigue and the punishment of a matchup starts to play a factor. Seth Rollins, able to knock Fatu down this time. These two men continuing to pull the rug out from underneath each other time and time again. Seth Rollins just trying to plant his boots in the cage and precariously get to the top, up and over. And down to the floor here in total mortgage, and Rollins, look at this, has got himself on top the cage. Oh, well, Fatu's not too far behind. I don't like this. We have got a fight in the heavens here in Bridgeport. Rollins and Fatu on top of the steel cage here on Monday Night Raw. Throwing some closed fists, some heavy hitters, some live rounds. Fatu wobbling dangerously. Oh no! Rollins sends him down to the ring. Seth has got a chance to escape, and oh no, Seth, you don't gotta do this. Rollins off the top of the cage. Seth Rollins going for broke. And he's not done just yet. This is for the injury in the summer. Curb stomp by the visionary. And I think it's safe to say Rollins has finally closed his bloodline chapter. Seth Rollins for months has had an issue with Jacob Fatu. Fatu was the one who put him on the shelf. The bloodline running rampant on Raw. Rollins one of their biggest targets. And over the last 24 hours, Seth Rollins not only eliminated Jacob Fatu from the traditional Survivor Series matchup in Madison Square Garden, but also survived the challenge from the werewolf himself. Rollins and Fatu go in a war inside the confines of the cold and destructive steel cage here tonight. Rollins locked down with Jacob Fatu, but it was the Visionary who came out with his hand raised high on the other side of the bell. A massive victory as we inch closer and closer to the new year for the Revolutionary of Monday Night Raw.
Here is your winner, Seth Rollins!
Well, within the bloodline themselves, there are still so many questions to be answered. And 2 weeks from tonight in Chicago, hopefully The Rock will finally tell us those answers that we so desire. But what we do know is right here tonight in Bridgeport, Seth Rollins came for his pound of flesh, and he's leaving with exactly what he wanted. Has Rollins finally put the bloodline behind him? And if so, what is next as we inch closer and closer to 2026 for the Visionary Seth freaking Rollins?
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. That is for the undisputed WWE Championship.
Well, it is main event time here in Boston. And public enemy number one is walking down the aisle. The history between Gunther and Cena runs deep. They were entangled in a war with one another, one that led them to WrestleMania earlier this year, where Gunther failed to defeat John Cena at the grandest stage of them all in what was a career-threatening match for the franchise. All this time later, John Cena's the WWE Champion. Gunther's been chasing that gold since the spring. And after his victory over Bron Breakker, by hook or by crook 2 weeks ago, Gunther now once again steps into the ring with John Cena in John Cena's final match here in Boston, 76 days before John Cena retires at WrestleMania. Gunther and Cena one more time for the undisputed WWE Championship. The final time is indeed now in Boston. And although it is the last time that John Cena will compete on his home soil, he's still got 76 days in front of him, and he is looking to finish his bona fide Hall of Fame career as strong as humanly possible. The Never Seen 17, the undisputed WWE Champion, John Cena out to make more history in the middle of the TD Garden. In front of his friends, in front of his family, in front of a capacity Boston Mass. John Cena, who has held the gold since the 24th of August at SummerSlam, defends it once more. Will this be the last time that we see Cena as WWE Champion? Gunther promised last week that John Cena's career would be cut short here tonight, that his retirement tour would end early here in Boston. Gunther guaranteeing victory. Gunther guaranteeing a disappointing night for the franchise.
Introducing the challenger from Vienna, Austria, weighing in at 250 pounds, Gunther! And his opponent from West Newbury, Massachusetts, weighing in at 251 pounds, the undisputed WWE champion, the greatest of all time, John Cena!
It is certainly a big fight feel here in Boston. John Cena handing over the WWE Championship for what very well may be the last time in his career. When John Cena declared he would retire at WrestleMania back in June, he said he had to win the WWE Championship before doing so. He did just that. He's been a fighting champion ever since. Now he's back into the ring with the Ring General in his last time in Boston. We are underway with this highly anticipated undisputed WWE Championship premium live event level matchup, main eventing here on Monday Night Raw as Gunther comes out swinging, but Cena gonna level him. Again, Cena has defeated Gunther all the way back at WrestleMania one-on-one. These two met in a WrestleMania rematch back in August here on Raw in Philadelphia. That contest going to a double countout on that night. Just like Gunther defeated Bron Breakker via countout a couple of weeks ago to become the #1 contender, Gunther cannot be looking for that style of win. If he wants to leave as WWE champion, he's got to do it in emphatic force. He's got to tap out John Cena, or he's got to pin his shoulders to the mat. Something that Gunther has been unable to do every time he has been in the ring with Cena. Gunther's had some tag team victories over the franchise, but never one-on-one. That is what Gunther is out to do tonight, and you gotta believe Gunther is just here in Boston to bully John Cena, beat this man down, embarrass him on his home soil, and live up to his promise last week on Raw, where he stated with his own words that he would end John Cena's retirement tour early in front of his family and friends in Boston. John Cena, I'm sure, not looking to allow that, and is looking to be a history maker here in the TD Garden one more time. Missed wildly off that leg drop. John Cena spent too much time on the windup, and Gunther making a pay, and now Gunther just disrespecting Cena, rubbing some salt in the wounds, delivering a leg drop of his own. Gunther not impressed, not amused by John Cena and all the pomp and circumstances and the celebration surrounding Cena and his retirement tour that has been progressing over the last 6 months. 76 days until WrestleMania in Las Vegas, where Cena said he will put the jorts away and untie the boots for good. Gunther, however, looking to cut that short here and become WWE champion in the process. Gunther's had a couple of opportunities to win the title already this year. One of those being a triple threat matchup along with John Cena and CM Punk. Gunther was not pinned on that night. It was a grueling triple threat matchup back at the Bash in Berlin in Germany. And really that loss is something that set Gunther over the edge and just motivated him that much more to do anything he had to do to become the #1 contender. Such as going through Bron Breakker, even if it meant by count out a couple of weeks ago. What about the attack on Randy Orton the night after the Bash in Berlin? Beat the hell out of the Viper. We haven't seen him since. Gunther has just been hell-bent on doing anything he's got to do to get to this spot, get to this opportunity. Now is the chance to make the most of it, but John Cena's looking to write a different story. Cena again this time, winded up and gets the leg drop he wanted earlier. Cena going, first cover of the matchup. And I think Cena even knew he wasn't going to get the victory that time, but a little bit of a delay in the offense gives him that half a second more to recalibrate. It also forces Gunther to extend some energy, having to kick out. Win-win scenario, even though he didn't get the 3 count when you think about it for John. But there's Gunther, however, off the reversal, picking Cena up off his feet and nearly sends him through the canvas. Gunther just obliterating John Cena. We've already seen it a couple of times. Cena trying to rally and Gunther just saying nuh-uh. Cena doesn't want to, or I should say Gunther doesn't want to have Cena dictate the pace of this matchup. Doesn't want to have Boston on their feet, cheering their hometown man. Gunther wants to deflate this audience, flatten them, quiet them down, and just bully John Cena into relinquishing the WWE Championship on the other side of the bell. Gunther looking to be in the driver's seat from bell to bell here. Sending John Cena to the corner. Second time in this 17th WWE Championship reign that Cena has defended the gold here on Monday Night Raw. Defended against CM Punk on the Raw after SummerSlam, a matchup that went haywire thanks to the, you guessed it, the ring general Gunther. Gunther doing anything he's got to do to get his shot at the title. Put up or shut up tonight for the ring general. Seeing how ticked off Bron Breakker's been, not being able to get back into the ring with John Cena. Gunther's got the opportunity that Breakker desires. Will he make the most of it? Or will John Cena once again take down the ring general? Knocking Gunther off his feet once more as John Cena starts to rally here. Oh, maybe not. Gunther not looking to allow it. Gunther just unloading. Goes for the open hand chop. Cena dishing one right back. Cena not afraid to break things down into a brawl, especially here in the streets of Boston. And John Cena's got the Garden on their feet. Gunther now trying to get back to his feet. John Cena not looking to allow it as he takes the ring general down once more. Now it's Cena scaling the ropes. Could be looking for that high elevation DDT, but Gunther had it scouted and now levels Cena with a lariat. Cena might have cost himself the title that time. And Cena able to kick out. Cena went high risk, did not get the reward. Gunther just cleaning his clock with that clothesline, but John Cena still alive here on Raw. Cena now sent into the corner, and Gunther gonna collapse him once more. And I'll tell you what, it has been a hell of a retirement tour for John Cena thus far since he announced WrestleMania would be his end 6 months ago. We've seen Cena in the ring with some of the best of them, from Gunther to Breakker to CM Punk to this battle with the Bloodline. John Cena is certainly not having an easy route to retirement, and I don't think he would like it. I don't think he'd want it any other way. Certainly could be a disappointing night, however, here in Boston if Gunther proclaims himself the new WWE Champion. Cena, however, standing reversal. Might have caught the ring general that time, but does he have enough left to capitalize here? Another standing switch by Gunther to kick right to the abdominal. Gunther misses wildly. Cena just trying to hang in there with Gunther. Oh! Cena loading it up for a little 5-knuckle shuffle. Into the cover to retain the undisputed title. Not just yet. Gunther still alive here in Boston as John Cena delivers some of his best. A little 5-knuckle shuffle on the ring general. Gunther now sent into the corner. Cena realizing he has just got to keep his foot on the gas if he is going to neutralize this behemoth, this Terminator known as Gunther. Gunther down in the corner, at least for the moment. John Cena cannot give the challenger any room to breathe here. Scaling the ropes once more. This is risky business for John. It did not work out earlier on, but Cena may be feeling a little bit more confident. Elects for the shoulder block. Enough to knock Gunther off his feet. Another lateral press by the franchise and nearly putting Gunther away that time, but Gunther kicking out. Well, Cena can't be too frustrated. He's got to realize that he is chopping at the armor of Gunther. Gunther's starting to read the fatigue all over his body language. Oof! Maybe we spoke too soon. Big boot right to the mush. John Cena and his comeback may have been halted. Gunther now going to follow Cena. Just whip him off the apron. Nothing fancy about it sometimes by the ring general. Used the word bully already a couple of times in this matchup. That is what Gunther is here to do. Bully John Cena. Pick this man apart. Pummel him here in Boston. Got Cena up against the announce table here. This is not good for anybody. Remember, Gunther driving Breakker through the announce table 2 weeks ago. It's what aided him in becoming #1 contender. Sending Cena into the post. And you notice Gunther breaking the count that time. We said it earlier, we're saying it again. Gunther cannot do what he did against Bron Breakker 2 weeks ago, and that's win via countout. If he does that, he won't be leaving undisputed champion. Got to get the job done between the ropes tonight. As John Cena just getting ragdolled on the outside, now sent back inside, and Gunther like a shark that smells blood in infested waters. Cena back on his feet, at what cost? Gunther, power bomb to Cena. And John Cena able to kick out. Big kick out by John. It ain't over yet. Gunther with the power bomb, and for the first time in this matchup, Gunther is now appearing frustrated. Took a moment to survey the scene, looking at John Cena. That's one of two things. Either Gunther thinking, the hell am I going to have to do to put down the franchise, or Gunther just trying to keep his composure and realize that this is what John Cena does. They don't call him Big Match John for nothing. Gunther's just got to weather the storm of the franchise. And if he wants to win the WWE Championship, just keep his foot on the gas. Oh, hang on here. Attitude adjustment by Cena. Out of nowhere, but Gunther able to kick out. Oh, we were talking about what Gunther had to do if he was going to win the title tonight. Cena, in the meantime, striking with an AA, unfortunately unable to get the 3. Well, now sending Gunther into the far corner, and it's John Cena who's back in control. We knew we were going to be in for a treat with this premium live event level main event headlining Raw. Cena with Gunther on top with a Frankensteiner, sending Gunther dead center of the ring. Boston Mass on their feet. Cena went middle, now says, no, I'm going up top. Gunther, little far out. Cena gonna make the jump anyway, and the leg drop delivers. And another near fall for the never seen 17, but Gunther's still alive. And now it's John Cena with his eyes locked on Gunther, trying to remember the war of WrestleMania back in March of this year. Trying to remember what he had to do back then to put this man down. Second 5-knuckle shuffle. And Cena not going for the cover just yet. Cena now whipping Gunther over. Uh-oh, digging deep down in the bag of tricks. The STFU locked in. Gunther, will he be able to reach out? John Cena wrenching in the submission hold, trying to tap out the ring general. How apropos would that be? John Cena trying to do all he can to put this man away and retain the title here in his hometown. Uh-oh, and Gunther breaking the hold, and some stiff elbows gets John Cena off his tail. And another lariat by Gunther. Just when you think Cena's in control, Gunther once again taking this man off his pedestal. And now he's going for the kill. A second power bomb. John Cena survives. Oh, Gunther can't believe it. He's going back into the cover on Cena. Another kick out by Cena. Gunther cannot believe Cena's still alive. Cena's on his feet. Cena's fired up. Line has been drawn in the sand. We are at war, ladies and gentlemen. We're at championship rounds. Gunther, Cena, all the history dating all the way back to October of 2024, headlining right here tonight. Gunther meleeing Cena. Cena, disrespect, ever emphatic, AA. You gotta be kidding. Gunther kicks out again. This thing was breaking down to a Pier 6 brawl. Cena saw an opportunity and he took it. An attitude adjustment. Somehow, this matchup progresses. What a battle for the undisputed WWE Championship live here on the second to last Raw of 2025. Gunther off the reversal, whips Cena to the corner. These two men have emptied the tank. They pulled out some of their best. Uh-oh, what has Gunther got in mind here? Hoisting Cena on top. The ring general could be going for the kill. Half Nelson locked in. And sends Cena for an amusement park ride with the German off the top rope. Gunther looking to bask in the glory of what could be the final moments of John Cena's WWE Championship reign. Gunther now with a third power bomb. And he's far from done. Gunther knows he needs an exclamation point on this match. What? Wait a minute. Hold on here. Well, it can't be. We haven't seen that man in months. And uh-oh, the Viper. Coiled, ready to strike. Randy Orton with an RKO in the ring. Referee Ron Zapata letting things slide here. As the stakes couldn't be higher. Cena. Oh my! John Cena has retained the undisputed WWE Championship. Well, you had to believe that referee Ron Zapata was going to let these two men go a little bit. He knew the stakes. John Cena's last time in Boston, championship was on the line. Sometimes you get a little bit of a relaxed rule inside of the ring, but I don't know, man. Randy Orton resurfacing for the first time since the roll after the Bash in Berlin. An RKO to the man who put him on the shelf several months ago. Well, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with the decision or not, the war of attrition ends with John Cena still on top of the world as the never seen 17. After tonight, there is 75 days left till WrestleMania, where John Cena will retire once and for all. But he ain't slowing down. John Cena, at least for now, is still on top of the world. After a war of attrition, his last fight on his home soil in Boston, the never seen 17, John Cena is still your undisputed WWE Champion.